All right. Let's see how things are going. Sorry I'm late. I had stuff to do today. If you can believe it, a busy guy, a streamer? So busy we don't even have time for Anthropium. I know, I want to play it too. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Hopefully we keep it up. How are we doing? How are we doing? Late, on time, early, late? Hello, hello? Great, phenomenal, excellent. Really good stuff. You got a haircut? Nope, just wore a hat all day. Out in the sun. Or streamers dare to tread. Hello, hello. What is this in my inbox? A message from Benjamin Gilbert Liff on races to take a look at today. Well, don't mind if I do. All right. I hear some guys running in Michigan. You hear about that? Anyone hear about that? Anyone hear about a Mr. Abdul? No, just me? Nope. Yeah, all right. Here's the Kornacki cam. Rave Dubin. You know we already have it up. We're just waiting for it to cook. Oh, man, oh, man. How are we doing? That's Dr. Abdul to you? That's true. That's true, yeah. You enjoying the barbecue flavored air today? Yeah, I don't know how many of you people care about the wildfire smoke currently blanketing my town. But it's not great. It's not great. Smoke is so stressful. Yeah, they made an arson arrest. I don't know what the details are though. Let's take a look. Let's take a look while we're waiting for the Kornacki cam to kick.
The governor of Washington State calls Spokane a war zone from the fires still very much blazing there. He made the point that much of the country does not seem to realize these fires have flattened city neighborhoods. And I want to show you what he's talking about here. This is the neighborhood around West Holyoke Ave. You can see this is what it looked like before the fires. Now look at what it's like now. You can see what the smoke and the flames did to that neighborhood, simply flattening it. One other neighborhood, West Pine Cliff Court, again, before and now after. You can see just that entire area flattened. You can see a fire truck right here. The city of Spokane has a population of 250,000. There have been evacuations.
Yeah, no kidding. It looks like the IDF has been here.
Now for some 65,000 people, so a quarter of the city. Even if you expanded the county, the population is 600,000, so that would be 10%. Huge numbers of evacuations. One more neighborhood, North Parkview Lane. Again, before, look at all the beautiful houses here. Now look at, I'm going to X that out. Now look after. You can see, again, the fires there just completely flat.
Hey Bosch, we did 25,000 dials for Abdul El-Sayed today. We totaled 115,000 dials in total, while also doing 25K at the same time for Salam Badi and another 30K for Corey Bush, so 170K in total. You got to put that shit out in a flyer. You got to make them graphics and post that shit to social media. Absolutely. Those are some big-ass numbers.
Hundreds and hundreds of structures have been destroyed, most of them homes. So again, people don't have places to live there. This is a devastating situation.
Authorities have now arrested a man on an arson charge for one of the 3 fires that have just been tearing through the Spokane area. According to witnesses, the 37-year-old suspect was seen bending down near a grassy area close to where the fire started. And then smoke was seen shortly after that. As of right now, nearly 65.
The public wants this because most people aren't psychologically capable of handling the fact that many American cities are now just tinderboxes that can be eliminated with a single careless flick of a cigarette butt out of a car window. People want a villain, right? It's much easier to it's much more like calming to think, oh, it was a villain that did this, rather than this is just the way the world is now for everyone. Always.
5,000 people have been evacuated from the fire zone. And overnight, these fires grew to more than 10,000 acres, more than 700 structures so far destroyed. And right now, it is not contained, 0% containment.
Let's go live now to CNN correspondent Maribel Gonzalez in Spokane, Washington. Maribel, what more can you tell us?
In Japan, it's considered rude and inconsiderate to start wildfires with littered cigarettes. Oh, yes, of course. It's a violation of the ancient Japanese value of moshi moshi, which means it's too hot.
About this arrest.
Hi, Pamela. Yeah, well, we know that that arrest was in connection to the fire that started here, or the aftermath, I should say, of the Old Trails fire. This is a neighborhood that was impacted by that blaze. We know that the suspect is a 37-year-old man, and it actually was a witness that called the tip into law enforcement. They saw the suspect acting suspiciously. Law enforcement later returned to the scene, and they were able to determine that where that man was standing is where they believe that the fire started. Now,
probably not great civilizationally that like every town that isn't in an especially humid area is just a tinderbox now.
he was found to be in possession of waterproof matches and a butane lighter at the time. We also know that authorities have said he has a criminal record. The sheriff here in Spokane said that he's a convicted felon out of the state of Arizona and that he has a preceding arrest in a case, in a manslaughter case later for premeditated murder in Arizona as well. So we will be able to get to know more about this suspect later on as he appears before a judge later today. But right now,
did the guy actually cause this, or is this a fall guy? Oh, it could have been him. Again, like, whether or not it was arson has literally nothing to do with the broader point. Arsonists have been around for all of human history. The fact that an arsonist can start a blaze that just lights up a major city in no time, that's the climate change. Climate change doesn't have to start the fire. It has to ensure the drought conditions, dryness, and overall heat that allows any fire to turn into a blazer.
he is being held on a $1 million bond.
Joining me now is Dave Up the Grove. He's the Washington State Commissioner of Public Lands. Thank you for joining us. There are several fires burning at this hour in Spokane. There is extensive damage, loss of more than 700 buildings at this hour. I do want to ask you what the status is right now of all the different areas that are.
Yeah, really nasty business. We don't have to linger on this too much. We got a lot to talk about today, but we got them classic pre and post Gaza. It's got penis music. Just really, really, really nasty business. Look at that. Yeesh. Well, I guess some of them lived, at least for now. Spokane. Okay. What do we got going on today?
Let's bring in MS Now reporter Nnamdi Agwanwu, who is on the ground in Birmingham, Michigan, John Della Volpe, MS Now political contributor and director of polling at the Harvard Kennedy School's Institute of Politics. Also with us is our friend Craig Mauger, state politics reporter with the Detroit News, and Adrian Elrod, former senior advisor.
All right, I don't know if that's too many people.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Welcome to The Takeout. Tonight,
I don't care about this guy. Man, Kornacki, can you start your fucking stream? 6 minutes, 30 seconds till our boy goes live. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Mauger? The Mogler. You get me. You get me. This is how we feel? Yeah, no kidding. Waiting on the Kornacki cam. Quick game? Nah, 6 minutes not enough to play Anthropium. How you guys doing? Average Haley voter? Okay, I thought you were linking me a joke, average Haley voter, but you basically just linked, like, the average Haley voter. Like, there's nothing comedic here. Craig Benzel, 63, retired middle school teacher, voted for Haley Stevens. I voted her because she would maybe be able to grab some independence in the general. There's not even a joke here. It actually is just like the median Haley Stevens vote. Like, there's not any comedy here. Yeah, this is probably like about the middle point. Is that the joke? Is the joke that it's like just a very normal, like a very banal evil? No, it's an anti-joke. Very interesting stuff. Very avant-garde.
Some of your Democratic colleagues, like Representative Hillary Scholten, have not committed to backing El Sayed if he wins the primary. What would you say to them?
I'm going to talk to Hillary. She's my friend and my colleague. And we've got to understand that what's at stake. We know what Mike Rogers, who's going to be the Senate nominee, will do. He'll support the president. What's he going to do if we have an opening on the Supreme Court? How is he going to fix the broken health care system? Is he going to support the president on privatizing Medicare and Social Security? These are basic issues that keeping this seat Democratic in the Senate matter, and which is why we do have to unite. Look, I know Abdul. I probably know Abdul better than many people in this state do. He's talked about tried to run against me, but we still talk on a regular basis. We disagree on some issues, but Abdul and I care about people, and we care about everybody having health care. I have disagreements with people on both sides of the aisle.
I know this isn't the race we're looking at today, but have you guys seen some of the Hong posting? Bitch fucking hates holidays, dog.
You know, you talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, you know, obviously likely would continue to do so before November should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. The post has been deleted. Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. You know, I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table,
please God,
to
just
share
say no.
conversation and build community is always a good thing.
Is she autistic? I'm actually asking, is she autistic? Because she, every time somebody asks her a gotcha question, she just answers it straightforwardly. Like, not directly, but she just goes right at it, you know?
But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but you know, views can evolve. And
you're autistic. Why the fuck are you throwing stones? Who's fucking throwing stones? When is there a value judgment? I'm asking if it's known that she's autistic. You're the one fucking projecting the moralized condemnation.
The position that
that's
I'm running
insulting
for right now, and I think my background as a chef will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
Francesca Hong, thank you for joining us. We hope to have you back on.
If somebody asks you, as a lefty politician, if you want to cancel Thanksgiving, you can just say no. It's all right. I've been seeing a lot of like really funny interview clips with her lately that make me worry a little bit about her in the general.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did.
Hi, Kornacki. We'll get to you in a sec.
Marry my proximity to whiteness continues, right? My son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean, and I think navigating what his identity is and how people perceive him is always at the back of my mind as well. I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so
yeah, she lacks edge. I just think proximity to whiteness is probably not great gubernatorial speak. She's posted about how she doesn't like Christmas, she doesn't like Halloween. I think she just fucking hates holidays. Does make me worry a little bit.
I think it is incredibly important for Wisconsin to have a Democratic governor. But since Republicans will spend an ungodly amount of money to try to defeat you, I just want to make sure you have the best possible answers to what's coming. So I want to start with your 2020 posts supporting defunding the police, quote, as a first step towards abolishing the police, which in a separate post you said, quote, exists to uphold white supremacy. Now, I know you've said you're not running to defund the police. It's not something you can do as governor, and that people's views can evolve. I'm wondering how your views on policing have evolved since 2020.
My views have only become stronger in that I'm serious about public safety, and I will not abolish the police. My views are that people are struggling right now and need basic needs met. And I want to focus on stopping violent crime and giving law enforcement the resources and the training that they need, but ensure that we are also holding accountable law enforcement that does not follow the law.
Do you still believe that police exist to uphold white supremacy?
No.
What has changed in your thinking since you posted that in 2020?
No, I think that when you talk...
How do you bear listening to those slaves of capital Pod Save America? You know that, like, since Kamala Harris lost, they've actually probably been relatively left of center on electoral issues. At least some of them, right? Because they got so black-pilled by how incompetent the DNC has been.
To people who are most justice impacted. A mother who lost a child to police violence. People who have contended with injustices in historically marginalized communities.
What the fuck is her background, by the way? We have like one campaign poster and then a gigantic quilt. I feel like every time she does a video interview, it's in some new strange environment. This is very liminal. You've got like the little armchair and the lamp right back here.
But justice also looks like making sure that we are implementing solutions and helping to change the material conditions of people's lives. So as a legislator over the last 6 years, I've had more conversations with people who are more directly connected to the problems and have learned that it is most important for a public servant like myself to make sure we're looking at sensible, practical solutions that will help keep communities safe.
You said during this campaign back in May that there has to be accountability for people who commit crimes. And if you're a governor and people commit crimes, that, quote, incarceration and law enforcement are the systems in place right now. You also said your long-term vision is a world without prisons.
Hong is literally so establishment. Dog, she's a DSA candidate. What are you talking about? We can't allow ourselves to get blind. We can't miss the forest for the trees here. Not everyone can be Mamdani. I understand Mamdani set the bar like astronomically high, but not everyone can be Mamdani. I'm sorry. Like sometimes you have to accept that like even like a really good DSA push, a really good functioning Democratic Party is going to be filled with, politicians.
How does that work?
What I know is attainable, and the policies that actually meet the urgency of the moment and understanding the realities of it means that we have to ensure that we're funding our local governments, that we're bringing justice to victims, and what may have been more aspirational is not primary. What we need to do is make sure that all people all across Wisconsin have access to great public schools, out-of-school programs, mental health resources, and that we hold law enforcement accountable, but also provide them with the training that they need to help prevent crime and stop crime.
AI answer, you guys are so fucking mean. I love Hong. Yeah, she's nice. She just has to she has to overcome the woke one stuff. That Thanksgiving answer was really bad. Where was it? The Thanksgiving answer was really bad. Do you still believe Thanksgiving should be canceled? Nah. Nah, I love turkey. Bring it back. Bring it back. I love turkey. I love America. Her affect is also super dry. Yeah, well, that could just be her style, Still think she should run abolishing holidays? She's literally fucking Christmas posted before. I don't know what it is with her and holidays. I miss working in a restaurant every day, except on Valentine's Day. As if we weren't invisible enough to those who don't recognize the emotional and physical labor of service work. The worst humanity comes from folks celebrating on another day. Capitalism tells you how to show love. Man. Some of these are... It's literally just her being like a restaurant worker who hates it every time customers have an excuse to be slightly more obnoxious. Too based for politics, maybe. Nah, I support her. Funny exception. The one holiday she didn't post about Columbus Day. What did she mean by this? Whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We got a dang fan cam?
Live from Texas, this is the Will Cain Show. Democrats
Who the fuck is this guy?
a new kingmaker. He's the visionary of the left. He's the visionary of Democratic Socialists. And it's his party, Piker's party. And that party has an invite list. And he has a vision.
Get their asses,
not
Dana.
just as who should be elected to office, but as to the future of the Democratic Socialist of America. When asked a very interesting question about what he would add to the platform, here's what he said about the future of the DSA.
Arrest and prosecute and bring about corruption charges for every prominent member of this administration that is engaged in corruption. Prosecute and arrest ICE agents that have also done crimes as well on the job.
Bring out the secret police.
Hey, they actually did a fucking fan cam for Hassan? No. This bit at the end is edited. It's added on. Okay. That's funny as fuck, though. Doing the work for him. Yeah. Okay. I'm just making sure. Kornacki, how are we doing over here? Yeah, obviously. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let it play. That shit's copyright, dog. I probably already lost my channel.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if past his prologue right here, this is where the action's going to be in the 8 o'clock hour if past his prologue. I'm talking about Oakland County. Oakland County, immediately north of Wayne. It is the second largest county in Michigan. I said 20% of the vote is going to come out of Wayne. How much is going to come out of Oakland? Probably, give or take, 16%.
Yeah, polls close in 9 minutes. 9 minutes, folks. 9 minutes till polls in Michigan close. 9 minutes.
Grown a ton. There are some very wealthy areas right here. Oakland, in the last couple of elections, has given us big batches of votes in that 8 to 9 o'clock hour. And now I can tell.
Who the fuck is this? Socialist MMA posting. Holy shit, throwback. Moderate suburban wine mom in Michigan tells MSNBC. Oh, spoilers.
The one issue that seemed to be the most salient, the most elicit the most passion from people, certainly, was her stance on Israel and her support for taxpayer dollars continuing to be used to support the Israeli military. I want to play you portions of my conversations with voters here today, and I'll start with that point specifically. This is what a voter had to say when she learned that Haley Stevens, relative to Abdul Sayed, supports U.S. support for Israel. Take a listen.
Yeah, no shit.
I just wouldn't want a single of our family's tax-paying dollars to go towards something like that. It's like giving money to violence.
So would you support a Senate candidate, in this case Haley Stevens, who's more of a moderate like you tend to like, but
I really, again, like, I'm really sorry. I understand this keeps getting brought up. Haley Stevens is absolutely not a moderate. Her positions on Israel are fucking extreme. They are extreme positions.
Would that be enough?
That would definitely turn me off as 100%. I couldn't. I would vote for a communist first.
The one issue that
so based. Yeah, you know, the electability arguments are and always have been total bullshit, because I have not seen any mainstream Democrats complain about how the optics and electability of Haley Stevens looks. Like, if Abdul al-Sayed does or says something even remotely objectionable, they're all like, oh, but what about Rogers? How is this going to look against Rogers? But Haley Stevens is just a nonstop train of objectively off-putting shit, and they don't mention it at all. It's such a fake concern. Anytime somebody talks to you about electability, I'm not saying it's necessarily fake. There are good arguments there, but they're probably fake, you know? Probably fake. It's possible they're correct, but they're probably not.
Do it. It can even vary within county here. So, in fact, in Oakland, we're probably, after we get that first batch of mail, we're going to get some more mail throughout the night. So there's going to be batches that come in that are friendly to Stevens. We're going to get same day that comes. It's going to be a little bit of a mix after that. But that big initial batch, at least the way this has gone in the past, we expect to be as pro-Stevens as it gets. Now, that's important because if Stevens is going to have a chance in this primary tonight, she's got to win Oakland, and I think she's got to win it by a fair margin. She's got to do that in Oakland County. She's got to do that next door in Macomb County as well.
5 minutes till polls close. What do we got here?
All these protesters outside concerned about the fact that more than $60 million in PAC money has been spent on your behalf by pro-Israel groups, by other corporate groups.
Yeah, by Democrats.
What's your response to
by
that?
Democrats. Look, this is the same
Oh, AIPAC, Democrats.
way, Gary Peters, Senator Stabenow, and other tough Democrats have won. Every single poll shows I'm the best one to go beat Mike Rogers. People aren't, messing around here. We've had an engaged, exciting primary process.
Do any moderate liberals have anything to say about the fact that she, really transparently lies all the time about this? I just feel like if Abdul al-Sayed was openly lying about something this big, obvious, and, electorally damaging, somebody would, bring it up. They keep making up shit about him. I have a feeling if he'd done something actually openly dishonest, they would have brought it up. Remember when people were trying to, make a big deal out of the fact that he said he was, a practicing doctor, but he was, not actually practicing, but rather a spokesperson for a medical organization at some point, but he actually was a doctor, so he is a doctor, but there was an org for which he wasn't a practicing doctor, but a representative or something? Just a technicality that has nothing to do with his credentials, but everyone for 2 weeks, all the liberals were like, this kind of dishonesty is disqualifying. There's no one has any word for her calling AIPAC just donations by Democrats.
Everyone's going to be able to have their voice heard, their vote heard. That's what I tell people. And, it's a free country. People can, I get it. Our system needs to change, right?
Oh, yeah.
Our system needs to evolve. I want to end dark money in politics.
But you're the beneficiary of it.
Well, and certainly so is Mike Rogers, right? He's got a $45 million PAC waiting for him, supporting by Donald.
He's getting supported by AIPAC.
By Donald Trump. He has sold us out to opioid manufacturers, China, left and right. This is not the way forward for Michigan. I am the only person, Ed, in this race who is not a multimillionaire. All right, I didn't make $700,000 last year while I was running for U.S. Senate. I haven't had a podcast. I've been doing the work for the people of Michigan, meeting the moment to be their champion.
And the big concern they have is that one of the groups spending this money is pro-Israel. You're someone who's...
She doesn't even really deny it as disgusting. I mean, she kind of does, but not even... There's not really an effort being put out here.
Voted for continuing military aid to Israel at a time when that's not as popular a stance as it once was. Why is continuing to support Israel's military important?
You get two different views here in this primary, right? I want a two-state solution. I want long-term peace. I've called out Netanyahu. He's attacked me by name. He has failed in the goal of getting us to long-term peace. My opponent, Abdul, he equivocates. He will not recognize Israel's right to exist as a state. He
can't even keep it up for a minute. Not even 20 consecutive seconds of criticizing Israel. She can't even. It's like a physical response inside of her, or maybe there's a limit. AIPAC sets a limit on how many consecutive seconds you can spend criticizing Israel before you have to shift into, disingenuously defending it.
Blamed Israel for when a temple blew up in my congressional district. Both of these represent the extremes. Michiganders want peace. They want humanitarian aid. That was in, a bill I just voted for. I'm not moving into isolationism.
What the fuck Twitter account did I get this clip from? I represent the Rothschild. Oh no. This is an Israeli Twitter account. Sorry.
Again, it's the Republicans, boy, that's a crowded primary. But guess what? Donald Trump is behind this man, Ty Masterson. You know that Trump record in these Republican primaries. We'll see if that holds up there on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, you've got a three-way race here. We talk about, this is an interesting story, the evolution of this county, Johnson County. It has grown massively this century. There's now about 650,000 people in Johnson County, and it's become more and more. It used to be a core Republican county. It's now a Democratic county, and 35% of all the votes in this Democratic primary in the gigantic state of Kansas are coming out of this county, Johnson County. And oh, by the way, these three candidates, they're all from Johnson County. So that's going to be a big theme as we
Two
watch.
polling places in Jackson County, Missouri, ran out of Democratic ballots. Oh yeah, we're definitely. It's not just over here in Michigan. We got Cori Bush to look at as well.
Tonight, much later tonight, we'll get into this later. We are going to have Washington State. That's going to be one of those where we get a ton of mail, like 2/3 of the vote right away, and then it kind of we'll get to that later. Let's get back to Michigan because we're 30 seconds away. Polls are going to, and by the way, House races in Michigan. Sri Tanadar, he's in trouble in Detroit, Democratic incumbent there. Interesting DSA action there. He was DSA. He left. He's being opposed by a candidate who is DSA. We'll be talking about that. The 7th district here. This is, again, right there around Ingham County, state capital. This is an interesting race where the candidate on the left, William Lawrence, well, 7 seconds. I'm going to reset to the Senate race. Again, I don't know why I try to rush this all in because
you're a real one, Kornacki.
Polls have now closed in most of Michigan. Let me be clear. These 4 counties up here in the UP are actually technically they're officially Central Time Zone. Everything else is Eastern Time Zone. So we can now, what will happen here is for the next hour, if we get results from any Eastern Time Zone counties in Michigan, you'll see them pop up here. You will not see anything pop up in these 4 counties. They will not close for another hour. That also means that, hey, if a bunch of results came in the Eastern Time Zone and it was clear to me and to you and to everyone out there that one of these candidates was going to win this primary, our decision desk could not call it. We will not call any race while there are still counties where the polls have not closed. So keep that in mind for the next hour.
Are there any important ones? I'm pretty sure that area is like really low population. We're not focusing on it.
Give you a quick read on how that works. And again, the minute we start getting results here in the Senate election, we're also going to be. Well, let me stop talking because we're going to it.
I get it, Kornacki. I get it. I want to ramble too. Think Kornacki's ever played Anthropium? He created it. Is that a cherry Coke? Don't you attack my boy Kornacki, implying that he would degrade himself by engaging in product placement on his show. This is a venerable institution.
Over to the man, the myth, the legend, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki over at the big board. Steve, we know polls in 2 states just closed, plus a lot of polling locations in Michigan. They are closed down now, too. So what's it looking like?
Yeah, well, right now we're looking at the blank map, but the anticipation, this is the hour where we start to find out, I think, Gotti, in this closely contested Senate race here. I think all eyes are on this one. Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens here. Look, there's a question here about the future and the direction within the Democratic Party. We've seen these candidates from the sort of the far left of the party having surprising success in big primaries this year.
Not surprising to a guy like me, Kornacki.
That faction of the party is posted if Abdul El-Sayed can win this primary tonight. And then general election questions here, too, based on this outcome, because Republicans are
First
saying,
votes in.
We talk about the midterm climate may not be friendly to Republicans. Republicans are saying, well, it may not be, but we can win if Democrats nominate
you're totally
a candidate
blocking
as far
it down
left as
there.
El-Sayed. Because remember, this is a state that Donald Trump carried in 2024. The Republican nominee, we actually already know this
Stop
one.
the count.
There's no opposition in the primary. It's Mike Riley, have not tried to be shy about this. They are hoping that Al-Sayed wins this race tonight. So
Bring the votes
we are hoping to get a readout here. I think if we get results early, it might come from right here. This is Oakland County. This is giant, one right north of Detroit and Wayne County. Also tonight in Michigan, though, the governor's race. There are primaries on both sides. The Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, is the heavy favorite on the Democratic side. She's running against the sheriff of Genesee County.
He's got his fucking AirPods in. He doesn't know.
The heavy favorite there. On the Republican side, this one's gotten interesting. John James is a congressman from Macomb County. He's previously run for the Senate twice and lost. He's endorsed by Donald Trump. He's being opposed by businessman Perry Johnson, who has spent a ton of money and really cranked up the negativity against James, really trying to use those 2 losses in previous Senate campaigns against James. So this might be a close contest here. Cox had dropped out of this race, but this Republican gubernatorial contest, obviously a very important one, too. A number of House races, too, that we'll be keeping an eye on in Michigan. But
we need a Kornacki emote. Not everything needs to be an emote. Why not work on a Kornacki emoticon, Cook that shit up in the Donger Labs. Up 16. At a very consequential, 7,000 votes in total? Very consequential.
Here we go.
Are
we looking at early vote? Are we looking at election day vote here? That's going to be key. Adam is taking a look at that. But one thing I can tell you about this county here is this is a place where Syed has to do well. OK, his support in polling and the support of these progressive insurgent candidates has really been closely linked with age. The younger the electorate, the younger the voters, the better these candidates on the left have been doing. This is a place here, Kent County, Grand Rapids, that is growing very quickly, and it's growing with younger residents. It has a younger median age than the statewide.
How's Mallory getting votes? She dropped out too late to remove herself from the ballot. Basically just like a retard magnet now, you know?
In other counties statewide, it's a place where Al Sayed has to do well, and you're seeing that first batch of vote we're getting here. This is probably absentee vote that was cast by mail early, and if it is, and Al Sayed is leading it, that's particularly good news for him because, again, we expect the vote by mail to be better for Stevens. So that's the first readout that we're getting here, again, from a county where Abdul El Sayed is expected to and needs to do well. And I'm going to ask my producer right here.
It is partial mail.
This is partially vote by mail. And Gotti, that's significant because the vote by mail, we've been seeing this, tends to be an older demographic casting it. It tends to be better for candidates like Stevens, who are the establishment candidates. So if we're seeing vote by mail, that the candidate from the left, Al Sayed.
By the way, McMorrow plans to attend the Winners Victory Rally and endorse them there. Yeah, that's nice. Haley Stevens has also said she would endorse Abdul El Sayed if he won, though I don't know how much that actually counts for.
Kind of a very online Twitch-like electorate, and then the very moderate, maybe more like cable news watching electorate. Do you think that we're going to see some of the same trends in terms of urban versus rural voters that we do in like the same-day voters versus the mail-in ballots?
Yeah, it's a wonky conversation, but it's an important one because it really has been the defining feature of a lot of these primaries. It's just been areas where you find younger voters, where you find younger college-educated voters, younger college-educated female voters, single. I'm layering these different demographic categories on top of each other. That's where these left-wing candidacies have really taken root, and where there tends to have been resistance to them is places where the electorate skews older. It just becomes a more sort of moderate electorate, an electorate that's more friendly to a candidate like Stevens. So again, just based on Grand Rapids,
it's basically over then. Yeah, dude, Abdul's going to win. It's just a matter of by how much. That's what matters.
About something that's younger.
The general is not a
shoo-in coming in there. But again, that's an interesting, the fact that the vote by mail, some of this vote by mail that we've seen demographically, that tends to be more used by older voters than younger voters. The fact that that is coming up friendly for Syed, it's a very interesting early sign.
And again, a very early sign, 9% in there, but real fast. Steve, remind us of like the purple nature of Michigan here. Like this, take us back to Bernie versus Hillary. What does this state sometimes skew?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look. These are the last three presidential election results in Michigan. Okay, there's 24, there's 20, there's 2016, and this is 2 wins for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, this is Kent County. I needed to go to the statewide.
Yeah, I was like, well, hold on. That's not
after 6 months I would know how to use this.
That's not the Michigan results in 2024.
You were just pulling these out of like thin air and the big board. Of course, you have all of these things at your fingertips. This is wild to just see you work here.
This is it. Look, Trump has won this 2 out of 3 times. Remember, before Trump came along, no Republican had won Michigan in a presidential election since 1988. Now he's done it 2 out of 3 times.
Phenomenal.
And that really is part of the story here in this Senate primary, where the Stevens campaign, her supporters have been saying to Democrats, look, Al Sayed is too far to the left to win in a state that went for Donald Trump 2 out of 3 times. These left-wing candidacies have done really well in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Denver, New York City, places like this, where the general election,
good places.
Any Democrat. Not so in Michigan, and this has been the pitch that Stevens has been making to voters. They're saying this is a risk if you nominate Al Sayed in a state like this. And national Democrats, some national Democrats, again, that establishment wing at least, have been saying, well, hey, winning the Senate for Democrats, if the Democrats are losing Michigan this fall, the math kind of becomes prohibitive on that.
Yeah, and not to put the big board to the test again, but we're already starting to see some results in Virginia, right? I'm not sure if you've got those up yet, but that's an interesting state because, I don't know, because AI, data centers seem to be creeping into politics in a very big way there, especially considering that Northern Virginia has the...
In Virginia, we're looking at VA1 and VA9 in particular, both PV endorsed, Adam Murphy and Salam Badi.
We did get one little county here. Part of it is Wexford County. This is small. This is rural. The reason I'm flagging this, even with just 10%, is, again, this part of Michigan here, sort of north of US 10, is just filled with largely very small, rural, older electorates, older blue-collar white electorates. The expectation here is that Stevens isn't just winning up here, but for a few places. She is cleaning up here. And at least in this initial batch, in one county up here, they're kind of close to even. So again, these are oh wow, we just got some Wayne County. What did we get in Wayne? Okay, I couldn't tell you much about it. We just got about, Wayne is the biggest in the state. 20% of the votes going to come out. This is like 300 votes. But boy, that's quite a tease to get Wayne. Again, we've got two small little, pieces of clues here.
Some of my favorite parts of the Kornacki cam is early on when he has no useful information to go off of, so he just has to like extrapolate. He has to yes and off of like several hundred count vote drops. I love how he gets so excited. He is very cute. He's a cute guy.
No.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You had asked about that, and I went. Okay, let's go over to Virginia because we do have a call. I want to show you this in the 2nd district here. 2nd district is around Virginia Beach here. This is the district. Is basically dead even in the presidential race. Now, this is interesting. Elaine Luria won this Democratic primary. That's no surprise. Elaine Luria is a former member of Congress. She was defeated for re-election by Republican Jen Kiggins. Kiggins unopposed for renomination in the 2nd district. So this is going to be a rematch. Two candidates who've represented this district in Congress. And again, the backdrop, this is as dead even as they come. This is going to be one of the most closely watched congressional races in America this November. This is going to be, kind of one of those bellwether districts. We're talking about, are Democrats going to have a big night, win the House, win it by a big margin? Are Republicans going to actually have a chance of holding on to the House? This is going to be one of those districts this November. Again, it's right there in the Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach area, big military.
Stevens is not an idiot. She's malicious. I think she's both. I genuinely think Haley Stevens is very stupid. She's done a very, very bad job of being a loyal slave to Israel. Many Zionists have been elevated to prominence due to loyalty rather than competence. So when the chips are down, they're actually pretty bad at convincing people to go along with them. Look at Schumer. Schumer's self-admitted priority is to keep Democrats pro-Israel. He's done a wretched job of it. Again, they prioritize loyalty more than anything. So like Trump, right?
That was fun, right? So let me get out of Virginia and you see what what makes sense of those cuts? Like this is something in an eye doctor's office. But let's go back to Michigan here and see if we've got anything new coming in. Adam, I mean, not that, do I even dare ask, do we have any clue what kind of vote this was?
Yeah, so this is one precinct out of Wayne County. It's in Grosse Ile Township. And it's just one precinct that we got results for.
It's in Grosse Pointe, you said? Where'd you say it was?
Grosse Ile.
Grosse?
Oh, okay. Ile. And it's one precinct of election day. Again, I'm analyzing tiny bit of vote here.
I think we'll leave it aside for right now. I can tell you, going back to Grand Rapids, and we talked about it a little bit, we know that this is absentee vote, and we know that this is mostly contained inside the city of Grand Rapids. This is not all of Grand Rapids mail vote, but this is a partial report out from the mail vote. I think we had it at roughly about 16% based on our of the mail vote in our targets.
You said 16 or 60? What did you say?
16.
16% of the mail vote in Kent
of our
County.
Expected mail vote in
we think
Kent
we
County.
Just got from the batch in Grand Rapids. Right?
Exactly.
So Grand Rapids. So that's a little bit of a twist here. Again, in the absence of having 15 other things to zoom right in on, Grand Rapids within...
We just got another update from Kent.
We did. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Okay. It was clearly basically the same margin, basically the same spread as before.
Which votes are these?
And it looks like it's more mail,
That's more vote by mail. That took us up. Now, I guess that's the question. Do we know?
Okay, if this is the split we're seeing in vote by mail, that's pretty fucking telling. If we're gonna see a consistent like Abdul Al-Sayed plus 16 spread in the mail-in vote, that's pretty indicative.
Okay, so I think we've now got probably about a third of the vote by mail for the county in.
That sounds right. Yeah, let's see. Yep.
Yeah, so, I mean, the possibility here, if you're Stevens, this is what you have to be hoping for. If you're just looking at Kent County already, you are hoping that when you set foot outside of Grand Rapids, it's a different world politically, and that vote by mail starts to look extremely, the remaining vote by mail starts to look extremely different. Because we've seen this in primary after primary. This is the vote that's supposed to be the best for Stevens. And she's losing by more than 16 points right now, at least, again, from Grand Rapids here, this vote by mail. She's supposed to do the best with this. Then, when they start adding in the election day vote, that's when the young vote, that's when that more, sort of leftward vote comes out. And that's where Al-Sayed is supposed to sort of make his move. And instead, I mean, yeah, you're seeing numbers there. If you're Al-Sayed's campaign, I think you are, again, it's one city in one county. You're not celebrating, but you're saying that's what you want to see. That's the start you want to see. If you're Stevens' campaign, it's quite the opposite of that. I'm trying to pull up here. I have some benchmarks that I had established, and of course, what have I done? I've gone and messed everything up here. If you'll bear with me, right? So,
bad news, Salam Bati one. Yeah, it looks like they called that one pretty quickly. Katie Banzel just agreed to join PV leadership. Really?
She need to be getting in a county like Kent County. So
nice.
Take a look at three recent, the last 10 years, statewide elections in Kent County.
Who we talked to?
Statewide Democratic primaries in Kent County. If you went back to 2016, Hillary Clinton, kind of the establishment candidate, got 37% in Kent County. Remember, she lost statewide. It was close, but Bernie Sanders did defeat her statewide. In the 2020 Democratic primary, now this was held under unusual COVID circumstances. Biden was starting to kind of become the inevitable, but it was 46% of the vote is what Joe Biden. If you say Joe Biden was kind of the establishment candidate, Biden got 46% of the vote out of Kent. And then here's the interesting one. Back in 2018, Gretchen Whitmer got 44% of the vote here in her primary. Whitmer ran in 2018 against Al-Sayed and one other candidate. Now, Whitmer won the primary statewide with 52% of the vote. Al-Sayed was a distant second place, but the other candidate, which was Shri Tanadar, was also a candidate of the left. So there was one way of looking at that 2018 primary to say, hey, the progressive wing actually got 48% against the establishment candidate of Whitmer, who got 52. So Whitmer getting 52 statewide got 44.
Kent County, most woke county in the country? No, probably not. That doesn't seem right. Could be up there. Didn't Whitmer endorse Stevens? Yes, she did. In a truly like harrowing the phone call came in moment, Gretchen Whitmer did indeed endorse Haley Stevens.
40% of the vote here. It's about 44 to 40% in that Democratic primary. So, if you're Stevens, you want to at least be matching the 44 that Whitmer got out of here, because I think there's a lot of demographic overlap likely between the appeal of these two candidacies. And this is a big one. So she's running at 39 right now with what's supposed to be the better.
Do we expect Cori Bush to win? I don't know. To rise higher on the karmic cycle is to free yourself from worldly desires. Do I have wants and desires? I don't know. Desire is material. It draws my soul further towards the ground. What do you want to happen?
In the remaining vote by mail in Kent County, what comes after that? The election day vote. And we'll see. There's always room for the pattern to be broken. But what we've been seeing with this election day vote is it's been very friendly to candidates like Al-Sayed. So Stevens, through the vote by mail, if what we've seen in other primaries roughly holds up here, when you get the vote by mail counted in Kent County, she wants to be well over 44% with it to give herself a pad for Al-Sayed really having a big day on election day. And then that number for Stevens could come down and maybe land around 44%. That's a rough benchmark here for her, but I think mid-40s for her, you know, in Kent County. She could probably dip a little bit lower if she can make up for it elsewhere. There is one big place where she could make up for it. We can get into this later. There's an opportunity here, I think, for her to do much better in Wayne County.
This one's going to get called relatively early, but it matters how much of a margin he wins by. Remember, what we're really looking for right now is momentum into the general. Momentum into the general. We have won the primary. We have to win the general. We can't lose the general. We have to beat the Republican. We have to beat Rogers. Very important.
For more numbers here from the rest of the state, again, we got just a precinct somewhere in Wayne. We told you a little bit about Wexford. I want to see this becomes interesting if this is replicated across the upper lower.
That being said, irrespective of the general, what's about to happen here is probably putting the final nail in the coffin of Aipac's influence in the Democratic Party. Aipac will still be able to influence like particular House races or whatever, but the fact that Aipac is going to get blown out here in a swing state by a Muslim candidate beating an establishment-backed Zionist with 60 million in the bank, Aipac's ability to influence the whims of the Democratic Party directly, it's done. No amount of money can undo the PR harm that's been done here. Which is great. It does mean that Aipac money is just going to be funneled into, you know, Republicans, because they've always basically just been Republicans, which is not great, but, you know, probably better than the alternative, right?
You want to see if that extends elsewhere there, because it's very limited. Yes.
If you do want to take a detour, we have our first few results out of Kansas as well, in those statewide races.
Is there anything from Missouri? Keep
Not yet
on that one.
I will.
The Missouri one, I think there's a lot of interest in it. I want to make sure we get to. So but take a look here at the Republican gubernatorial primary in Kansas. And I don't think it's a surprise what we're looking at. We've got, and that's going to boost Masterson. Wichita, we just got Sedgwick County, a big chunk of it. Masterson is his state Senate district. He's from Butler, which is right next door. This is his neck of the woods. Again, Ty Masterson is running in this gubernatorial primary with the endorsement of Donald Trump. And you could see in Sedgwick, no surprise he's running up the score there, but it appears he's doing it elsewhere. Johnson County, there it is. I mean, this is 35% of the vote on the Democratic side. In a Republican primary, a quarter of the vote. 25% of the vote in Kansas, Republican primary is coming out of here. And Masterson's winning it 2-1. Okay, so he's posting landslide numbers in Wichita's big.
Not really anything surprising there. Masterson's the Trump endorsed candidate. It's a cult of personality. Wouldn't expect anything else.
Where a quarter of the vote is going to come out of. Take a look here. He is losing in Shawnee County to Vicki Schmidt barely. And next, this is small. So it adds up to, these are exactly the numbers that Masterson wants to see early. Democratic primary. Now, this is interesting. Okay, we've got Cindy Holscher leading Ethan Corson. Ethan Corson has the endorsement of the outgoing.
Why is part of your shelf green screened? Is it? I have a green screen mask for the purposes of like keeping my camera from going over the border. Did the green screen mask? Is there something going on back here? It is? What's green screened? Only in the small? Is it this right over here? The light on the white, is it this area right over here? This,
5% of the vote in a Democratic primary is going to come right out of Johnson County. You can put the numbers up on the screen. 35% of the vote's going to come there.
Change the color.
15% or so is going to come out of Wichita. About half the vote is going to come from those two counties. Yeah.
Back to Michigan.
Michigan.
We do have results in Eaton County.
Okay, that's big. Just a way of saying this here. It's interesting that Holscher's support, at least in the big counties we've seen, getting away from Johnson County, she is running ahead of Corson, not by much, but she is running ahead of him in both those counties. That might be.
What do you think the odds are of us getting another Democratic governor in Kansas? Kansas is a weird state gubernatorially.
Just do here. Michigan, go to the Senate race. Okay, this is significant. Okay, wow. Now we think this is vote by mail in Eaton, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Okay. Here's the story on Eaton, and the number is, if you're an El Sayed supporter.
Let me clarify. I see mixed returns in these votes. It looks like I see some mail in here, mostly election day, and some early in person.
Mostly election day.
Yes, it looks like it's about 1,500 pre-advanced votes and 3,000.
Okay, 2/3, 1/3. Well,
early election day votes.
This is interesting because we're using this. I'm using Whitmer's 2018 primary as a rough. I stress rough model here for trying to set some benchmarks for Stevens. The area right around here is where Whitmer massively overperformed in 2018. Why? Because that's her political base. That's she was the county prosecutor in Ingham County. She was a state legislator from this area. She did really well in Ingham County. She did really well in Eaton County, in Clinton County, Shiawassee County, Livingston County. She did really well. So long way of saying we're using those three benchmarks. I'll give you a sense of Eaton, right? Clinton, we say the establishment candidate of 2016, got 44% of the vote in Eaton County. Biden in 2020 got 52% in this county. And then Whitmer, we say she overperformed. When I say she overperformed in that race, I lost my place here. You're looking at 65% of the vote. She got 65% of the vote here I can't make a 5, can I? 65% of the vote here in Eaton County. And Stevens is running 28 points less than that. As Adam says, a mix here of the presumably Stevens-friendly vote by mail and the Al Sayed friendly election day vote here. But look at that. That's lower. That's lower, obviously, than Whitmer. We knew it was going to come down, but that's significantly lower than Clinton got. Yeah. Any of these establishment candidates here, okay, 2 of them won. Whitmer won, Biden won, Clinton lost by a point. Any of these establishment candidates, Stevens is running right now with the vote we just got, 1/3 of the vote in Eaton County. She's running lower than their total there. So this is... it continues at small pieces of evidence here, but that's if you're Stevens, not the start you want there.
We might actually be getting like more than a 20-point blowout when all the dust is settled, all the votes are counted. This might end up being like a +20, +22. I mean, this could be just ridiculous blowout.
If he's close in anything, essentially north of Saginaw, if he's close in any of those counties, that's like a bonus for him. That's like, cherry on the cake. He's close in the little bit we have in Wexford. He's close in the tiny bit we have in Delta. Again, these are small. Okay, he's winning in algebra. This is actually a bit of an outlier. Marquette here. Marquette is right here. That's sort of the capital of the UP. That's where Northern Michigan University is. He actually did okay up here in 2018. The progressives do a little bit better here. But again, anything that's competitive for Al Sayed up here is encouraging news for him. I think Adam had something.
Well, I just wanted to note Eaton gives us our first result out of Michigan 7 as well in the Democratic primary there.
Let's check in there. Okay. And this is, let's just call this up on the screen right here. So
Michigan
7th district.
7? What's going on
there? This is Republican Tom Bear. Alyssa Slotkin had represented this district. She left to run for the Senate. She won in 2024. Tom Barrett, the Republican, won this seat by a few points. He's going to be running for
William
re-election.
Lawrence to win.
This is a district. Look,
and
Trump
so far, so good.
Biden won it by a point. So this is one of those that's going to get a ton of attention in the fall. This is also one of those where that question of electability here has come into play. William Lawrence is the candidate of the left. He's got the Bernie Sanders endorsement. He started the Sunrise Movement.
He's really good.
Much powered by many of the same sort of political, ideological forces that are behind Al Sayed in the Senate race. And the same question has been raised by Lawrence's candidacy. If Democrats nominate him in a district, this is not a deep blue district. This is a Republican-held district that Donald Trump won. Can a candidate of the left win there? That's been an issue in this primary. But the other thing that's been an issue in this primary has been this. Lawrence is the candidate of the left. Both of these candidates, Matt Mosdem and Bridget Brink, are kind of in the same lane, fighting each other.
Split the votes.
Has the endorsement of Alyssa Slotkin, again, the former congresswoman from this district. Bridget Brink was the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. They've both kind of presented themselves as sort of moderate establishment figures. And look at this. Between the two of them, if you could unite that vote, well, this would be a close race. They'd have about 51-48 over Lawrence, but they are splitting what's come in here so far in Eaton County. And meanwhile, Lawrence is sitting there 20 points, a little bit more than 20 points ahead of both of them. Now, the way it works in this district is the two big population centers. This is by far the biggest. Right next door is Ingham County. That is where Lansing is. That's where East Lansing is. East Lansing, Michigan State University, right?
Basing your vote on electability is centrist poison. There are good electability arguments that can be made. The problem is that usually when they are being made, they're being made by people who are advocating, like they're advocating in bad faith, right? What they're really saying is they want to stick to the moderates. Moderates almost never make electability arguments in favor of left-leaning candidates. You know what I mean? Like, you never see them apply that logic consistently. I, on the other hand, am capable of doing that, you know? Even if a progressive Democrat was capable of marginally winning in, like, a red state or something, you know? If there was a better option as a moderate Democrat, I wouldn't want to send a progressive out just to get slaughtered in the general. We don't have the luxury of losing general elections, you know?
Be sort of the epicenter. That's going to be the hub for Lawrence, the big liberal college county, right? It's not just a college county, but this was going to be the place that powered Lawrence. But here he is next door. Okay, Eaton County, a little bit of Lansing extends into Eaton County, but you're talking about bedroom communities here. You're talking about more of sort of like a suburb of Lansing. And again, I think a big part of it may well be this split, divided opposition here. But here's Lawrence getting, at least in the little bit that we see, it's only 4%, but there he is running 20 points ahead. So that is going to be, 4%. It's 30% Eaton County. It's 4% of the district. So that's a significant thing, because if Lawrence is having a big night in Ingham County, someone else was going to have to step up and have a big night throughout the rest of the district.
Coming to you from Michigan, me and my partner both voted Abdul. Nice. You can feel singly responsible for the outcome we're going to see tonight then.
McComb came in, not a lot.
Okay. You are right. A little bit came in. We got about 250 votes here.
I get it, Kornacki. I get it.
In Macomb County.
It looks like that's coming from Roseville.
Okay. Macomb has been super slow in past primaries. Well, again, this doesn't mean they're going to be fast. Let me, while I have a minute, nothing in Missouri?
Nothing in Missouri one that we've been watching. I will say in Eaton County, since it's the one, and I think we just got some more Eaton as well.
We did.
Yes. So we've been, I know you and I were talking a lot today.
Nice, the Missouri ballot measure lost. Are you talking about that really anti-democratic one? Fuck, I forget the provision on the ballot. Let me see if I can find that. Missouri Amendment 4, that one's already lost. That's good to know. Require congressional district approval for constitutional amendments, ban foreign contributions, penalize petition fraud, and everyone voted no. This is like a really Republican-backed amendment, yes? I think that's the one. I'll look up more on it.
And we've got... It was 2/3, 1/3 before. What
Missouri
we just got was, we think, was more.
4.
Yeah, it looks like we're tapped out of the early now, and it looks like we're expecting a little bit more election day and some more mail.
There is more mail. Okay, so that was the early vote that just was added into the mix.
That's what the early vote is, a small pool.
Right.
So I think it was vote across all modes that just came in.
Right.
I see. Okay. The purpose of Missouri's Amendment 4 was that if in Missouri, a city of like 2 million people decides they want to vote in favor of changing the state's constitution, you need to get the approval of every goddamn congressional district, including the ones that have 5 people. So basically, it would try to make any state constitutions changes that are progressive impossible, because the rural districts would never support them. Just an effort to gridlock democracy. Classic Republican bullshit. No real solutions. Just like jamming as many fucking crowbars in the machine as possible. Yeah, you have to get signed permission from every single sheepfucker in the in rural Missouri before you can pass any change to the state constitution.
And again, we say Stevens here, what's the kind of number? What's like a bottom line number she would want to get out of Eaton County if you just take the lowest of all the establishment candidates, right? We said it was 44%. Maybe if she could compensate for it somewhere else, that could drop a little.
More likely pig fuckers? Yeah, you're right. They'd be pig fuckers, I assume. I don't know what they farm over there in Missouri. I don't know.
Big Ann Arbor,
I don't know what they're doing over
University
there.
of Michigan. We just got, this must be a big bunch of vote by mail that we just got.
Good Lord.
Taking a look.
Holy cow.
Holy cows, yeah. Holy. Yeah.
I see a mix here again.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I'm seeing a mix of pro-Abdul and anti-Haley votes.
Get through. Again, this is sort of the liberal heart of Michigan here, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. This Al Sayed this was his best county, as a matter of fact, I believe, in 2018. Let me just check that. Yeah, look, in 2018, he basically fought Whitmer to a tie here, 46-46. But the key, using that Whitmer model, Whitmer was able to get 46% support out of Washtenaw County, right? Washtenaw County this is going to be roughly 6% of all votes. All votes statewide, about 6% of them are coming out of here in Washtenaw County, right? So you don't want to get blown out in a county like this. Whitmer in 2018 didn't get blown out. She got 46% of the vote right there. How did the other establishment candidates do? Biden in 2020 got 48% of the vote in Washtenaw County. In 2016, running against Bernie Sanders, right? He'd be the college town guy, you would think, right? Hillary Clinton, well, she didn't do great, but she got 44%. In Washtenaw County. These are establishment candidates in Democratic primaries in this county. That is where Stevens is running, we think, with a mix of early vote by mail and election day vote. She's a light year behind the other establishment candidates. We say, again, if you're an establishment candidate running against a progressive insurgent.
Why do we never hear about electability concerns from the moderates with regards to Haley Stevens, They're just it just pisses me off how fucking disingenuous they are, We have to, even though genuinely, the moderate Democrats have absolutely no political project, a totally unsophisticated understanding of how politics takes place. They don't even believe in advocacy. They just chase whatever has 51% approval, unless it has to do with Israel. They have no strategy, no mindset, no framework, but they tut us and treat us like children. They never apply their own standards to themselves. Hey, maybe there's something a little bit unelectable about Haley Stevens. Maybe it's a little bit electorally damaging to have this obviously unpopular, uncharismatic candidate who needs 60 million in backing in the primary, let alone the general, and the majority of our money is coming from people who are fine with Rogers winning.
Estimates 39% of the election day vote in this mix, and we have 11% of the advance vote in this mix, which includes some mail. But as you're saying, I think you're right that we would get more advance vote and more mail vote specifically later on in the night. Looking at the county results site, it's also a pretty broad-based precinct results, but I do see precincts with zeros in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, so we're getting more from those populated.
They haven't gone over to Missouri 1 yet, but unfortunately, it does seem like Cori Bush is currently getting her back blown out by Bell. I haven't really paid much attention to her campaign, so I guess you can pin this one on me, but it does not look good based on the early votes.
The vote by mail, so El Sayed's winning the vote by mail right now, 50 to 45, and that's not included. So, okay, again, something significant is going to have to change in the pattern Adam just said for Stevens to avoid getting clobbered in Washtenaw County. Because again, we say Ann Arbor's vote by mail comes last. We think, Stevens is going to do better with vote by mail.
Ben. I did that weeks ago
with vote by mail than election day. So in a way, that's good news for her. You say maybe she's saving saving her best for last. But even in the vote by mail that's been counted so far, she's a couple points behind Al Sayed. And I would think, this is me guessing, we'll see, when you get to Washtenaw, a place like Ann Arbor, such a liberal town, even the vote by mail there, it may be more friendly to Stevens than the election day vote, but that doesn't mean she's winning it. She may just be losing it by a lesser margin than she's losing the election day vote. This is if you're Stevens, the early discouraging signs are adding up.
We have some election day vote in Livingston as well.
Genuinely, I feel like if it wasn't for the fact that this is an extremely anticipated and hot topic race, people already would have called it in Michigan. Haley Stevens doesn't have a shot in the world, not even close. I feel like the calls already would have happened.
Mail we have, if you're able to calculate that, with the caveat that we think this is the most friendly type of vote for Al Sayed. He's 26 points ahead with a little bit more than a quarter of the vote counted in Livingston. Livingston is sort of the big, fast-growing ex-urban county there. You got Detroit, you got Oakland, you got Macomb, and then a little bit further out, you got fast-growing Livingston County. That's sort of where you are. Sayed leading this by 26 points. To give you, again, the benchmarks we've kind of been using are three.
Can't call it till polls polls close in the up counties. Yeah, I understand you don't want to make calls before the polls close because that's a little bit undemocratic. I'm just saying, like, just based on how much of a blowout this is going to be.
One as well.
Okay, we'll go right over to that. I just want to put these benchmarks up because I've been 38% was Clinton. She got clobbered here by Bernie Sanders. Biden did much better. He won it. He got 52%. Whitmer, remember, this is in that area where Whitmer really overperformed. She got 61%. So we knew that the Stevens number was coming down from 61. Clinton was really low there at 38. So look, if you're Stevens, I think you're looking at this number and you're saying, okay, Clinton was competitive statewide, getting 38 in this county. This is primarily election day vote. That should be more friendly for Syed. Is there vote by mail that's going to boost this number and put it somewhere between the 38 and 52? That's where Stevens will want to land here. So put a pin in this one here. That's a if you're El Sayed, that's a good start for you. But you can see a scenario here where Stevens could get into a range here that's a little bit more comfortable for her. That's Livingston right now. Adam says we've got a little bit of Missouri 1. Let's go and take a look here. Okay, now the key. This is, so the district here is split sort of in half. All right, this is the city of St. Louis on this side. This is the inner suburbs of St. Louis County on this side. That's where we're getting the vote from. Bell here, and what you're seeing, 30%, that is their early vote. That's being released in one batch. So we said two things coming into this, that we expected that Bell was going to do better, much better in St. Louis County, and he was going to do much better with the early vote. So this is as good as it can get.
Yeah,
for Bell, just in terms of the type of vote
Missouri's
we're talking
a
about.
shithole.
We're talking about early vote in St. Louis County, but we're talking about nearly a 60-point margin over Cori Bush. That is significantly better than Bell was able to get out of the St. Louis County port. He won this narrowly by a couple points over Bush in 2024. That is significantly better than what he was able to win the county by in the primary in 2024. So that is initially, and what that basically takes us to, 30% of the vote, that's the early vote from St. Louis County, gets us to about a sixth of the vote in now district-wide. That's an awfully good start if you're Wesley Bell. That's an awfully good start. Now, obviously, it raises the question, since we know there is a county-city divide in these results, and Bush did much better on the city side, looks, at least from this vantage point, well, it looks like Bell might be doing significantly better in St. Louis County than he did last time against Bush. Can Bush do significantly better in the city of St. Louis than he did last time against Bell?
Who do we want to win? Cori Bush. Wesley Bell's kind of a bit of a piece. Seems like it's not happening though.
Between how the early in the election day vote looks in these Democratic primaries with these candidates on the left. So is the remaining vote, does it really change dramatically there to bring that county? So anyway, if you're Bell, obviously that's about as much as you could expect to get out of that first batch there. But those are the questions that remain after seeing that first batch there in the first district of Missouri. So, Adam, thank you for keeping me honest. If we get more there, we'll go right back to it. We're not going to miss it. Before going to Michigan, I will just check in here on the Republican gubernatorial primary in Kansas. Masterson continuing to lead there. In the Democratic primary, continues to be an extremely close race right here. Ethan Corson, less than 1,000 votes behind Cindy Holscher. We've got this is where Kansas City, the city of Kansas City, Kansas is, the place where the Chiefs are going to be playing starting in 2030. Corson is leading Knowledge. He is leading narrowly, to put it mildly, in Johnson County. Leavenworth, that's small.
What's bad about Wesley? Wesley's literally like AIPAC-backed reactionary who unseated Cori Bush in the previous election. He's received a ton of funding from them.
Holscher is leading there. But again,
how much exactly? Hold on.
921 votes. We got Michigan.
Wesley Bell.
We have more vote out of Washtenaw. I think we have, funding. We have about three-quarters of the election day vote coming in now.
Yeah, AIPAC spent like $8 million unseating progressive Cori Bush via Wesley Bell.
Look like.
So the most recent batch.
Looking good.
Like I said, I think it was mostly election day. I'm just loading it up right now. El Sayed wins it 66-31, basically.
Okay, it was all election day vote.
Primarily. There is some other mix in there. But I remember earlier I mentioned some of those counties or some of those precincts in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti that had zeros. Those now have numbers. So we're just filling in.
We're getting election day vote from Ann Arbor in here.
Yes.
And how much actual just mail do we have?
Our current estimate for just mail, let me take a look.
And what this means statewide, I'll show folks, adding that big batch. We just doubled the vote in Washtenaw County. It takes us to 5% statewide. Again, what's driving this is what you're looking at right there. These, we got some Saginaw. Okay, it's only a couple hundred votes here. It's not big enough. This is when you get sort of a scattering. So that is, let's not lose sight of Saginaw because that becomes significant as we get more right there. But let's go back to what
Abdul's doing better because he managed to attract more attention than Cory Bush. Well, it's a couple of things. Missouri's also just a huge shithole. Like St. Louis ain't great either. Like, it's really not. Also, keep in mind that, like, in St. Louis especially, racial politics and racial patronage come into play. These are, like, exploitable topics there. The Democratic Party has long weaponized, Aipac has long weaponized the Congressional Black Caucus and the black electorate broadly in, like, if we align the interests of the moderates with the perceived interests of our black constituency, we can, like, disingenuously accuse our opponents of being racist. Now, obviously, they can't really accuse Cory Bush of being anti-black, you know, for clear reasons, or at least it wouldn't go very far. But yeah, no, the tried and true Zionist classic of racial patronage politics is definitely, like, coming into play there.
That's going to move that needle for Stevenson. That's Washtenaw.
We did get another report out of Eaton. We're now half in Eaton overall.
Okay, and now now Stevens has moved up a bit here. Did we just get some vote by mail?
Yeah, she won this most recent batch. I'm trying to take a look. Let's see what we can see. It looks like, yes, this was mostly mail.
Okay. So with half the vote in Eaton County, we can go deep here because we don't have a ton. Let me ask it this way. Of the expected vote by mail, how much has been counted at Eaton?
I see this is right now 24%, a quarter.
Okay, about a quarter of the expected vote by mail.
But it says 48%.
And the election day vote, how much?
89% is what I have in my
So this is interesting. Okay, so this is heavily skewed towards Al Sayed friendly vote. I don't know if you have the number in front of you, but the vote by mail was running Stevens plus 5.5 before. Have we got any more that's changed that?
In specifically in Eaton?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 59-34 in the mail vote.
She's now winning it by 25 points.
Yes.
So we got a significant new amount of vote by mail.
I think we just had a few votes before, and now we have more, and it broke heavily in her favor.
Okay. Well, now that's very interesting because now
how do they know the votes are boys? Handwriting.
A bit more favorable here in Eaton County. Put those numbers back up on the screen. Remember, Whitmer, this was the outlier area for Whitmer where she was just performing much better than most Democrats because it's her home area. But it was 52% in Eaton was the Biden number, and 44% was the Hillary Clinton 2016 number. 41% is Stevens' number here. Yes.
We just got some City of Detroit and Wayne, like 4,000 votes just came in.
Okay. City of Detroit. Now, Detroit has typically put vote by mail out first.
Yeah, let me see what's tabulated here in the system.
Okay, while you're doing that, let me set the scene in Wayne, because I said there was one place on the map that stood out as where Stevens might be able to improve dramatically over Whitmer, and it is right here in Wayne County. In the 2018 gubernatorial primary, in the 2018 gubernatorial primary, Whitmer got 44% of the vote in Wayne County. Okay, that was considerably lower than how Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Clinton got 60% of the vote. Why did Clinton do so well and Whitmer?
No, Detroit, how could you? It's fucking over. Ah, man. It feels weird, like hinging on such an important race, but knowing its outcome ahead of time, you know? Normally, it's either kind of like a, neck and neck race to the finish, or it's just despair. Where's Tallarico in this? Which county of Michigan is Tallarico running in again, guys? I forgot. Sorry for the copy paste. I actually live in Detroit. You know how canvassers always tries to talk to you and hand you infographics outside the polling station? Well, when I went the other day, there must have been 5 separate groups handing out material. None of the flyers showed either of the 2 Muslim candidates, AES and Tlaib. Kind of crazy how desperate they're getting. Hope it doesn't work out. Actually, no. At least to my memory, that's not allowed in Washington or California. You're not allowed to have people doing political canvassing anywhere near voting places. I'm not familiar with that at all. But yeah, no, they've spent a lot of money.
Stevens to improve on the 44% that Whitmer got out of the largest county in Michigan. It's right there. It's in Detroit, because the polls have shown that Stevens has been beating Al-Sayed by a very...
Why is she doing well in Detroit? Dog, 1% in. We can't keep doing this every time, okay? We're just waiting for the numbers to roll in, baby.
That Clinton race in 2016. And if Stevens is able to win Detroit by a big margin, that number, if you're using that Whitmer number as a baseline, that's a way for her to move it up. That's hugely important for her.
Yeah, so I think that vote that came in Detroit was early in-person vote.
Okay. Early in, and again, it's just, this is a couple thousand votes here, so we're still waiting on much more. But it does speak to that being Stevens friendly, at least to have her ahead there early. Again, from Detroit, though.
From Detroit. And just a reminder, we're about 10 minutes out from the top of the hour. We'll be rejoining News Now for some hits, and we'll have all of Michigan closed excitingly at the top of the hour.
Okay, I see we just got a little scatter in Grand Traverse County. This is the one area just to, again, there's not a ton of vote up here. There's very, little vote up here. This is actually one of the more populated areas sort of north there of Saginaw. This is where Traverse City is. Traverse City, Leelanau, Charlevoix, this sort of area up here is different. It's demographically different than the rest of the lower peninsula. And the upper peninsula, this is sort of... It's
just the county Vox Syndicate. The whole of Michigan, we've only had, what, like 3, maybe 4% of the votes counted? Not that much. Don't worry about it.
Here, okay, so it's a different... We talk about northern Michigan being blue-collar, older, white. These areas here tend to be, there's some growth population-wise. There is a lot of older population. It's a lot of retirees. It's retirees with money in a lot of cases. So Grand Traverse County is one of those places. This is just 2%, so, hard immediately to discern. I mean, obviously, it's a huge number for Al-Sayed, but you see the categories we're trying to make sense of here, and with only 2%, but a little bit different around here. So keep that in mind
still a chance
as you
for
watch
Stephen?
Northern Michigan fill in. We also, I see, had some Cass County. Again, it's just a very small amount out of Cass County.
Some more Livingston just came in.
You got more Livingston a lot more Livingston just came in. Okay, wow. Tell us what kind of vote we just got there in Livingston.
This looks like it's a lot of election day. It looks like, according to my estimates that I keep here in our tracker, that should be all of our election day vote.
Well, that's interesting. So again, we said this is the outlier area. And how much time do I have till this hit?
About 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. So again, we said that Livingston is part of this area where Whitmer ran up the score in 2018. So look, she got 61% of the vote here, but we knew Stevens is not going to match that. That's just a product of Whitmer being sort of the local candidate. Okay, the other two, we put this up a minute ago. We'll put it up again. Biden in Livingston County got 52% of the vote. Remember,
the entirety of the state of Michigan's polls close in 8 minutes. I wonder if they're going to call it after that. They're going to be like, yep, wrap it up. We don't have to pretend anymore. Everyone's voted.
Even only getting 38% of the vote in Livingston because she did so well in Wayne County, which is like the mother lode of votes. She was able to compensate for it. So I say that if that Clinton is a benchmark for Stevens, it would require Stevens to get a Clinton-like number out of Wayne County. I don't know if that's in the offing because there are other parts of Wayne County that are not as demographically friendly to Stevens. We'll talk about that as the night goes on. I think Stevens could perform better potentially than Whitmer did in Wayne County, but that doesn't.
How likely do you think we are to see a pushback on this victory from establishment and/or Republicans? I mean, I don't know what you mean by pushback. Like Republicans are running against Abdul Al-Sayed in the general. Like, of course, of course, the Republicans are going to fight against the Democratic not incumbent, the primary winner. I think the big split, the thing that I want Democrats both in Washington and like the electorate to wake up to is the fact that a significant number of people in the Democratic Party don't actually care about winning. they will straight up tank the party and their own chances of victory if it means maintaining pro-corporate and pro-Israel loyalties. So for me, the real question is going to be, so of course the Republicans are going to oppose Abdul al-Sayed. That's their job, right? That makes sense. The real question is how much of the Democratic Party is going to hang on being a Haley Stevens dead ender. You know what I mean? I'm sure there is going to be some like begrudging rolling over. I mean, even you know, Schumer eventually warmed up to Mamdani, or pretended to in public. You know, but we all need to be on the lookout here for Democrats that are very clearly trying to hold water for Rogers in the general because they would rather a Zionist candidate win.
Give or take 2,600, 25. I mean, at that pace, she could net, you know, 2,500 votes or so. She's down by 2,032 right now. So there's some opportunity there for Stevens to get something, to come away from Livingston with something closer to what she wants. Okay. Livingston, Eaton, we've got Grand Rapids, we've got nothing more. Wexford is still at 10. We told you Grand Traverse, it's almost nothing. Benzie, we got about 8%. Well, 8%. Again, this is closer to, this is still a little bit into that vacation land, the Sleeping Bear Dunes that sort of start around here. But again, we're looking to see if Al Sayed is substantially overperforming here, how he did in 2018. We're going to need a little bit more signal there. Saginaw still only just a scattering of votes there in Saginaw. Saginaw is substantial once we start getting votes. Adam said we got a little bit from Macomb here. And again, I just tell me, was it mail or
It was early in person from Shelby Township.
It was early, so it was in between. Okay. Most complicated. Yes.
Yes. And we also got all of the election day vote in St. Joseph down there at the...
The current incumbent senator and Haley Stevens' mentor already said he'd endorse al-Sayed. I don't think there's going to be much dead ender. There will be plenty of dead enders implicitly, if not explicitly. There will be loads and loads of Democrats and, you know, thought leaders, consultants, those dipshits who will ponder, you know, how dangerous of a position the progressives have put us in by electing this, you know, this marginal candidate, this extremist candidate. You know, they might campaign, but there will still be plenty of people in media who hold water for this Stevens dead ending, you know?
Got 38% of the vote here in 2016, the establishment candidate. Biden got 53% of the vote here in 2020, and Whitmer got 52% of the vote here in 2018. And there's Stevens just getting through the worst batch, we think, the worst type of vote that she's got to deal with, the election day vote, and she's sitting at 48%. Already 10 points north of Clinton in 2016. Again, that Clinton model in 2016 really leaned on running up the number in Wayne County. That's why she could almost get away with numbers that low in places like this. So Stevens is well ahead of that.
When it comes to Sayed and Mamdani, all people have against them is that they're Muslim. Well, unfortunately, to a lot of Americans, that's an extremely compelling argument, you know? So, got to do what we can, right? It's an uphill battle. It is shocking how rapidly the Democrats shifted over to that rhetoric, though. So many of the attacks against Abdul al-Sayed from McMorrow and Stevens basically were just like, he's a scary Muslim. The accusations of sexism, totally unfounded, literally from nothing, just trying to pull on the he's a scary foreign guy. Haley Stevens really leading on this, well, I'm a Michigander, and unlike Abdul, you know where I'm from. Bullshit when they're both like, isn't Abdul al-Sayed like born in Detroit? Literally a local. McMorrow just straight up like insinuating he was in favor of the temple attack. Really, really nasty stuff.
To the terrorist attack on Israel in 2023, and he left the DSA. So now the DSA is trying to knock him out and has their own candidate, Donovan McKinney, going against him. So this is ex-DSA against DSA in a deeply Democratic district here. And again, it's just 2,500 votes or so that have come in, but the DSA candidate right there jumps out to the quick advantage. Sri Tanadar was certainly thought coming into tonight to be very vulnerable. I'm going to check if we have, we got more out of, we didn't check in here since we got Livingston. So this is that race again.
Looks like William Lawrence's lead is closed a bit here.
Establishment candidates who we think are kind of, 2-minute warning to the hit. I just heard in my ear. So we've got, almost half the vote in Livingston. Remember, this is, Adam has told us, this is largely election day vote. So this might be about the high water mark for Lawrence here in the Livingston County portion. This might be about the high water mark for Lawrence in the Eaton County portion. That's the good news if you're one of Lawrence's opponents. The bad news is you see in both places how split that vote is between them. Maasdam a few points ahead of Brink here, but both very close. Brink a few points ahead of Maasdam here, but both very close. So even if in the remaining vote that Lawrence share comes down, if that reduced Lawrence share is just sort of a bit more for Maasdam and a bit more for Brink, is anyone really pulling that much closer to him district-wide? And again, remember, what I think the Lawrence folks think is their ace in the hole is still to come here in Ingham County, which is, the biggest.
Abdul and Stephen were both born in the same Detroit suburb. Real, no matter what you choose, you get the same outcome, huh?
In that it's overwhelmingly Democratic. There's Michigan State University, those sorts of very liberal county, those sorts of things. Zoom out here, statewide Senate race. I know we have a
black woman's entry into the Congressional Black Caucus isn't guaranteed unless she bends the knee. Yeah, that makes sense. The Congressional Black Caucus has always been an institution built to keep the Democratic Party in line. It has nothing to do with representing black people. New, Daria Lisa's entry into the Black Caucus isn't a guarantee, not if she doesn't support Hakeem along with other issues, one senior member told Axios. Absolutely will not be welcomed if she doesn't support Hakeem. Cool. Great Congressional Black Caucus. Wonderful. Love my racial patronage.
Get a big update from Oakland soon, so if you see it jump, take a look there.
Okay, it's important. So folks, I'm going to stop here for a second. This is Oakland. I promise you, if this lights up in the next few seconds, it's the first thing I'm going to click on. Oh, they still tell me it's a minute. We still got a minute. So you may get it before they get it on News Now. Let's all sit and watch. This we think would be to vote by mail from Oakland, right? That's how.
Kind of a banger, huh? A little bit loud, though, in my opinion. How are we doing? How are we doing? How do I cover? I want to see the biggest margin possible. I wonder if they'll call it. I wonder if they'll call it. JRPG battle music. It is a little bit annoying that it's like a half-second loop, you know? Like, couldn't it be a 20-second loop, maybe? While we wait, I recently joined the DSA. Yeah, big reminder to everyone to join up with the DSA. Maybe your local chapter isn't that useful, but, you can change that. That's the whole point.
Steve Kornacki posted up at the big board. Steve, give us a sense of how this one's playing out so far.
Ooh,
yeah, I mean, a big
thing
just happened literally in the last 30 seconds, so why don't we start right there? This
Huge
is the
drop of votes
tally.
from the...
16% of the vote is now counted. That was at 6% until about 30 seconds ago when this happened. Holy cow. Oakland County, this is the second biggest county in the state. Like 16% of all the vote in the primaries coming out of here. And we just got more than half the vote from Oakland County in one fell swoop. And you can see here that Haley Stevens is leading that over Abdul El-Sayed by 2 points. Now, the important context for this is a lot of this, we think, is vote by mail. That's typically what has come first in Oakland County. Now, this is going to be a little weedsy here, but this is important because it's the trend that's been revealing itself as these results have been coming into tonight and in these past primaries that we've been seeing. The vote by mail tends to be older. It tends to be older voters, tends to be more establishment friendly. It tends to be more favorable to a candidate like Stevens. That is what we're seeing in other counties around the state tonight. She does her best with the vote by mail. And so she does have the advantage over Al-Sayed with this big batch that just came in. But I would say it's only a 2-point advantage with what we think is sort of the best type of vote for her. What other type of vote is there? Well, election day vote, folks who went to the polls and voted in person today. And what we've been seeing throughout the rest of Michigan tonight and what we've been seeing across this primary season is that election day vote tends to be younger voters, more progressive voters, the fuel for these sort of left-wing candidacies that have won in these.
Yeah, the shift of these votes is not surprising. They're overrepresented now relative to the total. We saw how it plays out.
It's a county. This isn't just any county. There's 83 on the map. This is one of paramount importance to her. She has to win Oakland County tonight. She has to win it by, I'd say, a substantial margin. She leads by 2 points with 60% of the vote in. But if that remaining vote that's going to be coming in here is the election day vote that's as pro Al Sayed as we've been seeing elsewhere, the opportunity for him to pass her here and for her not to get that kind of number she needs out of Oakland, I think is very real, because I think that's really been the story that we've seen. As I zoom back out here and look at the statewide total, 17% right now, Al Sayed with that 8-point advantage. He has been absolutely cleaning up with the election day vote. Stevens has been holding her own with the...
Have you not seen the Tapper interview with the Republican wife beater? No, Max Miller, you mean? No, I haven't seen that. I live in Macomb County, but I've been stressful as fuck all day. Buddy, I keep telling you, Abdul Al-Sayed's going to win. It's just a matter of by how much.
By mail comes in right now. And I just see some more sagging. I thought there might be a little bit more. I apologize for that. But the bottom line is that Oakland number, well, it is higher for Stevens than it is for Al-Sayed. Is it as high as Stevens wants it to be?
Yeah. So Steve, and I've been talking to folks with the Al Sayed campaign. To your point, they have been laser focused on this same day vote, specifically looking at younger voters, African American voters. So take us inside some of the counties where those votes are reflected. Wayne County, I know, slow to vote. We're probably not going to get that for a little while. But what are you seeing so far? Any indication about those two constituencies?
Well, yeah, Wayne County, we have very little. There's a little.
Vote Hub is predicting, the Vote Hub guy is predicting a 14-point win for Abdul Al-Sayed. I would be happy with a 14-point win. I would hope for like a 16 plus, but I would still be happy with 14.
75% black. It is in Wayne County. It's not all of Wayne County. There are other parts of Wayne County that I think are very fertile ground for Al Sayed. But the opportunity there for Stevens, if she really is getting a big number among black voters, you would really see that in Detroit, and that could help her there in Wayne County. But you ask, too, about younger voters, and take a look next door in Washtenaw County. This is Ann Arbor. This is the University of Michigan. I keep saying University of Michigan. This is also Eastern Michigan University. I don't want to leave them out. But Al Sayed here, look at this, up nearly 40 points in Washtenaw County. And I think this one's significant. This is a big piece of the puzzle, too. It's a little bit more than 5% of all the votes cast statewide are going to come out of Washtenaw County.
Can somebody please tell me why the Detroit area, which is so impoverished, is voting against a socialist? Haley Stevens focused heavily on the black vote. The Congressional Black Caucus showed up to support her. Clyburn stuff. And also, poor people don't vote for socialists. Poor people tend to be less educated. Less educated people tend to vote the way you'd expect less educated people to vote. The more educated a group of people is, the more likely they are to vote for socialists. University students, usually people with a high middle income, right? People who make between, depending on the area, $80,000 to $250,000 a year. That's your core demographic right there, because that's when you have an income befitting a higher education, but you haven't yet reached that point of ludicrous wealth where you start, I don't know, at some point every rich guy becomes a pedophile. It's like 100 million, 200 million. I don't know what the threshold is, but like it's before that point.
A minute. Yeah, Steve, thank you so much for starting.
Okay. So there you go. You see how that works? That was great. And I think you saw the moment, right? I mean, look at that. I don't need to repeat it. You just heard it. But
no amount of reading Marxist literature will deny that fact. Poor people are dumb. Dog, that's in the Marxist literature. You read the Marxist literature to come away with the conclusion that poor people are dumb.
Missouri won. So we'll check in there in a second. But I just want to see, did we get any more Macomb? We did not. We don't have any more Wayne. Nothing significant, Adam? I see a little bit. We got
more out of Washtenaw. We got more out of St. Joseph. We got more out of Eaton.
How much more? So did we just got some vote by mail, I'm guessing, out of Washtenaw.
So the middle class is important for socialism? No, education is. The education of workers, which is the reason why Marx was so insistent on education of the working class. Educated people are the basis. Uneducated people are, I mean, obviously definitionally stupid and reactionary and prone to superstition and very easily swayed by their masters. Educated people are much, 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 much better at advocating for their self-interest.
We just got a little bit more. There was at 18% before. We were at Eaton, we got more. So she's made her way to 42% in Eaton County. Stevens has. Livingston County, she's at 39. Again, I think she needs to be getting, into the, mid 40s. Saginaw, we're still at 3. This is small. We got Bay, a little bit in Bay. Again, I'm just looking for more vote than this, but this, this is the kind of thing. It's tiny, but I do think it's set.
Also, why the Black Panther Party emphasized education. Did you guys see that that article on how Clarence Thomas was a black separatist when he was in university, and then his first white friend was who was it? Who was his first white friend? That's funny. Another L for black separatism. Yeah, John Bolton. That's right. It's a small club, and you're not in it.
Then the progressive wing was against Whitmer. See a little bit of it there. We showed you our friends in Wexford County earlier. It's only 16%. Again, these are tiny counties, but, if it's a trend across the board, first of all, they add up to a little bit less than 10% of the vote, but also I think that could speak to a broader trend in the electorate. Again, just getting a little bit more here. This is Charlevoix, but again, they're giving us, a precinct or something in these places, so it's not too much to work with.
Steve, to give you a little bit more on Oakland, so the things that did come in that most recent update was that mail vote from the countywide voting center that we've been talking about. That broke for Stevens 66-30, and that was about 54,000 votes. And then we have some election day vote. That was about 74,000 votes, and that broke for El Sayed 59-39.
Right. Okay. So that, again, you could see Stevens took a big swing there with that absentee, and she's up 2. There is election day vote that's helping El Sayed there. But again, I think Stevens needs to be in the, we didn't give you the benchmarks. Why don't we give you the benchmarks in Oakland? Right. In fact, it's very...
Clarence Thomas said black and white people shouldn't intermix. Then he got involved with Republicans and married a rich white lady. Literally equal and opposite to white supremacists. All racists are the same, dog. My race is supreme, and then you end up doing interracial marriage. It's the same. It's always the same. Always the same.
And all of the establishment candidates won Oakland. This is the candidate who lost statewide. These are the two candidates. Whitmer got 52% statewide. Biden got 53% of the vote statewide. So these in those cases were winning numbers. And again, that's where Stevens lands after. Yes, there is some election day vote that's part of that too. But what that equals out to, 17% of the vote. How much time till it's hit? Okay, 2 minutes till Missouri won. Let me check in there.
Well, we already know how Missouri won.
If there's something major that happens. So, okay. Oh, wow. Well, we missed this one, folks. Sorry. What happened? We said, could Cori Bush counter in St. Louis City what Wesley Bell got out of St. Louis County, which was about as good as he get out of St. Louis County? The short answer is she didn't. She's losing by 26 points in St. Louis City. So now we've seen it across the dividing line, and we have called this race. NBC News has declared that Wesley Bell...
Are we happy about Cori Bush losing? No. Why would we be happy about that?
He has defeated former Congresswoman Cori Bush, who sought a rematch after losing her seat to Bell in 2024. This one's decisive.
Yeah, Aipac won this race.
This one's decisive. Again,
consolation prize after losing Michigan.
Vote in both these places. The election day vote may make this closer for Bush, but you've seen it now replicated across this divide here between the city and the county loomed very large in 2024. But in both places, again, we knew Bell would do well there. He's even up 26 in the early vote there. So that adds up to our decision desk being comfortable to call that race. So that's an incumbent who is not going to lose. And that is, we've had this trend, seen this particularly in cities with these left-wing sort of insurgencies, winning. Here's one where that's not going to happen. Now we got 3 minutes still, so we can go back to Michigan right here. Let's just unless there's something big in the statewide, I want to go through the congressional races so we're not missing these. We told you about the 13th district. This is McKinney.
For context, Bell received more money from Aipac than any other candidate in Missouri, including Republicans. Yeah, Aipac really, 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 really wanted Cori Bush gone. So they spent the money and they got what they wanted. Where is it? Where is it? There he is. Look at that. Jesus Christ, it's 18 million? Look at that. These are all the Republicans and Democrats. Wesley Bell, Cory Bush's opponent, literally like orders of magnitude more money than everyone else. 18 mil? Well, this was like the last time, well, not the last time, but it was one of the last times Aipac really wanted to keep a progressive out of Congress.
Maybe favoring him a bit, but he's still 11 points behind Lawrence there. So district-wide, I don't know why it does that. District-wide, we got about a fifth of the vote. Lawrence has a double-digit lead over his nearest competitor, and we keep saying Ingham, Ingham, Ingham. That's where you. I think the expectation has been Lawrence would do best.
I'm okay with
if he can
Rice,
survive the way he is outside of Ingham and then get to Ingham. I think that's certainly what he wants to see. Let's take a look at the 11th district here. We don't have any results yet to talk about. Let's take a look here. It's Missouri's first, excuse me. And I wanted to look at the 10th district here. Can we get the? Let's see if we can get the 10th up. Now, this is, Christina Hines here. She was the best funded candidate. This is the seat here. This is the Macomb County-based district that John James, he's giving this up. He's running for governor on the Republican side. Christina Hines had the most money in this campaign. Tim Grimal was the former mayor of Pontiac. There's a portion of this district that actually bleeds over.
Genuine question, does AIPAC just have infinite money or something like holy hell? Well, they spent around $100 million in 2024, I think. I mean, yeah, it's like represents the interests of the most wealthy, powerful, and evil people in the country. Yeah, if they really wanted to, they could marshal far more money than they already have. You know, we're talking about a set of interests that combined represents trillions of dollars. I mean, we're talking about all of capital here. But there are limits to how much money you can effectively use, so.
A Republican district. Trump had won this by 6 points in 2020.
How do they have so much money? Because they represent the interests of capital. They're a wedge issue PAC that specifically targets progressives from the right and helps Republicans against Democrats. They're the money. They're all the money in the world. They're all of the money. They own everything.
Spent a ton of money. If you remember the name nationally, he actually ran for president in 2024, spent some money, didn't get a ton of attention. Now he set his sights on the governorship. He's really going after James hard in this campaign. You can see here, just taking a look at where the vote is coming from. I'm seeing, that's the James shade of red there. A lot of the James effort was focused here. His base is down here, and a lot of his effort was focused in Southeast Michigan. The criticism of him was that his campaign might not be aggressive enough, that he'd been skipping debates, that maybe he'd been a little bit presumptuous about being the nominee after picking up the Trump endorsement. But taking a look here again, Livingston County, you're seeing consistent numbers here, about half the vote in these places. These are not quite as big in a Republican primary as they are in a Democratic primary, but they're big. They're very big.
But they're big.
You're seeing something consistent there in Southeast Michigan, and to the extent we're getting anything up north here, the only place you're seeing Perry Johnson ahead is by one vote. There it is. The only county where Perry Johnson's leading, he's leading by one vote right now. So that's what it looks like. How much time we got on this?
Less than a minute.
Less than a minute. Okay.
Let's see if I do have a note for you.
Yes. Okay.
Passing notes in class. I love how appreciably, like personable and live stream-esque the Kornacki cam is. He's just standing there. He doesn't have a fancy big city, pundit desk or anything. Getting notes passed on his phone. I love it. I love all of it. He's tweeting. He's liking thirst traps.
For Wesley Bell in that district as you're watching that one, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I remember being here 2 years ago in this primary when Bell went after Bush. That was a very close race here. Bush, obviously, her affiliation with the squad, she'd been a national figure. And the story of that race 2 years ago is this district is split between St. Louis, the city of St. Louis, and then right over here, these are the inner suburbs of St. Louis County, some of them St. Louis County. And the story then had been Bell was strong in St. Louis County, Bush was strong in the city of St. Louis. But take a look at what we're seeing so far. St. Louis County, no big big surprise. I mean, Bell getting more than 3/4 of the vote right there. But go over to the city of St. Louis and you see Bell ahead. It's not as decisive, but you do see a solid margin. At least this is early vote. The final margin may end up not being quite this dominant here. Bush may do better. I think she will do better with the Election Day vote. But you see it extending across county lines. And this split with the early vote is not something you saw in 2024 when these two candidates ran against each other and Bell won in a close race. And so, yeah, it kind of bucks the trend that we've been seeing. How many primary nights have we been up here, particularly in city districts? You know, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. in the mayoral election there, Denver, New York City. That's where we've been seeing these sort of left-wing candidacies succeed, topple incumbents.
I just haven't been following Cori Bush's. I haven't been following Missouri 1 that much. I just didn't have much hope. Aipac dumped so much into Wesley Bell, and he is such a loyal slave to them. And Cori Bush, her race has just not attracted anywhere near the attention or momentum. It definitely doesn't help that she's like she won before and then lost again. It's hard to pull a Trump, you know, win then lose then win again.
That we are watching, the Michigan Senate race. Bring us up to speed there. What's the very latest you're seeing?
Yeah, let's take a look back up in Michigan. And I'm going to just have to go to a house race. Okay, so again, about 20% of the vote here is in statewide. This looks about what it looked like the last time we checked in terms of the margin there for Al Sayed over Stevens. I think there's a lot here. We'll zoom in on Wayne County. So Wayne County, where Detroit is, you'll hear me say this a lot tonight. 1/5 of the vote statewide is coming out of Wayne. We only have 2% of the vote right now, so there's not much to be read into that. What there is from Detroit, largely from Detroit, what you're looking at right now. But Wayne, keep in mind, is not just Detroit, okay? There are inner suburbs in here. There's also, this is where Dearborn is. Dearborn is the first majority Arab American city in the United States. There's 110,000 residents in Dearborn. Abdul Sayed ran for governor in 2018. He won Dearborn big. Dearborn Heights, very similar demographically. That's in here. Hamtramck, that's a majority Muslim city. That's a place where Al Sayed did very well in 2018. They are all also in Wayne County. There's also a lot of other places in here, too. So
2% means nothing? Nah, but he's good at spinning it. It looks like we're going to be waiting for a second for some more drops. So in the meantime, I want to take a look at Tapper talking to Max Miller.
Because there is a police report from the suspected child abuse incident in February involving your daughter, and that report details that the child protection team
psychopath eyes on Max
says
Miller
that your child had a right clavicle fracture and, quote, a bruise that accompanies the injury that appears to be in a handprint and appears to have been inflicted, unquote. Now, your ex-wife stated to police that your child told her in the days leading up to the discovery of the injury, quote, "Daddy, kill you." And your ex-wife also said your child had said, "Daddy angry," and "Daddy's house is scary." Now, according to your wife, your daughter articulated these statements to Children and Family Services. So can you explain why your child may have said those things?
Crazy that a guy, like a lot of this was already out in the open. It's crazy that you can just be a congressman.
Jake, I wish you could talk to my beautiful baby girl. She can't string together sentences like that. She's 2.5 years old.
Woo! I love it. I love it when they don't bother going to a PR person first. I love it. No, who needs dog? I'm gonna raw dog this. Don't worry about it, okay? I'm very likable.
She doesn't have the ability to articulate any of what you just said. That is an entire fabrication of the truth. I have actual video, actual documentation.
That's so fucking crazy. I can't believe that's the angle he's going with. Holy shit.
I have been through 2 investigations.
Multiple statements, corroborated statements confirming the daughter felt threatened at her house and then had a fucking handprint clavicle break afterwards. And his response to this is like, my idiot daughter could never make accusations of that kind against me. She's too stupid.
That she had said that she was scared to go to mommy's house.
She is, and I have video of it.
But now you're saying that she's not capable of saying, "Daddy, kill you"? I mean, it seems like she's either able to say one but not the other.
Jake,
that doesn't make sense.
Jake, I'm gonna fucking karate chop you in the clavicle unless you stop asking me these questions. Jake?
To be very direct, this is incredibly disturbing. I am not going to my child to say, "Daddy, kill you." You have to look at the timing of everything that is taking place. right? What about due process? I have already been through these investigations,
my
and I know that
God.
I've said that now 3 times, and we're kind of just blowing past this. But these are individuals who do their jobs to protect kids. And the main job of the court and the main job of Child Protective Family Services and the main job of our judge who has been appointed to our divorce case is to make sure that our daughter is safe. And every single one of those individuals has agreed with me. I have full shared.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Tomorrow's the last day for him to drop out. And if he doesn't, it's basically a free win for the Democrats. Because he's actually, it's crazy. We've actually found a level of personal reprehensibility that affects Republicans' voting chances, you know, or electoral chances.
2 of them are fairly high profile on the record.
But Jake, once again, the one...
He really does have those psychopath eyes, huh? You're on CNN getting interviewed by Jake Tapper, and you've got, like, you can barely open them. They're like, is it drugs? He's like, he's barely...
part that I am never going to back
Double
down
slit
from
experiment.
and that the American people need to continue to look at is, number one, I have had 2 full investigations that lasted almost a year into these child abuse allegations and into these domestic abuse allegations, okay? And I have.
You say
and
you'll
I have
never
been
back
cleared
down
that.
from it, but you sued Stephanie Grisham for defamation, and then you backed down from that suit, right?
No, that's not true. There was a settlement agreement, and so I would love to talk to you about that, but I can't. And so, but I didn't back down from that, and it was settled, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, he's apparently he's not dropping out no matter what. Max Miller tells Newsmax he would not drop out of the U.S. House race for Ohio's 7th, even if President Trump told him to. Man. That's politics. Yeah, don't drop out. You got this, man. What a crazy interview.
When you did your live stream on Twitter or X on Sunday, you said you were doing so to protect your daughter. And you did so, and you also released a Dropbox on X with files involving your family to show that you were a good dad. Now, one of the files was an image of your daughter naked, and it was available in that Dropbox for a day before that photograph was removed. It's an image that your ex-wife's attorney says could qualify as child sexual abuse material. Your attorney has said that he is the one who did that, and he...
Stay in the race, dog. Stay in the race. Trust me, you can win. You can win. You got this, man. Stay in the race. Don't drop out. You're definitely going to beat the Democrat in November.
Apologizes, but it is shockingly reckless behavior by you and your team.
I wouldn't say that it's shockingly reckless. That photo that was put in there is actually a part of an investigation by the Child and Family Protective Services, and that is already public knowledge that people can go and they can look through court-reported mandates.
Was a calculated play to win over Republican base. Oh, so what you're saying is, in Max Miller's mind, he was like, this is really damaging for me. I need to make it up to my base. I need to post child pornography. That, like, I need to win the Republican voter back, the median Republican voter. It's okay. Now that you put it like in a strategic light, I can understand how he might have thought that was the saving grace there, you know?
This is being taken very much out of context. There was no genitalia of my daughter that was exposed, and this is once again a very salacious headline.
It's not publicly available. We called the court today. It's not publicly available.
But
and your attorney apologized.
I'm not defending it. It's awful. I
you
don't
just
like
defended it. You said it was taken out of context.
Well, because it is taken out of context in terms of how the articles have been written about it. I didn't do this. My attorney took full responsibility. I believe that it's awful. There was never any intent to do that. What I did on Sunday, okay, Jake, I went on CNN with Lauren...
Not to defend Moroccan authorities or Moroccan's government, but you and chat spread info during the Suda segment. Okay, we'll take a look at that in a sec.
Fox for a 45-minute interview about a month ago.
Right.
And
you ran some of it.
Right. You ran some of it, but only 6 minutes of that interview was played.
That's how TV works.
I know.
We don't need to get into this too much, man. He's so fucking cooked. Well, nice for the Dems to get a free seat off of this. Max Miller threatens Bernie Moreno with exposing a deeply and personally embarrassing matter. Isn't it Moreno's gay, or is it like Moreno's son is gay? Moreno, it's a gay prostitute thing. The reason Moreno hadn't spoken up publicly about Max Miller's abuse, because remember, Max Miller was abusing Moreno's daughter, is allegedly because it's his son is gay, or he's gay. Someone's gay.
With your former father-in-law's story today about your daughter and the little blue bunny doll that she cannot sleep without. If it's true, that sounds like emotionally abusive behavior toward a toddler to refuse to give it to her when she can't sleep without it.
Jake, I would agree that if that were true, that would be incredibly disturbing and that the senator would be right. However, he has taken 2 years to publicly acknowledge for me to resign from my seat. Why is that, Jake? If he truly believed, like, I'm a father to a 2.5-year-old daughter, I believe that you're also a father to children. And I don't know if you're actually a father to a daughter. But what I can tell you is, well, Jake, then what I can tell you is that if my daughter came to me and she said, my ex-husband did X, Y, and Z, and then I waited because I was nervous that a political live stream was going to expose a deeply impersonal, embarrassing matter to the senator for him to take that action. Sadly, this has nothing to do with my daughter, Jake, and that's what this entire thing is about. This is nothing more than an individual who's being politically vindictive and talking about a blue bunny when I have text messages.
What's he talking about, bro? His defense is not internally coherent, so it's a little bit hard to follow. This whole thing is a fucking train wreck.
Be clear.
Let's talk about this, because in the custody lawsuit, there was a discovery phase. And Emily Marino's lawyers asked you a series of questions about past alleged incidents. And some of them you denied outright. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. And others you refused to answer at all. Your lawyers claimed they were not relevant. And the ones you didn't answer include the incident involving the stairs.
I'll never understand why they do these interviews after shit like this, because it's the same reason that Plattner thought it was okay for him to run for Senate after, like, you know, all the shit he did, right? They're just stupid and arrogant. It's just like the kind of person who would do all of this. Also, keep in mind, it's been working for him. He's already in Congress. He was abusing the daughter of a fellow congressman, and he was still in Congress. Most of these people, the reason they act so audacious is because they've gotten away with it up until that point. The point where you see the Jake Tapper interview is not the first time they've tried this. They've done this a million times before, and it works for them.
Or your past alleged drug use. If you ever referred to the birth of your child as, quote, setting your playground on fire. If you were ever kicked out of college. You wouldn't answer them. I mean, I can tell you that I never did any of those things. Why can't you?
Because, well, Jake, if you're wondering, I'm happy to answer those
I should say I have smoked marijuana.
Right.
I'm sorry, I take that back. I have smoked pot before it was legal. So
okay,
I'm getting it all out on the table.
All right. And that's great. So have I. And I don't think, you know, previously when I was younger or even...
There's that George Santos clip of him calling Max Miller a woman beater. People knew about this for a while. Yeah. That was in 2023, I think. Yeah, people have known he's a wife beater for ages. It's just there are no consequences. Where's that clip? Hold on.
You, sir, are a crook. I know I should direct my comments to the chair. I yield back.
My colleague wants to come up here, call me a crook. Same colleague who's accused of being a woman beater. Are we really going to ignore the facts that we all have passed and we all have the media coming out against us on a daily basis?
It's everyone know. It's an open secret. It's an open secret. Funny as fuck that he went on to talk with Jake Tapper. Okay, hold on really quick before we go back to Michigan and everything. So somebody said Chat and I spread misinformation on the Ceuta thing. What happened here? Where's the misinfo? Runaway online rumors sparked frantic rush by migrants to the Spanish territory of Ceuta. While attempts to reach the enclave were common, activists said this episode was different because of the way rumors snowballed, encouraging thousands to move at the same time. What's the misinformation? Who provided this? It started with Instagram posts that suggested Spain's border with Morocco was opening up. I'd be really interested in learning who posted that and why. Then came Facebook users tracking Coast Guard patrols and TikTok videos showing where to swim. After many shares and comments, thousands of Moroccans became convinced Europe was suddenly within reach. Within hours, young people headed towards the border. By the time authorities reacted, some 72,000 people had reached Ceuta in just a few days. What's the misinfo? Who linked this? I should have made note of who linked this. Because you made a claim, you made an accusation, but I want you to substantiate. Rumors started online. You didn't spread misinfo. They're saying it was misinfo that caused it to begin with. No, no, no. They specifically said you in chat spread misinfo. It was me. It wasn't orchestrated by the Zionist USA Morocco deep state. How do you know? Wait, what here contests the idea that this was manufactured in an effort to punish Spain for not taking Israel's side against Gaza? Like there's a lot of evidence on this point. There's been like a joint effort between Israel and the U.S. to punish Spain lately, up to and including Republicans voting in favor of a bill that recognizes Ceuta as occupied Moroccan territory. They're not subtle with it. So like, how does this prove the Moroccan government wasn't complicit? We do have reports that the Moroccan police were encouraging people. Moroccan authorities said the migration wave was not spontaneous. The Interior Ministry blamed the exploitation of the digital sphere and the spread of misinformation. Okay. Yeah, I don't see how this Oh, here we go. Several politicians and experts have suggested it would be impossible for so many to cross without Moroccan complicity. A high-ranking Moroccan diplomat appeared to push back against that. It would be reductive to say Morocco should have used force to stop the migrants. Wait, that's not the claim there. That's not the claim there. Who spoke on condition of anonymity? Yeah, no, I don't think this really changes my priors. Anyway. Hold on, we got to close some of these tabs. I never know what's going to happen if I like open every tab and then close them when I have this. I feel like it would make the screen look all glitchy, so I switch cameras to do it.
That is interesting. So Steve, just recap big picture. You got Oakland County. Any other counties with...
No one give me the long and short about Morocco. The evidence seems to suggest that Israel and America and the Moroccan government are all intent on punishing Spain for being anti-Israel. So they orchestrated essentially an attack on Spain by mobilizing a bunch of migrants to swim across and cause a big PR stunt, thus giving ammunition to far-right Spanish politicians who want to who are both pro-Zionist and also who want to lock down the border with Morocco and gun people out of the water.
Into the 40s. She wants to, she has room here for this number to come up. She's doing okay, better with the vote by mail, but it's got to come up, I think, more for her right here. But we knew going in that Al Sayed, this was going to be one of the best counties, if not the best county.
Intelligence reports from both Spain and Morocco say it was mafia networks who spread the rumor. So mafia networks just for no reason decided to pitch like 80,000 people across the water. This stuff doesn't happen for no reason. Also, the idea that governments never use criminal syndicates as a way of disseminating information or controlling public opinion. It's a tried and true classic, The Moroccan government is extremely corrupt and not at all democratic. It's pretty easy to use them as a proxy. That way you don't have to implicate your own officials and intelligence network,
We have next to nothing out of Wayne.
Well, and we're gonna have, buckle in.
Yes.
We got a minute before we're going to get more from them, right? So
we're patient. We're patiently waiting for Wayne.
Steve Kornacki, appreciate you. Thank you. We're going to check back in with you in just
We don't have proof, but it's not crazy to believe it. I mean, you don't think it's a little bit suspect this happened literally within the same 2-week period that almost every Republican voted in favor of recognizing Ceuta as occupied Moroccan territory, even though it's been controlled by the Spanish for half a millennia? Isn't that a little bit... That's a little bit on the nose, in my opinion. The CIA used Iranian gangs to install the Shah, by the way. Yeah, it's a tried and true classic, This shit don't happen for no reason. We're back on the penis music. They also recognize Western Sahara as a part of Morocco. Yeah, as a reward to Morocco for being a dutiful slave of Israel. Sorry, I talked over them talking. Now we're trying to get back to the Kornacki cam, and they're playing the damn penis music. Also, Morocco has a complicated relationship with Spain, independent of Zionist U.S.-led moves. Well, I'm aware of that. They've been at each other's borders for a good long time. I don't really think that changes the priors, though. It's not as though I'm the only one making that accusation. Officials within the Spanish government have made the same, and it lines up, and it's also exactly the kind of thing Israel and Morocco would do. Deeply evil countries. Meanwhile, Trump, ever a loyal slave to capital, has said we shouldn't even trade with Spain. All of the negative blowback against Spain has followed them being critical of Israel openly. Again, it's not about Israel. Subservience to Israel has nothing to do with Israel, Zionism, or Jewish people, and everything to do with a broader metric of subservience to global capital. Like, why do you think Saudi Arabia is so consistently deferential to Israel, even though in every possible political sense they have oppositional interests? Ultimately because Saudi Arabia's government is beholden to global capital and is a part of it.
Remember what I was saying. What I was saying was we got more vote out of... Okay, let me go back and show you where we started.
Steve, I got one note from the decision desk here.
Yeah.
Just some thoughts. They're still waiting for more data in their models right now, but it looks like, as we see in the vote totals, El Sayed has the lead. Can't say more than that.
How big of a deal do you think it is that South Carolina and Clyburn are going to have first say in the 2028 Dem presidential primary? Not that big of a deal, in my opinion. It was a desperate, pathetic attempt on the part of the South Carolina Democrats to maintain relevance, even though that state is pretty deep red. But I don't think it's going to affect the outcome that much. Nevada's second. It'll be okay. Still stupid, though. Still stupid, though. You get me.
Is the blue collar, traditionally, sort of made by the auto industry, big suburban area. Between the two of them, it's like a quarter of the vote statewide. Oakland, the much bigger one. Macomb is probably going to be 8% in this primary. But Adam, if you have a second, I would love to break down what we have out of Macomb in terms of type.
Yeah, so let me take a look. In Macomb County, fairly broad-based, but I see 23% of our election day vote in, 6% of our mailed vote in, and 32% of our early vote in.
Okay. Yep. And how are they breaking?
So the early vote is currently breaking 65-34. Mail vote for El Sayed, sorry.
And that's the smallest of these. Yep.
Yep. The mail vote is the smallest of these. Yes, I understand. Sorry, I saw what you were saying. The mail vote is currently breaking 65-30, and the election day vote
30 for Stevens.
Yes.
Yep.
And the election day vote is currently breaking for El Sayed.
Not surprising, they're Hyperion.
34.
Would we want to win for Kansas governor? A Democrat, ideally, in my opinion. I haven't followed the race that much.
And you said Stevens is winning the vote by mail by how much? 30?
I clicked out of it.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You know, Vosh, it used to make me mad when people would condescendingly talk down to the working class, but now even as a working class person myself, I can see why after seeing how Detroit voted. Look, I think that a lot of people on the left have this impulsive, and by the way, quite ahistorical belief. Now, I personally believe that this is not only ahistorical, but a bit of an op myself. The idea that the working class, because it is in their self-interest to be socialist, are socialist. No, it has literally never been like that. Even during the heyday of union organizing and anarchism in America, the strongest working class advocates for those political positions were educated in the sense that they were part of unions. Unions were an educational apparatus at that time. To be a part of a union didn't just mean that you were getting, collective bargaining rights or whatever. It meant that you were part of an expressly political organization, often one that fought, sometimes literally fought, for your rights. You were part of an educational org. It doesn't necessarily, being educated doesn't necessarily mean you're, you got a PhD or whatever, but you need to be educated in your own self-interest, because otherwise the predominant ideology is bourgeois ideology. You get saturated with the airwaves telling you that your individual, success within capitalism is just determined by your hard work. And if you work hard, you're going to make it. And everyone can be a millionaire and blah, blah, blah. You know, bourgeois ideology. Total bullshit. But most people believe it, right? It's the whole temporarily embarrassed millionaires line, right? Explains why poor Americans act as though their interests are aligned with the interests of the wealthy. So it's not really about whether or not you talk down to the working class. It's just like you should talk down to uneducated beliefs, no matter where they come from.
Extrapolating this,
you should be more
13, 14,000 vote.
We should feel more
there.
hate.
And if Stevens then were to win the remaining, say, 60,000 by 36, 6, 12, 18, 20, you know, yeah, that would put her ahead by about 7,000 or so votes countywide. I wanted to go through that in my head because I know we're only at 14% here. There's still a ton to come in right here, but just wanted to get a ballpark figure of if they're both.
Back when the SPD in Germany was a Marxist party, those are the days. They had party schools that educated thousands of workers per year. A problem is that many people these days, not necessarily just working class people, but people broadly, are proudly uneducated. Can you imagine trying to explain to a poor worker in America, let's just say someone living in Detroit or St. Louis or LA or what, just some like random working class schmuck, that they have to, in order to be politically effective, they have to go and attend a class on Marxism? They would revolt. They're willfully ignorant. They'd be like, what the fuck? No, I know what's best for me. And then they go vote for a Republican. You know? People just don't seek to better themselves anymore. And you have to better yourself to understand, you know, class consciousness.
Anything complete. Whitmer got, this was a 70% Whitmer County. This was a 57% Biden County. 3/4 in, Stevens is running, lower than those numbers.
Steve.
Yeah.
I do have some more messages for you.
Yes.
On your phone.
Oh.
I'm also looking for some of the complete counties as well. We do have a couple, and we can also probably get to those.
We have some complete.
Right on the,
we have some complete counties.
Wait, we're up to 85% in 2 counties as of our latest vote results.
And did the decision desk tell us if we do believe there is more election day vote higher election day turnout than we thought initially?
The expected vote in Oakland County got raised a few minutes ago.
That's probably
we
good.
don't know. We can't say overall if that what you're saying about the election day vote. Decision desk is not saying that yet.
Yeah.
Don't want to distract primary coverage, but if you need a Moroccan leftist to introduce more nuance to what you're saying, have me on sometime. Our government's fucked in a lot of ways, and I think the caricature you're presenting is reductionist. Listen, I'm not trying to present a caricature here. I'm saying that I think the evidence strongly aligns with the idea that Israel and America and Morocco together tried to use this incident as a way of punishing Spain and inflaming the far right in Spain. I don't think saying that necessarily reduces the amount of perceived nuance with regard to like engaging with Moroccans or Morocco's like local politics or the nature of those environments. I'm not trying to be reductionist to anything other. I guess my broad reductionist point is that Zionism is evil. But you all knew I thought that. But there's certainly more I'd like to know about Morocco.
And we think we're done and loose, and Stevens is going to win it, but she's going to get 49. Okay? 70, 57, 49. Meanwhile, Al Sayed lands at 43% right here. When he ran for governor in 2018, what did he get in Luce County? He got 12% of the vote, right? So Luce County is tiny.
That's true,
but like we've
Masai,
been saying, if this is what we're going to be seeing, okay.
Yeah, Haley Stevens only winning by 7 points in a district that has like 400 people in it is not great for her.
Okay, Whitmer was running up huge, like 2-1.
Barry, you're welcome to visit sometime. Visit Morocco? They'd kill me. Nah, probably not. I'd love to visit Morocco one day, but I'd love to visit a free Morocco. I don't know. I hear some stuff. I want to visit Tehran one day.
That adds up. Okay, so it could be significant from that standpoint, but I think it could also be a little bit more broadly significant in matching a little bit of what we're seeing in bigger counties where Al Sayed, I think it signals potentially that Al Sayed may have a little bit of strength there.
A little bit. white people are safe there apart from scamming. I think it's fair if a couple Moroccans get one up on me scamming-wise, you know? White boy visits your impoverished country and you're like, you know, I'll take your bags to the hotel. Can you tip me, please? I get it.
I'm sort of leaning on loose here. So it might be a sign of some broader strength for al-Sayed. And I think that's what we could say if we zoom out statewide here with only 22% counted. We see a number of big counties right here where, as I've been
DSA wins Ann Arbor mayor race? Really? Well, that's nice. DSA-backed Yosef Rabi defeats 12-year incumbent Christopher Taylor in Ann Arbor. Nice! Looking good. Looking good. Another DSA win up here in Michigan. Let's go, boys. Looking very, very nice. If you go there, visit Tangier Casablanca. One of my favorite clothing brands is Casatlantic, which is out of Morocco, which is out of Casablanca. I would love to visit Casablanca one day, you know? Absolutely. I don't know why this image isn't loading. Kind of Elon's problem, in my opinion. Apparently he's a NIMBY, but I don't care. You take what you can.
Do you mind telling us who you voted for today?
I voted for great Democrats all up and down the ballot, and I made a commitment that whoever
Bitch,
wins
pussy,
the Senate
coward.
race tonight, I will be endorsing as soon as that race is called. I will be headed to their election night party to show we all come together after whatever happens tonight so that we can be a team as we head to November.
Well, the reason I ask is because if you voted for, say, Haley Stevens, and she is not the nominee tonight, and then you do go and endorse Abdul El-Sayed, you know, it might resonate more with her voters or others in terms of your point about Democrats in Michigan uniting.
Yeah, I made it explicitly clear. I trust the voters to decide. You know, I ran hoping that I
hope centrists understand how off-putting this comes across to average people.
Biden 52, Clinton 38. The 38 won't work for Stevens as a benchmark because
like it's not. I'm not saying like you should be able to scrutinize everyone's votes all the time, but this is the race you're in. You're literally on the ballot, McMorrow. You can't, even on this, you won't comment?
Could close in on that Biden number conceivably here. Let's see how that continues to go. I'm seeing her get to the edge. Maybe the
say you
edge
voted for
of
yourself.
where she needs to be in places like this. I'm not seeing her do that in a big place like Washtenaw. We have very few votes. We just took you through what we got a little bit more now in Macomb since then. We went from 14 to 20%. Seems like it did not get any better for Stevens with what came in, but that might be election day vote that came in right there. We have the possibility that there's been higher turnout on election day than I think maybe was expected. That would benefit
That's
El-Sayed.
good. That's huge.
So there's a lot here that if you're El-Sayed, you're looking at and you're very encouraged by. And there's a lot here if you're Stevens and you're looking at and you're saying, well, maybe with a little bit more here and maybe with a little bit more there. And then I think what it all kind of comes around to is this, Wayne County. Because the Stevens thing is maybe with a little bit more here, and here. And then even with all of that, what would she need? She would need something big out of Wayne, and that really is something big out of Detroit. And we're sitting at 3% right here. We've told you, I don't mean to, I don't want to send anybody away, but 5 a.m., 3 a.m. That's when we had Wayne, all of it, the last two Democratic primaries. But we're going to find out.
It's going to be a while before all the votes come in, unfortunately. But we'll still learn a lot from what we get beforehand.
Counties.
American elections, man.
LUCE, where we got all the vote in. Show. We're going to have a much clearer picture of whether it really is going to come down to Wayne and whether it really is going to come down to Detroit. Because there are some things here, if you're Stevens, that have gotten better as the night's going on. There's a lot of things here that are encouraging for Al-Sayed. Where does Eaton County land? Now we're up to 89% right here, and Stevens is up to 46%. See, it continues to tick up. Is it at the level she wants to be at here? How much higher does she want to get it? Livingston
Bronson
County,
MFG,
71%.
Spear Grafer.
We've
And
not
they have
heard
some
from
Aloha
Ingham County.
shirts, too.
That's a pretty big one. It's about 4 or 5% of the vote statewide. It's where the state capital is.
Jeremy, the entire purpose of my campaign is to ensure the U.S. continues to support Israel Moss. Sadly, won his primary. I saw that, yeah. Oh, is this the undercover audio?
Well, as a Jewish person, I, of course, feel a natural inclination for my own people. And, of course, Israel is very important to us as a community. And so, honestly, I would say that the entire purpose of my campaign is to make sure America continues to support Israel. You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism.
Listen to that, man. I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to put Israel first. America is not our homeland. Who's doing the dual loyalty myth now? I know that sometimes people like really underplay it or whatever, but like genuinely, like these people are unimaginably evil. This should be campaign seeking. He won. He just won. He won. Love how open they can be about being a foreign, about being like open traitors. I don't know what yeah, I mean, it's legitimately like tempted to say this is worse than Israel comes to me in my dreams. Dog, this is way the fuck worse than Israel comes to me in my dreams. The entire purpose of my campaign is to support Israel. I support Israel over America, and I think Jews do as well. America's not our homeland. This is like, it's literally like, it is genuinely a caricature that you would create as a neo-Nazi to inflame anti-Semitism.
You know, I don't think it's wrong for Jews in America to want to put Israel first. America is not our homeland. We have been victims of anti-Semitism here.
Just really remarkable stuff, you know? Obviously, liberals don't care about this. No one actually cares.
This story, I think we started to tell you a little bit ago, but Eaton County, this is a decent-sized county. It's bedroom communities, you know, sort of suburbs of Lansing here. I think the interesting thing that's been happening is how much closer it's been getting here in Eaton as the night's going on, and it speaks to. Don't mean to be a broken record, but that difference between, you know, the election day vote that got counted fast and put Al Sayed way ahead, and the vote by mail that's been trickling in, the updates have been trickling in, and that Stevens number has gone from a place over the course of the night here in Eaton where you're looking at it initially saying, oh.
Dude, I don't care if he said Canada, Australia, or Sweden not appropriate. Yeah, but we don't have politicians who act like that about any other country, do we? Like, we don't have a huge swath of candidates, both Democrat and Republican, who are absolutely 100% deferential to a foreign nation and regularly engage with propagandists, consultants, and lobbyists who advocate for its interests and who coordinate their talking points in order to defend said country and who clearly value defending said country over, in many cases, winning their own elections. Like, they aren't even allowed to lie about it. You don't have politicians doing that for other countries like Canada and Australia and Sweden, do you? No. Very interesting.
One of the key...
Remember, it's the chosen wedge of capital. It has nothing to do with Jewish people.
Run up the score with black voters. How does that look? Does that happen? And how does that look in a place like Genesee County? Her formula for victory absolutely depends on it. We got nothing there that we can really show you right now. We don't have...
Yeah, Missouri just voted to keep its income tax. One of the ballot measures that was up to be voted on was an abolition of the state income tax, which thankfully was soundly rejected. Very, very good to see, you know?
Raise the question, if she can do this, if she can do that, if she gets a big... All of that is coming around to, if she can answer yes to all those questions, then what she would need on top of everything else out of Wayne County would be big, big numbers. And I think specifically from Detroit, where the population is overwhelmingly black and where we have a very small amount of vote right now. What you're looking at, as a matter of fact, in Wayne, you see 4% in, that's just about, 12,000 votes counted. One thing we just got in Wayne was an update from the city of Dearborn. Dearborn is the first majority Arab American city in the United States. It's a place where Al Sayed won huge in 2018. He lost the primary statewide for governor in 2018 to Gretchen.
Thoughts on Kashama Sawant? I think she's annoying and kind of crazy, and also like punches left in a really counterproductive way. But I also think it's kind of funny how wacky she is. So yeah. Also, she's not going to win. She's an independent, but she's running against Adam Smith, like one of the most disingenuous motherfuckers I've had the displeasure of being interviewed. When we watched him talk to Crystal Ball like a week ago. Really, really nasty guy, terrible person. So, Yeah, not the same Adam Smith, a different Adam Smith.
There's a lot of conditionals in that. And if they all kind of come to fruition for her outside of Wayne, it would come down to Wayne and to Detroit. And again, I say, like, the fact that we're sitting here at 10 o'clock Eastern and we got 4% in Wayne, this is par for the course for Wayne County.
Yeah.
But and to that point, what I hear you saying is we may be in for a fairly long night, Steve, right? I mean, if that's what it's going to come down to.
I'm saying I'm not sure it's coming down to that yet, because she still has a lot of work to do outside of Wayne County. There's been some encouraging numbers here throughout the night. If you're Al Sayed, I'll put this back to the statewide. There have been a lot of encouraging things in these numbers, for Al Sayed. So Stevens has got to establish a bunch of things in places that I was just showing you right there.
Yeah, exactly.
To have it come down to Wayne.
What are your odds on Abdul winning in the general? I'd say right now, maybe like in my head, 60-40. That's my ballpark.
Much early.
Hey, this is our first appearance by Adam Above, producer extraordinaire. Hey, bud, there he is.
We have about 20% of the vote, early in-person vote that's currently expected.
The early vote.
Yeah.
But how about the vote by mail?
Oh, the vote by mail, 9%.
Okay.
Right. So there's still, and that's Stevens' friendly vote,
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, and when I talked to them today, they were feeling very confident about the early vote for all the reasons, Steve, that you are laying out there. We will come back to you early and often, Hallie. What's so fascinating is...
Oh.
Okay.
How it feels to get hit by a fucking King Crimson attack, man. Whenever they do the screen wipe and Kornacki just stands there dazed.
I'm on this one now. Hi, folks. Top of the hour, we're going to do another update for the news now, folks. I see one. Okay, that's the poll close countdown to Washington. We haven't even mentioned Washington yet. In an hour, the polls are going to close there. The vote by mail.
Ain't over
this is
yet,
a state,
Coconut
it's like
Gang.
Colorado. It's like California. It's largely.
Are the anchors trying to do narrative PR for Haley Stevens? No. Kornacki's good. He's not. I don't think so. I mean, they're just talking it out neutrally.
A ton of vote to come in Washington, some congressional primaries there. We'll get to them that are pretty interesting. That's going to happen in an hour from now. I'm telling you this now because I'm not sure between now and then how many chances I'll have. So we've got that. They're going to come to me. The clock just is.
Why is mail voting friendly to Stevens? Isn't mail voting more progressive? Mail voting is only more progressive in general elections. Among Democrats, because Republicans are illiterate, so they can't vote by mail. In Democratic primaries, it tends to be older people who vote by mail. So it's the anti-progressive pick. Eh?
Say again?
Yup.
Oh, okay. So we have a few minutes here.
Yes.
Okay. Get the chill.
I'm going to tell him about our note. Is that okay?
Sure.
Oh,
all
shit.
Right. The key, this is the thing. It's like Adam is telling me things I'm asking him, and he's looking at things, and I'm looking at things. And I think besides our conversation, we're obviously each thinking in our own heads, what's happening here? Where is this all going? And so that's what the notes are. We're trying to see, are we both, and here's the good news, folks. Maybe it's bad news if we're wrong. We're aligned. So we seem to be seeing the same things here. So that was encouraging to get. So we have a couple minutes until the.
Yeah, and we checked.
Way too close to my camera. Dog, it's not close. They're counting the mail-in ballots early, and they got a huge drop from a relatively conservative area. I promise you. It's fine. Don't listen, your lifespan is going to be shorter than you want it to be anyway because of climate change and, carbon percentage in the atmosphere. Don't shorten your lifespan further by stressing unnecessarily.
I'm sorry. I just don't want to. We have to tend to this computer so it doesn't
catch on fire.
Is there? Oh, just
Abdul margins. Yeah, in the Ann Arbor student precinct, Abdul Al-Sayed is winning by, we'll say, a moderate margin over here, plus 90.
Democratic-based voters want.
Okay, Van Jones, what are the stakes here for Democrats?
Look, this is the whole ball of wax. I'm from Jackson, Tennessee. There was a guy named Gil Scott Heron who had a great poem. It was called "The Revolution will not be televised. Gil Scott-Heron is
Sophomoric.
wrong. The revolution is being televised and podcast and streamed and elected tonight. Why is that? It's because there is a credibility gap that's opened up between the Democratic Party establishment and this insurgency. People are looking at people and they're saying, you've been telling us the same thing for a long time and our lives are not any better. We got Donald Trump twice. There's also an innovation gap. Why can you spend $60 million and get whooped like this? Because the old model was you get the donors to get the consultants to buy a bunch of ads and you win. That's how you get attention. This movement says, I don't need donors, ads, I don't need consultants, I'm going right to the people.
This is also not true, by the way. Historically, it's been ground games and public support that's dictated the winning candidate. The idea that everything is like TV ads and consultants is very much a like post-Clinton thing. The Democratic Party, when they conceded to Capitol, totally conceded, I should say, to Capitol under the Clinton administration, basically gave up on mobilizing and doing like local organizing and canvassing and all that business. They got much, much worse at it. But if you go back to, you know, I mean, like FDR is the obvious one, but you go back to like JFK or LBJ or anyone else, you know, there was still a pretty heavy emphasis on ground game back then.
With TikTok and grassroots, and they've disintermediated the entire donor class, disintermediated the entire consultant class, and this is a revolution. And so this is going to happen again and again. The Democratic Party is now Blockbuster. These kids are Netflix. We are selling CDs out the trunk. This is Napster becoming Spotify, and it's happening tonight.
AIPAC money dried up.
And you said at the start of the night, 48% in a place like Ionia County. I'm not sure what exactly their benchmarks are, but it's got to be close to that. And that's when, so that's why when I'm looking like nearby at Eaton County, that's why I've been, you know, we've been saying, is that Stevens number, it's already close. Is it going to land in Eaton County, kind of where we just showed you in Ionia County? Is it going to land, oh, I see Ingham. Is it going to?
Do you think the Democratic Party could do a good ground game for their AIPAC candidates even if they wanted to? Honestly, like, I don't know. They would have to prove they could, and so far they haven't. I don't think they can. It's really difficult to imitate the style without the substance. The problem is that AIPAC and the people who like AIPAC in the Democratic Party reward loyalty and patronage and seniority over effectiveness. So, for the most part, all they have going for them is money, you know? What would ground game for Chuck Schumer even look like? Seriously, what would it look like? Like, imagine Chuck Schumer getting primaried by a progressive. What would the ground game for Schumer look like? You know?
But Ingham County, again, this is, okay, Gretchen Whitmer was the county prosecutor in Ingham County. So when I said she had the home field advantage,
close,
she really had
superstar.
it there. So as our benchmarks go for Stevens, Whitmer got 63, but put an X through it. That's her home county. Okay, realistically, though, when I say this is like a very liberal county, the number that Joe Biden got out of Ingham was 45. Number that Hillary Clinton got was 43. And Adam's trying to figure out what type of vote we're looking at, but the number Stevens is starting at here is 40.
It doesn't look like it was from Lansing. It looks like it was from some of the perimeter townships. And maybe Mason as well.
And in a mix of vote type.
Yeah.
Why isn't there a centrist candidate willing to be militantly anti-Israel? There's probably an electoral lane for that. Because centrism isn't a real political belief. Nobody has ever been so passionate about politics that they went out and made it their career off the back of centrist beliefs. No one wakes up and is like, I think things are about fine the way they are, and this is the passion that's getting me in the system. It's not real. People believe in maintaining the status quo and defending the deep state and capital interests, etc., because they're paid to do so, because there are incentive structures there. People who get into politics for like activist or advocacy-based reasons, people who want to change the world, well, they either get sandblasted into normality pretty quickly after joining politics, which is kind of what happened to Hillary Clinton a little bit, and Obama, come to think of it. Happens a lot, actually. You take young upstart progressives and then you grind them down until they're a perfectly smooth, spherical little AIPAC ball who doesn't think it's possible to do things another way. Or the centrists get in on the ground floor already being corporate shills. Yeah, they've tried to do it with AOC, but AOC is obviously resisting the mold somewhat. Thank goodness. Anyway, yeah, like there is no such thing as like an aggressive populist centrist. It's totally incongruous. No one actually believes this. And by the way, remember, there's no such thing as a centrist voter either. There are apolitical voters in the sense that they're ignorant, apathetic voters in the sense that they're disconnected, and then there are voters who have a disconnected mishmash of incoherent, retarded beliefs that eventually kind of triangulate them in the center. That's not centrism. That's just undifferentiated insanity. The average centrist American voter has at least 2 or 3 opinions that, if expressed publicly, would probably get them arrested. You know, the average, go talk to a moderate. I guarantee you there's some law or provision or politician that they want like executed or deleted, or they're like, I would support a dictatorship if they do X. The idea of a moderate voter, it's totally fake. No one has ever been motivated to political thought through moderation. It's not a real thing.
You know, who's on course? Is Stevens on course? Is Al-Sayed on course to do better in the remaining quarter or so of the vote? It's a little bit tough to discern. That's what we're sort of trying to figure out right now. But this Stevens margin, remember when we first got that big initial batch, which included a lot of vote by mail, it did also include, and I didn't emphasize this enough at the time, it did include a lot of election day vote as well. So it was a little bit more of a mixed bag, and Stevens has maintained that small advantage he had over Al-Sayed there as Oakland has continued to come in. Again, just statewide what this looks like here, you know, an advantage there of now it's just under 6 points. That the margin between Al-Sayed and Stevens too statewide has been ticking down a little bit lower. It was 8, it was 7, it was 6.5, it was 6. It's 5.9 right now when you're looking at this. And part of that really is she has been in a lot of these counties posting some very big numbers as the full picture has started to come in. A lot of counties gave us election day vote right away, and it gave Al-Sayed a really running start in this thing. And then what's been coming in much more slowly and in trickles in a lot of cases has been more vote by mail, which again has been overwhelming for Stevens. And so I'll give you an example here.
How long is this going to take? A while. Buckle in.
Lansing, Ionia County. But, you know, this is now,
I think we updated our expected vote there.
Boy, wow, I took a big swing and I whiffed. Our decision desk, we thought this was complete. We thought we had 100% vote.
That is a huge uptick. Holy shit. To go from 100% in to 77%, they are getting way more voter turnout than expected. That's bullish. Again, voter turnout in this primary is not being driven by Haley Stevens voters. You know, a lot of you people are stressing out way too much here. Way too much.
The line here basically saying north of Saginaw, and there's not much here in the way of population centers. But the key in this area, you know, is that like the establishment candidate here, you would expect would be getting 60% plus of the vote in these places. Al-Sayed, when he ran for governor in that 2018 Democratic primary against Gretchen Whitmer, really had some low numbers in northern Michigan, in the UP. We do have a completed county up here. It's very, very small. But Luce County in the Upper Peninsula, we think all the vote is in. And this is one where, you know, Stevens is going to win it. But this is a good number up here for Al-Sayed. Okay, a place where he got like 12% of the vote here when he ran for governor in 2018. He lands in the low mid 40s here.
I think I've just personally underestimated how retarded Americans are. Yeah, but you know who hasn't underestimated how retarded Americans are? This guy. And I'm telling you, it's fine. So if you don't trust the American voters, that's fine.
Performances for Al-Sayed than he had in 2018, those do start to add up, and they could signal broader kind of demographic strength for Al-Sayed that extends outside the region. I say that because when you're talking about small-town northern Michigan and the UP, you are talking about a lot of blue-collar, older white voters. And if that's a demographic in any way that he's overperformed with, who's to say it doesn't extend outside of this? So again, I don't want to make too much.
I don't have time to cook beans.
I have one county in the UP, but we've seen a number of counties come in. I mean, you could just see it right here. This is the Al-Sayed shade of blue, right? I've been saying north of Saginaw, and these are a lot of partial results. These are not completed counties, but you are seeing hints in some of these counties that maybe what's happening in Luce County is broader.
All right, Steve Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a second. Thank you, pal. Appreciate you being there for us, walking us through all of it.
Okay, so we went through Ionia, and do we have any other completed counties or newly? I see we're up to 28%. We are getting some more stuff. Do we have anything big that just came in? What do I got?
Keweenaw is the closest.
Keweenaw, there's like 18 people. We'll give Keweenaw
is the one that's closest to all in up there.
Okay, but it is okay. Keweenaw, though, this is summer vacation land, right?
Yeah.
It's tiny, it's UP, but it is. I mean, just as tiny as it is the same story as Luce. You know, this instead of being like a 60% Stevens Place, Al Sayed might win Keweenaw. I mean, it's tiny, but okay. What else?
We got 4,000 votes out of Ottawa County and another 4,000 votes out of Oakland as well.
Oh, okay. Oakland was 4,000 in addition to, okay. Oakland, that last Oakland batch, whatever it was, favored Stevens, huh?
Yes. She wins that 54-43.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make some rice. No, wait, the rice is made. Just give me 2 minutes.
Oakland, do we have what we think are completed municipalities? That might be the way to tackle this.
Yeah, I'll take a look into that.
Because that would be our answer to where this is going to, what direction this is going. If this is going in a direction where that remaining quarter is going to push the Stevens number north, or is going to be beneficial to Al Sayed, or is going to be a wash, which is a critical question. We got some, Adam said, in Ottawa County. Again, this is western Michigan, right outside Grand Rapids. Holland would be the big community here. This was an area, pardon me, actually where Whitmer didn't do that well in 2018. Al Sayed actually had some strength out here. Again, one of the reasons there's a lot of young people who have moved into Western Michigan. There's a younger population here, and younger is translated into strength for Al Sayed. Again, a quarter of the vote in Ottawa County, but just to give you a sense of it, using the benchmarks that we have been applying everywhere tonight, if you look at Ottawa County, it was 48%. I say Whitmer got, oh my gosh. I have to remember when I selected the pen and when I haven't. The pen is selected. Okay. Whitmer got 48 in Ottawa County, right? Remember, she got 52 statewide, so it's one of the places where she didn't get a majority of the vote. Biden got 51 here, and then, Clinton, again, as we saw in so many places, the bottom just fell out for her, 34. So Stevens running at 40, but this is a textbook example of what I've been talking about in other counties, right? 40 in Ottawa is like a disaster for Stevens, if that's where this lands tonight, okay? But what we've seen in these other counties around Lansing and some of these other places that have been filling in is as the vote has come in, there's been a lot of vote by mail that's come in late.
What dog posting?
Favorable to her. Her numbers continue ticking up.
treated you well?
So if another way of looking at this is, with a quarter of the vote in, is this her starting point? Is she starting at 40 in Ottawa County, and could she then tick her way up to 48 to around 50% of the vote?
Okay,
so I
it's
think
been
that's
going well,
probably
then.
about what she needs to get out of a place like this tonight. And we've seen that happening in some other counties. So that's as Ottawa starts to come in, that's what we're kind of going to be looking for. Grand Rapids, Kent. We got 18% of the vote out of Kent in like 6 minutes, I think, at 8 o'clock. It's 10:15, and we're at 24%. Eaton, I just want to see, we've been at 89. We're getting close to complete in these places. That's why I'm showing them. Livingston's ticked up to 78. Stevens is sitting there basically close to 46%. Ingham County, we've ticked up to 15%. Stevens is running at 40. I did want to check in. Ingham is very significant in this congressional primary here. Yeah, okay. Let's take a closer look now, because what's been happening with Stevens, you can see has a spillover effect to this primary. I think it.
Yeah.
Did we call it?
Yes.
Oh, hey folks, we got a call we're going to share with you.
Huh?
Oh. Ingham.
Uh-huh.
Wait, they're in an interview. Okay. Okay, folks, there is going to be another News Now hit. I don't know if you can hear the show or anything, but that's what I'm. Oh.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yo. Now I know how you guys
folks,
feel.
I'm sorry, folks. I don't know if you can hear. They're interviewing a member of Congress. I obviously wait my turn, but that's why I'm being silent here. But 7th District, just as that late counted vote has favored. Sorry. Okay.
Now I know how you guys feel when I pause for 4 seconds to read Twitter. Or chat, for that matter.
Okay, folks. I'm sorry, folks. We're
do a little dance.
We wanted to talk about the result in the Kansas Democratic primary. We've called Cindy Holscher the winner of the Democratic primary here. So it's going to be Cindy Holscher, the Democrat, against Ty Masterson, the Republican. Again, this is a term-limited Democrat. This will be the Trump-endorsed candidate. The candidate of Governor Laura Kelly loses. Okay, she had not endorsed the. Let's go back to Michigan. That's where we want to be. Okay, I was looking at Michigan 7 because what's been happening in the Senate race there, okay, in that Senate primary, where you've seen Stevens in. Are we?
Back to Steve Kornacki at the big board on what just happened in Kansas. Cindy Holscher will be the Democratic nominee for governor. Steve, how did it happen?
Yeah, I mean, take a look. A very close race here. By the way, Kansas very quick at counting their vote. We got more than 3/4 in. Holscher now opening up a very healthy advantage there over Corson. I think one place to take a look right here in Johnson County, because Johnson County.
Her numbers are pretty good. Like voting total, it seems like she has more votes than Masterson does, despite having a smaller percentage of the primary run.
Like 650,000 people. And all three of these candidates, Holscher, a state senator, Corson, a state senator, Kurt Skoog, the mayor of Overland Park, all three of them from Johnson County. So in some ways, to me, the question tonight was going to be, is this a Johnson County primary? One of the winners, they got to decide from three of their favorite sons, favorite daughters. Johnson County ends up going for Holscher here, wins this by about a 4,000 vote margin. You can see she also posts a win here.
MF's name is Kurt Skoog.
Of a similar margin. This is Kansas City, Kansas right here. She did extremely well here. Douglas County, where the University of Kansas is. Shawnee County, where the state capital Topeka is. Still vote to come right there. But these are the big population centers here. Really big numbers for her down in Wichita, where Sedgwick County is. And so she did, as the night goes on, pull away from Corson. And so you have that dynamic. And the Republican side, Ty Masterson, endorsed by Trump. This is the story we've seen in so many Republican primaries. Trump endorses. Trump gets his candidate in Kansas. On the Democratic side, I think you said Laura Kelly, Democratic governor, sided with Corson in this, does not get her candidate.
Which is so interesting because she has gangbusters popularity in the state of Kansas. I mean, I think she's one of the top 10, most popular, like highest approval rating governors in the country, and had thrown that weight behind Ethan Corson, who was very happy to talk about that when he was on the campaign trail. The other piece of this too, Kansas hasn't elected a Democratic senator, I think, since the 30s, but it is one of 5 states that is represented by a Democratic governor that in a state that Donald Trump ended up winning, Steve. So there does seem to be some interesting dynamics at play. I feel like if the theme of the night is you can't paint with a broad brush, right? Like,
did we want Holscher to win?
Is part and parcel.
Look,
yeah.
We want a Democrat to win. Kansas's current governor is a Democrat. Let's keep the streak.
Polarization of national politics, much more than federal races can. Races for the U.S. House, races for the Senate. So you'll see a state like Kansas that's a reliably red state in a presidential election have circumstances where it will elect a Democratic governor. You'll see a state like Massachusetts, not too long ago, one of the most Democratic in the country. Charlie Baker was a 2-term Republican governor from 2014 to 2022. Vermont, does it get more Democratic than Vermont? Currently has a Republican governor who's running for re-election. So I think you get a little bit more of that sort of ticket splitting is not a thing we see.
Remember, every American is a temporarily retarded Democrat, Even in Kansas, you take a look at their ballot measures, people lean more left than you might think.
The big race we're watching, we have to go back to it in Michigan. Any update you can give us on the Al-Sayed Stevens race? We were just talking about it with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who talked about, Steve, the fact that tomorrow, whoever wins, if we have results by tomorrow, hopefully hopefully we'll have results by tomorrow, that they're going to have to unify. But what are we seeing so far tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to dive right back in here because in the last couple minutes, the vote here has ticked up. It's coming in slowly. It is coming in. We were at about a quarter of the vote. Now we're getting close to 30%. One thing, very big picture that we're seeing, it continues to happen here, is that Stevens in that sort of bottom line number against El Sayed, it continues to tick down. 58-45-6. It's now 5.2. We said 8. We said 7. 6.5, 6, and inside of 5. Now we're getting down close to. So this continues to shrink here. There is still a lot to come here. It's sort of uneven where the vote is coming from. I'm going to look here. I'll see some of these for the first time myself. I just want to see. We started to get vote in Lansing, state capital, big Democratic bastion. This is a place where El Sayed wants to do very well tonight. I think he sort of depends on it. Livingston County next door. I will say, and to Grand Rapids, did we get anything more? No. I'm just checking these kind of for the first time here myself.
It's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch. All rice. Just a nice carb load. Keep me energetic for this high intensity job that I'm so good at. All right.
Election day vote in some places got reported out very quickly and huge for El Sayed, and in a much longer process in not all. We haven't seen this in all counties, but we've seen this in a fair number of counties now where Stevens has chipped away at that early advantage that El Sayed has had and has given herself numbers. Eaton County, she's getting close here to a number that I think coming into the night she would have wanted to have. It didn't start out that way. That's the same story next door here in Livingston County. We're looking for other counties on the map we can.
Stevens is definitely doing better than expected in a lot of rural counties, but the fact the expected vote total has increased substantially in many of the larger counties suggests to me that this tide will be overwhelmed by higher progressive voter turnout, same-day voter turnout in the larger counties. Seriously, it's shifting from 100% in to 77% in. Massive, massive, massive shift. I think we're in for good news.
This could be a runaway for El Sayed. Wow. I think it's come back around a bit the other way. The question is, how far back around is it going to come? And I think what we just need, we say Wayne, that's true. But what we really need right now is some substantial counties to get to basically 100%. Because so much of what we're doing right now is, well, she's doing good with this vote, he's doing good with that type of vote, if it does this, if it does that. When I can see a couple of these actually get to 100%, I think it'll clear up fast before we get to Wayne.
All right. Well, we are on pins and needles. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much.
You think Stephen's going to be tarred, feathered, and shamed after this? I think they're going to use her as mortar for the West Wall. Israel's has no further use for her.
Okay, this is the vote by mail in Detroit. Yep. This is all of Wayne County. This isn't just Detroit that you're looking at. But if you were seeing this before, El Sayed had a narrow lead with a very scant number of votes counted in Wayne. We've now added the vote by mail for the city of Detroit. And Adam, what were the margins on that?
Yeah, Stevens gets 74, El Sayed gets 22.
Wow. So now. That's a very, very big number for her, obviously. She's winning the vote by mail.
This is what she wanted to see.
By 52. What we now need to see is the second piece of it. This is like a boxing match, right? Yeah. She just took her best punch. Now El Sayed's going to take his best swing with the election day vote. Right? Yeah. How does it look compared to that? But I think one thing that's interesting that we've been looking.
He's losing. You have to pay attention to the words they're saying and not just the numbers on screen.
In 2018, when Gretchen Whitmer won, El Sayed was sort of a distant second, but Whitmer only got 52% statewide in that primary, as the lone establishment candidate against two progressive challengers, El Sayed and one other. And so we've been using the Whitmer number in a lot of these counties as sort of maybe a rough benchmark of where Stevens wants to be tonight. And the interesting thing is Whitmer really struggled in Wayne County. She lost Detroit. She actually came in second place in Detroit. She got 36% of the vote in Detroit. She got 44% overall in Wayne County. And again, I keep saying how big Wayne is, 20% of the vote, statewide. So this was core to the chances.
Is this the black vote? It's the mail-in vote from the county, including Detroit. Keep in mind, you know what this means? This means that at a maximum, the mail-in vote constitutes about 20% of the vote total. Or to put that another way, the same-day vote is about 80% or more, we might have an underread on the total voter turnout.
Literally hanging on your
guys.
every word as we speak. So
Trust
just,
the plan.
know the audience here. What is the number that Al-Sayed's camp is going to want to see for that and that Stevens' camp is going to see? In other words, what is the ballpark that we should be looking for when that comes in?
Well, I mean, I think you use the Whitmer. I said the city of the. I'm sorry, did we just get a little bit more? It just changed. What did we just get?
Yeah, we got another 3,000 votes.
Do we know from?
I don't know from where.
Okay, so again, Wayne is not just Detroit, so that might be what just happened there. We said Detroit in that 2018 primary, it was 38% went for Sri Tanadar. Okay, one of the two progressive, he's a congressman now. 36% went for Gretchen Whitmer. Okay, and
Vote Hub disagrees. Okay, then I guess we'll see.
And now the number that that Whitmer got out of Wayne, the Wayne County number for Whitmer was 44%. Was 44%. So I think like if you're Stevens, right, you want to try to move that number close to 50% out of Wayne. So you want this, you want this 36 number to be over 50. You want to be winning Detroit. You want to be winning Detroit by a very substantial margin tonight.
So, Steve, just to reset, what's the statewide look like? Just remind us where we are statewide with this new vote coming in.
And that knocked, now take a look at this. Now we're over a third of the vote statewide. That was a big batch right there. And again, this has been the shrinking margin. That is now 3.1 that separates Stevens from Al-Sayed. This has, I think, starting at about 16, 17% of the vote. We were looking at Al-Sayed by 8. Every update since, almost without fail, this has ticked a little closer. It just ticked down to 3. Adam, what just came in? Anything meaningful?
We got during our last update, we got a bunch of Kent. Nothing meaningful in just in the last 10 seconds there.
Okay, but we did get a lot of
guys.
Kent.
Ever feel like you need to
now,
piss?
This must be election day.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, do we think we have how much of the election day vote do we think we have in Kent? This becomes a key question. This is where Grand Rapids is. This is a big piece of the puzzle.
About 60% of election day, according to our current tracker.
We have about 60% of the election day, and how much of the vote by mail do we think we have?
44%.
Okay, so there is more. Now we got to run a few numbers on this, but
Grand Rapids is interesting because I think that Stevens was there today. I want to say, do I have that right? Yesterday and today. I mean, like this is another place that we have been
swinging.
Yeah, exactly.
I do see some of the more policy wonk types getting upset on Twitter. We'll see how it goes. But it seems to me like the same day voting that we've seen so far in the larger counties leaning so heavily towards Abdul Al-Sayed, in addition to the higher voter turnout than expected, I feel like if they're upset, it's a good thing. No. They're worried that Abdul is losing to Stevens.
We're saying that election day vote has been so pro Al-Sayed. This is how pro Al-Sayed. 80% to 19% in that batch that just came in. Right?
So that's a punch counter punch you're talking about.
That bucket of if this is the election day vote, right? Where Al-Sayed is getting numbers like this. Okay, Adam, you said that number is 60% full?
Yes.
Yeah, that bucket is 60% full right now. So there's still 40% of the bucket where Al-Sayed's putting up numbers like this. Right now, the other bucket is the vote by mail. How is that breaking right now? Do you have that number handy?
In Kent?
Yeah.
In Kent, that 53% for Al-Sayed, 41% for Stevens.
The vote by mail?
Yes.
He's leading the vote by mail there?
In Kent, yes.
How many votes is that?
20,000.
Okay. Well, that's wow.
It's interesting.
That's
a twist.
If you're Stevens, you said 53-41.
Yeah.
For Al-Sayed.
Yes.
Okay. So
he can't even believe
Stevens
it.
is losing her best batch by 12, and she's losing her worst batch by 61. And I think Adam said this one's about 44. We got about 44% from this bucket. The only thing I would ask about that,
I'm telling you, man, evidence cells quiver in the face of faith chats. The stalwart, resolute mind and spirit of a person who's just decided beforehand, who's concluded what the outcome will be.
He's right. Like in Kent County, we knew coming in Kent was going to be a good one for Al Sayed. He got 41% of the vote in that 2018 primary.
Right.
He got 41% of the vote. Whitmer got 44% of the vote right here. Okay, right? Like Joe Biden, when he won the state's primary in 2020, he got 46% of the vote right here. Hillary Clinton got 37% in 2016 when she narrowly lost Michigan to Bernie Sanders. And, you know, again, if that, I want to look more into that vote by mail number, but that vote by mail number has to, I think, turn around for Stevens here. She can't be getting 30 in a place like Kent. You know, she's not going to win it. But I think for a candidate like her, given what we're seeing elsewhere, she needs to be in the 40s, you know, in a place like that. I think she needs to be cracking that at least. That's what
60
the other
million, Doe.
establishment.
Actually, we have a more interesting dynamic in this race, it seems. A lot of people are sweating. Not me, but Stevens is doing quite well in the early day or the same day voting in more rural counties. Also, so far, we only have the mail-in ballot drop in Detroit and their county, their voting district, which leans towards Stevens, which is making people nervous. Now, I keep saying that the higher turnout, the unexpectedly high turnout, along with the fact that Abdul Al-Sayed's saving up his big old, you know, Donkey Kong swing, his big old charge punch of same-day voters. You know, I think it's going to work out favorably for him, but we'll see. We'll see.
So it's part of the reason why we expected that to be a big number for him. And in fact, I just want to check in because it occurs to me, speaking of young voters, do we have more? We don't have. Washtenaw County is another one here where, again, we thought would be one of the best for Al Sayed tonight. And again, where I think Stevens knows she's going to lose, but wants to be getting closer to something, 40 here or something.
Yeah.
It's one of those. So that's what I'm saying when I said to bring it around to Detroit for Stevens, she's got to do a bunch of other things. And those are the kinds of warning signs that exist on this map. Kent County is a clear warning sign for her. Washtenaw, maybe. There is a thing in Washtenaw where typically, at least in the last few elections, the last thing they've reported out, or one of the last things they've reported out, is specifically vote by mail from the city of Ann Arbor, where the University of Michigan is. Yeah. Is that if so, there could be a batch late in Washtenaw that's useful to Stevens. Something to keep in mind when you see her number right there. But Washtenaw, that's low for her if it were to hold in that area. Kent's low for her if it were to hold in that area, and maybe some indications, in those rural areas where you need them collectively, where she may not be. That's preliminary, but she may be lower than she wanted to be there as well. So there's when I say there's encouraging signs in this statewide for Al Sayed, it's that. And as a matter of fact, that update in Kent County, I think, was so significant in that we say the shrinking margin, right? Now it's going a tick the other way. Remember, it got down to 3.0. Now you're looking at 3.4. I think what happened in Kent County has a lot to do with that. So, a little bit more now. Now we're getting closer to 40% of the vote in, and Al Sayed leading 3.4 statewide.
All right, Steve Kornacki, fascinating. It is coming in fast and furious, and this is a real race.
My brain is still. It's.
I know.
It's fascinating.
I'm in awe.
Fascinating.
And Adam,
it is a little bit of. It is a lot of math for a homosexual such as myself. I think chat's still traumatized by Trump's victory in 2024. Yeah, that slow creeping feeling of dread. Hold it together, folks. It's gonna be okay.
Charlevoix looks like it's complete. I think that's our only new one here.
Well, okay. This is a little, let's just dwell on this for a second.
We just got another in Kent, another update.
Okay, let's go there.
I was looking at the Kent update. We were asking about the mail vote. It does look like it's mostly come from Grand Rapids right now, not from Wyoming, not from Kentwood, not from some of the surrounding places. There's a scattering throughout the county, but it's primarily from Grand Rapids.
That's vitally important. So the possibility, again, those are real. If you extrapolate them, those are real low numbers.
To be fair, her pulling out like a 1-point victory when she had like 700 quadrillion in funding isn't a good look either. This is true, but keep in mind, we do want a strong win here so that we can consolidate in the general. If Abdul Al-Sayed wins by only like 4 points or whatever, that's not great for the general.
It could change dramatically. That possibility is there. Again, for Stevens, it has to be there because she's got to get that number. She can't be sitting there at 30%. we'll just go through right now anything close to complete, because anything close to complete, we don't have the questions of this type, that type, this, we could just give you the benchmark and how it did. So with that context, here's Charlevoix. Now, Charlevoix, I keep saying, older, middle, working class white. This is sort of the exception. This area here in the northwestern part of the Lower Peninsula is sort of the exception. Charlevoix, you have income, you have money here, you have retirees here. It's beautiful if you've ever been to this area, to downtown Charlevoix, at least in the summer. I like the winter. Not everybody does. But anyway, look, outside.
Mitch has the breakdown here in Detroit. Okay, here's the Detroit numbers, according to this Twitter user. Absentee votes overwhelmingly to Haley in Detroit. Early day votes 50-50. Early vote 50-50. Election day leaning slightly Haley. What we're looking at is a huge glut of pro-Haley absentee votes. What we're waiting for really is the election day votes. Election day is still pending, and that's a lot of people. Now, signs currently are pointing towards positive outcomes there, but yeah, if we get a big election day drop in Wayne County, and it's largely pro-Stevens, that's tummy hurt territory.
Marks for her, and she's running south of it. She's running 20 points south of Whitmer, 10 of the Biden number here. And again, we've seen this, we saw it here, tiny, but we saw it. We're seeing it in Charlevoix. Any other near completed in the northern part? Alcona, we saw it in Alcona, didn't we?
Yes. Watch out with that water. Misaki, Delta.
The New York Times is saying Abdul Al-Sayed is ahead of his benchmarks by 9 points, where data exists to make that argument. Gotcha. Okay, that's good to know. I apologize for doing this again. Can somebody please give me a gifted link to this? I promise I'll install that add-on again sometime soon. To this, the Michigan U.S. Senate primary election results. Can you please give me? It has to be gifted, not archive. Archive won't allow the JavaScript to work properly. No ELP. You people are useless.
Got 60 here.
ChatGPT would have helped me.
63 was the Biden number here, and 48 was the Clinton 16
link.
number.
Yay! Right? Somebody fucking help me. Thank you. Well, wait, hold on. No, this is different. This is a different thing. I appreciate the gift link, but this is a different thing. I love you, but it's a different thing. Are we winning? Well, I'm not currently.
So, realistically, question being,
click into the Dem primary.
Is what's left vote by mail?
In CAS specifically, yeah. Let me take a look.
Oh, it preserves the gift link?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Vote by mail.
I didn't know if it would preserve the gift. Oh, yep. See, there you go. You click on it. Create a free account or log in. Just get a free account. God, you don't know how this starts. You don't even know how this starts. You don't even know. First, it's a free account. Then they want the money. Motherfuckers. Not giving any goddamn money to the New York Times. Fucking logging in. Making me log in while I'm live streaming. I swear to God. Yep. No, wait, hold on. Okay, here we go. Finally.
500. If she wins it by 500 votes. And what's the expected vote in Cass County?
The expected, this is where we see a little bit of imbalance because our estimated remaining mail vote is 1,400 overall.
Yeah, this is what we're looking at right here, ahead of benchmark. See? Triangle color shows which candidate is ahead of their benchmark in each county. Height is proportional to how many votes they are ahead. And all we have right now with the limited data we have available is pro Abdul Al-Sayed benchmarking. Man, according to this, even in rural counties, Al-Sayed is up by 13 points relative to the benchmark.
let's say there are 1,400 votes.
Vosh, your take on moderates not being genuine is an L. I got on my laptop just to say this. I went to school for poli-sci. Many of my fellow students were sociopathic centrists who wanted to get into politics obsessively. Well, that's kind of what I mean by disingenuous. They don't want to get into politics because they're advocates for the centrist political beliefs. They're using the centrist political beliefs in order to control people and advance their own self-interest. They want power. Like you say, they're sociopaths. That's what I mean. When I'm talking about like voters, like the constituency in this country, people aren't politically motivated by centrist beliefs. So you've kind of made my point, you know, like the careerists are the rut.
So 2140 into 4,200. So if that were all to be, she would land at about 51%. Stevens would land at 51%. So look, we're going with the highest remaining vote number here, which we're not even sure is. Sorry, decision desk. But we're going with the highest one, and we're extrapolating 59-28 Stevens for the remaining 31-point margin. And what would that do if that were to happen? Oh, shoot, it would get her to 51%, right? And I mean, you just saw it, right? The Whitmer-Biden numbers were in the low 60s. So even with a boost here, that's what we just saw elsewhere, too. I forgot the county. Charlevoix, 10 points south of what I think a realistic benchmark is. Anywhere else big coming in or close to 100?
Yeah, another one that looks complete, Mecosta County, just
home of Big Rapids.
95% in.
Oh, and this is a college town. Ferris State University is here. Okay, let's talk Mecosta. Stevens wins it, 51-45. Let's go to our trusty benchmarks. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, Whitmer 63. She just did really well in this part of the state. Whitmer got 63 here. Biden only got 50, and Clinton got 39. One thing that's interesting, I don't know, right? This Whitmer primary in 2018 was in the summer, right? These two primaries were during the academic year.
What was different from the Stevens +7 poll? Dog, do you think I'm psychic? I don't know the internal methodology of every poll ever conducted, but that Stevens +7 poll was conducted by an organization that had endorsed Stevens for the primary. So do the math.
Stevens hits just a point north of, but she does hit the Biden number. So she does hit the Biden number. So this is not a bad number here for Stevens. It's just if she's missing it elsewhere, you know, if she misses it in other counties, places like Cass, she's got to make up for it elsewhere, you know. And so in that context, 51 here. But again, the opportunity for her to make up for it a little bit in Wayne County, to make up for it a lot in Wayne County, is also there. Do we have other completed?
Yeah, a little bit further up, Oscoda County, near complete.
Okay.
So where do I search for counties here?
95. So this is northern Michigan. Okay, this is not, you know, this is blue collar Michigan right here. And let's do our benchmarks. 64. Whitmer cleaned up. She got 64. Biden up here got 60. Clinton, again, she got, you know, crushed up here. 45 is what she got.
Again, take a look at these total numbers here. We're talking about counties that have like 1,000 votes total in them. Vote Hub guy is confusing me. That's why I'm the live streamer, baby. The good for El Sayed, he has a lead right now. The bad for him, his best vote in Kent has already reported. Grand Rapids City, he should also go down vote share in Ingham and Washtenaw County comes in, more absentee comes in. Well, we need to see what the split is in Detroit. We need to see, we don't even have the same day election results from the biggest city, you know? I mean, Kent might turn out the highest proportion for Abdul El Sayed at a crushing 35 points here. But by what margin is he going to win in same day votes in Detroit? You know, that's the question we're all waiting for an answer on.
Yeah, right. And it does. How many rough votes was that? 2,000. Right. And so it took us from 20 to 22,000 vote by mail counted, and it ticked her to 31.6. Okay, again, there is still a long way from here to 100, though, right? So can she engineer something where she gets up to 40 plus, which I think she probably has to do? I'm looking at Oakland. We do have some more Oakland. Oh, we were going to. Do we have completed Oakland municipalities? I think that might be the most useful thing we can do.
Yeah, we need completed municipalities so that we have a full slice of the pie.
Continue to work on that. I think we got a little distracted, but I'll get back to it.
Go ahead and do that, because shout if you have any completed Oakland municipality, because I'm sorry I got distracted in.
I forgive you, Kornacki.
In Mecosta. No offense to Mecosta, but that's going to be hugely significant. Okay, do we have more Ingham County here? We do have more Ingham coming in. Al Sayed now opening up again, this is Lansing, state capital. We knew this was going to be a big place for Al Sayed, needs to be. More vote does come in there, and that does likely election day vote, just because it was so clearly pro Al Sayed. That might have ticked him up statewide. But what that also does is that affects the 7th district congressional race. Yeah, okay, see what just happened here?
Hey, bit of a bump.
We said if Lawrence could kind of hold his own outside of Ingham County, right, it was expected this is where he's going to really hit pay dirt in Ingham County. And so what's happened here...
Remember, every indication we have suggests we're seeing a Stevens barrage. Dude, it's literally this same shit every fucking time. Literally, the only votes we have right now from Wayne County are the mail-in votes that we all always knew were going to skew towards Stevens, and everyone's like, well, fuck, it's fucking over. And even with that early skew towards Stevens, Abdul's still up 4 points. Didn't you say the same thing in the presidential election 2024? I mean, the warning signs came in pretty early in 2024. I remember, like, when the early votes started dropping in, like, New Jersey, and Kamala Harris was up, like, she was up, like, 11 points in New Jersey, and it was like, ooh, you know? I feel like I caught on to that one pretty early. Keep in mind, though, that Kamala Harris only lost by a couple of points in terms of the popular vote.
That is, I would say, everything I just took you through is Lawrence holding his own. And that was the name of the game for his campaign. Hold their own and then do this. There it is. Look at this. A third of the vote in, and this is the big one, almost half the vote in the district comes out of this county. And look what Lawrence is doing there. And still divided opposition, just much smaller slice of the pie for them to divide up. And so what that does district-wide, with half the vote in, I'm going to zoom in on this. I know I'm like losing it.
I guess.
Okay, with half the vote in, yeah, Lawrence is back up double digits here with still a ton of vote to come from Ingham County. So this is, okay, we said in a way this was a version of the Senate primary, okay? At least the Senate primary as it originally was playing out. The Senate primary originally, Democratic primary, was playing out as a three-way race, right? McMorrow was in the race, Stevens was in the race, and then you had Al Sayed. Now, McMorrow got out of that race, but the question about Al Sayed was, can he win this primary? And then, interestingly, this would be a left-wing candidate trying to win in a red state. And the story in this district was, could the left-wing candidate, right, win the three-way primary and then try to win in a red district? Trump won this by a point, right? 2020, Biden won this by a point. Currently represented by and unopposed in tonight's Republican primary, Tom Barrett. Barrett won the seat in 2024. Alyssa Slotkin had held it, left it to run for the Senate, you know, and Tom Barrett picked up the seat in 2024. So this is going to be, if Lawrence does indeed hold on here and win this, no check mark yet, but if he does indeed hold on and win this is going to be a congressional district level test of everything that's being talked about statewide with Al Sayed. You know, Lawrence, again, this is a guy who created the Sunrise Movement, far left platform, endorsed by Bernie Sanders.
The fact that the remaining votes that are being counted in District 7 lean towards William Lawrence is another bullish sign. That means Lansing's probably going to shift, or not shift necessarily, but like the remaining votes to be counted in Lansing are going to be, you know, pretty heavily skewed towards Abdul Al Sayed. You folks, you have to chill
Democrats
out.
Were very excited about Brink. Brink coming in as the former ambassador to Ukraine, bringing those credentials. They were excited about her. And then Mazdam also got in the race with a similar, sort of ideological profile to Brink. And Slotkin, senator now, used to be the representative of this district, endorsed Mazdam. And I think there was a lot of head scratching among Democrats in the in the area and nationally about why she did that, because I think a lot of them looked at this and said, did that help a candidate who was only going to split the vote with another candidate in the same lane, thereby allowing the third candidate, the left-wing candidate, to have the progressive lane all to himself and be able to. Is that what has happened here? So that was kind of the dynamic that was playing out beneath the surface a bit in this race.
Seems so,
and again,
Messiah.
just look, almost all the vote is in, 42, but it's small. 3/4 of the vote. These are the 46% of the vote here, about 20% of the vote right here. But we only got a third of the vote from the county that accounts for half the district. Okay, enough on that one. 13, Sri Tanadar. We got a quarter of the vote, right? Detroit, this is, remember, former DSA, left, renounced the group, current DSA, endorsed by the DSA, trying to get revenge on Tanadar. Overwhelmingly Democratic district. Now Tanadar with
yes, we like William Lawrence.
Again, that largely a big part of what you're seeing right here is what we talked about in the Senate race. Vote by mail, city of Detroit. And Tanadar, that has powered him. Remember, he was losing in the early vote that we got in. He clearly has done well with that vote by mail in Detroit, has taken the lead here. But remember what we say, the same day vote has favored the insurgent candidates. If that's what you consider McKinney here, DSA challenging an incumbent member of Congress who's being targeted by the DSA, then that election day vote is looking awfully juicy if you're McKinney and the DSA folks right now in this district. Okay, the 11th district here, well, we now have a call. State Senator Jeremy Moss is going to win this primary. We didn't get to talk too much about it. Aisha Faruqi was running, again, was sort of on the left, the candidate of the left in this race. Moss, a big issue in this race had been Israel. Moss aligning himself sort of on the pro-Israel side.
No, he said that his number one goal was to advance the interests of Israel and said that Jews are primarily loyal to Israel because America is not their homeland. Yeah, Jeremy Mossad. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Jeremy Mossad. I like that. Thank you.
Was represented by John James, who's giving up the seat to run for governor. Christina Hines had the most money in this race, and she is with a third of the vote. I want to just see where it's coming from here, right? The Oakland part of the district, right? This is Grimal's best part of the district. He was the mayor of Pontiac. He represented Rochester Hills in the state legislature, or as a local elected official, I should say. His base is sort of in this Oakland portion of the district, which is much smaller than the Macomb portion of the district. And you can see there two things. You can see most of the vote is in from Macomb. It's where Grimal did best. It's the smallest part of the district. Much more vote in Macomb. Much more vote to come in Macomb. Grimal doing very bad there, and Hines so far has attained separation there from Chung. And so, district-wide with a third in, if you're Hines, that's a very good place to be right now. And again, this is a district that will be one that will get a lot of attention in November. Trump won it by 6 in 24. He won it by a point in 2020. This is largely a Macomb County district. That reminds me that if we're talking John James, we ought to check in on the gubernatorial primaries. Democratic side, no surprise here. The Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, she will be the Democratic nominee.
How much can a man piss in 20 minutes? I didn't have to piss. I had a fucking mustache hair that was poking me in the upper lip. It was so annoying.
Just the Senate race has been... I'll stop making excuses. I'm sorry we didn't give this one more attention. John James, though, does decisively end up defeating Perry Johnson in this primary, a third of the vote in, but it's a clear, I mean, we'll just show you, I think we were seeing this earlier, nothing in Wayne, but the margins that James was getting in the population centers of Southeast Michigan here, were pretty consistent. There's Livingston on the Republican side is a lot bigger than it is on the Democratic side. A lot of those exurban voters, leaving Detroit, higher income, they tend to be much more Republican, Washington. So again, this is a pretty thorough victory here for John James. There'd been a lot of talk that he was in trouble. Johnson spent a ton of money going after him. It got to be a pretty heated campaign in the end. So we will see. John James, twice before, has been the Republican nominee for statewide office in Michigan. Twice before, he has lost. He will now try in the race for governor against Jocelyn Benson.
I feel like Vosh and Hassan were way too optimistic. For one, we're not done yet. For two, I got to even out the slate a little bit, People have been accusing me of being too pessimistic for years. I don't claim to be a psychic, but, considering how I feel the entirety of Western civilization is going to be going down the next couple of years, I feel like I'm entitled to a little bit of optimism now and again.
would have a trickle-down effect, or would have an effect across the ballot, I should say, that would enhance their chances of winning the government. It would keep people away from the Democratic column. It would sort of have an effect on the entire Democratic ticket. That's the theory. We'll see what ends up if it ends up happening. But
I'd much rather be doomer than cope. That is a sign of emotional weakness.
Coming in here in Michigan, now at 40%, and I'm seeing it's 3.1 is the margin, 17,000 vote difference. I don't want to interrupt you on Oakland, but did anything come in meaningful here in the last?
Yeah, I think we're complete in Mackinac. You want to take a look at there.
It's the resort, ever gone to no cars allowed on Mackinac Island, the Grand Hotel. So it's sort of like, look, this is, we won't spend too much time. Mackinac Island, and then you're into the UP, into sort of a more, rural blue-collar area. So Stevens is going to win this 49-45. I think this was actually a place where Whitmer struggled didn't do that well in 2018, but I may be wrong on that. Whitmer actually is a part-time resident of Mackinac County. The governor has a summer residence on Mackinac Island, so she can they fly the flag when she's there. She got 57% of the vote here. Biden in 2020 come on, I saw this a minute ago. Biden got 55, right? We keep using the Clinton one, but it's not necessarily operative here. 57, 55. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not huge by itself, but we keep seeing smaller counties, places, like this, where Stevens is, she's not hitting those previous establishment wing marks.
I think we got another municipality in Oakland County. Yeah. We got another 10,000 votes. Stevens wins it 57-38.
So, okay.
Which county?
Stevens won. We got a municipality. Which municipality?
I'm still trying to work on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think it was a completed one, or I don't want to interrupt the work here. I'm trying to put you on the spot. I just want to understand the.
Yeah. No. I mean, I generally think that's kind of how they are reporting in Oakland, and that's why I say that. And we're seeing a mix of mail and election day in this most recent update. And so I think it's. I think it's from a municipality.
We think we got a municipality. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor it, but we think we got a municipality. How did it break? You said it broke for Stevens.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't know. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, full disclosure. These are the municipalities of Oakland County.
Thank you, Kornacki.
We've got our bench.
GG, Vosh, better luck next time. Genuinely, this is an intervention. You need to go and do some dishes or something. You gotta go. Jesus Christ. There's got to be something you could be doing right now, okay? My dish is clean. I do not believe that. I don't even slightly believe that.
It's difficult to say which municipalities are exactly completed. So I'm trying, kind of estimates here. But the one it looks like maybe the biggest that may be completed would be Royal Oak.
Okay.
And in Royal Oak, I have Stevens getting 37% of the vote.
Okay. Wait, are we doing a?
Huh?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
3 minutes to Michigan 7.
We want to do Michigan. Oh, is it 10? Polls are closing in Washington too.
Yeah. At 11.
That's where I am.
Okay, hold on. We should just let me just go over there and tee that up because 41%.
Take a look at Kshama Sawant. Did Vosh vote? Buddy. Do you think I would, wait, what's the bit? Do you think I would let you know about my votes if there was even the slightest intention of you altering their outcome? Why do you think I started stream late today?
It's Oregon. Okay. Remember, these are top two primaries. Democrats, Republicans, everybody runs on the same ballot. And what's going to happen is the counties in these districts are going to come in. You're going to get tons of vote all at once from these counties. And then the rest of it, it's a slow trickle that can take through the night. It could take days. It's a lot like California, Colorado. But where are we going to be looking tonight? For instance, the 3rd district. This is one obviously that's going to have a lot of attention this November. Marie Perez, the Democratic incumbent here. John Braun, expected to be the Republican candidate who comes through this top two primary. Other candidates here. The context here, Trump district. Perez represents a district that was won by Donald Trump. He won it in 24. He won it in 20. The thing we're looking for tonight is not who's going to advance to the general election, but is there some kind of a readout here on the relative strength of the two candidates and the two parties, right? It's more than just Democrats, Republicans. Every party's on here, but can we see that two-party vote, which we won't really know for sure? We won't know the full vote for a couple of days till all the results come in. But do we get a feel for, like, is there an advantage to one side or the other here? We can talk about that, the significance of that as the numbers come in. Here, the Republican incumbent, Dan Newhouse, not running for re-election, overwhelmingly Republican district. So we would expect the Republican to win here. The question is which one. The 5th district, Spokane, based here. Most of the vote comes from Spokane. The interesting thing,
which is currently on fire, by the way. Any interesting candidates in Washington? I'm going to be real with you, dog. Outside of like seeing a fuck ton of Kshama Sawant canvassers to every public event I attend in Seattle, I have not been paying attention to shit at all.
This is an independent who's kind of running on a lot of Democratic themes. Can he get to the general election? Sorry, we're going to Michigan. That's them talking to me when I do that.
Yeah. The voices. Me when the voices. The voices.
Okay.
They're back. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Well, this one, we're talking about this from now till November.
Kornacki joins us from the big board. Steve,
King
we got to get right to
Crimson.
Michigan. What do you have there?
Yeah, well, you were talking about that 7th congressional district race, and there it is. This is sort of a microcosm in a way of the dynamics we've been talking about in the Senate race, where Lawrence, the very progressive, candidate here of the left, is going to win this, has won this primary, and the context is Trump won the district. This is a swing district that Trump won.
Hot take, Sawant's constant complaining will make her a PR nightmare in Congress. Hot take, Sawant would be a PR nightmare? Buddy, that's the coldest take I've ever heard in my life. I could chill my drinks with that take.
What would that mean in terms of a swing state that Donald Trump won and the implications for Senate control? Well, we're seeing this now. We're going to see
the lady who accuses Mamdani of being too complicit to Capitol in the Republican Party. That lady?
County, they're getting closer to Detroit. You are going to see a candidate very much part of that left-wing insurgency who's won this primary in a Trump district.
So what about the big Senate race there, Steve? Are we getting in any more vote there?
Yeah, we did. So we're up to 44%, and you can see Al Sayed's lead now has moved up to close to 4 points, meaning, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think we just got a big batch from somewhere in the last.
Yeah, we just got 7,000 votes from Macomb.
We got more Macomb. Okay, so let's go over to Macomb County, and this must have been Election Day vote that we got out of Macomb.
More in Wayne County?
Friendly Election Day vote.
Yeah, he wins that one a little bit. There was also a Kent update that he won a little bit more.
Okay, let's go through both of those. So Macomb County, again, big suburban county, more blue-collar suburban county, north of Detroit here. One of those places that Stevens needs to be winning tonight. The vote that's come in, I believe, the update that just came in was Election Day vote, was very friendly to Al Sayed. So Stevens is going to need to do significantly better with what's left here. I do think there's a fair amount of vote by mail that's left here. Adam can check on that. But in the meantime, we had set this up before, what was going on in Kent County, where we are now up, this is Grand Rapids area, we're now up to 2/3 of the vote in Kent. And you can see, if you remember before when you checked in, Stevens was running at about 30. She's moved up to 32. We said there was a lot of vote by mail to come. Two things about that. When you last checked in, she was actually losing the vote by mail. And we said that's catastrophic for her. That vote by mail that we were looking at the last time you checked in was from the city of Grand Rapids.
The Sun stream is so depressing right now. Wait, are they being doomer over there too? Look, I'm not. I hate. This is the reason why predictions suck to make as a political commentator. It's because First of all, it's not done yet. Second of all, people get mad at you no matter what, and they act like a prediction morally locks you into an outcome or whatever, like you're at fault for not knowing the future. It's insufferable. That being said, I maintain my priors here. Hold out.
Points here, okay? But again, we said in a county like this, she wants to be in the 40s. Right, she needs to be in the 40s. So she's got to move up a lot. She's got to move up a lot more. Now there are still some votes to come here, but that vote by mail right now that we're seeing, at least right now, is not trending necessarily as pro Stevens as we've seen in some other places, and as she would need to reach that number. So that's Kent, and again in Macomb, her numbers right now a bit low right there. Did we find out what that was? Adam is still working on it. So again, what that means statewide, 44%. Just checking in, 3.5. We did. Again, this means we did get another update that just was favorable to Stevens. Where was that from?
That was from Oakland County. That was another 7,000 votes.
Okay, yeah. So now Oakland. What's been happening here is a lot of this we've seen now is coming in. It's sort of one municipality at a time that's reporting out. That's what you're seeing, and you're getting all types of vote kind of all at once. And now this is two or three municipalities in a row that have reported out here that have been friendly to Stevens. So Stevens' margin now, remember, it's been sitting at about 2 points in this county. Now it's ticked up to 4 points with these last two that have come in. So again, that's 5/6 of the vote in Oakland County. Now a 4-point advantage for Stevens. And we said she wants to be in the 50s here, in this county. It's a must-win county for her, certainly, but also a county where I think she needs to have some degree of a pad here. And it's interesting because she's now moved this up to 4 points. Can she move that? Can she move that further? We're trying to figure out what the remaining municipalities are there, and if there's the opportunity for her to do that. Because again, what that did statewide was when you came to me, it had gone up to 4 for Al Sayed. That Oakland update knocks it down to 3.5. And
they ain't even counted Dearborn yet. We got so much left to do.
Those are the most recent.
Right. I feel really bad. I had a follow-up question for you, but my mouth was stuffed full of fruit snacks, and I wasn't able to speak. So I'm sorry about that, Steve. But you covered it handily.
Get some water. You covered it all. We're going to come back to you in just a few minutes.
Appreciate you. Steve was talking about Michigan 7, and this is such an interesting.
Okay. I want to check two things. Let me.
We are getting our first results out of Washington, if you want to take a look over there.
Sure.
And yes, we can go through some Oakland if you want to look at those.
We have some Oakland municipalities.
Yeah, so maybe Bloomfield Township is one I think may be complete.
Okay.
I have Stevens getting 58% in Bloomfield Township.
Okay.
El Sayed getting 39.
You have 58. Okay, wait, let me write these down. 5839 in Bloomfield Township. We think it's complete.
Yeah. Yes.
And okay, Stevens 5839. The number in Bloomfield Township, there's about 45,000 people here. Okay, so that's bigger than some of these counties that we've been showing you.
What were the priors there?
So in Bloomfield Township, 5839 is the Stevens number. The number for Whitmer in
Bloomfield Township. What's the county?
56. So Stevens is 2 points north of Whitmer in this, pretty good-sized township in we're talking about Oakland County right here.
In Oakland. Okay.
16% of the vote statewide is coming out of here. Here's a township of about 45,000 people, and Stevens we think it's complete, and we think she's done a little bit better. El Sayed, the El Sayed got 30.
Bosch is kind of confusing with his Sawant skepticism after seeing about that Adam Smith breaking points hit. I don't know what you want from me. Adam Smith is a ghoul. I support Kashama Sawant over him, but there's no denying that she would be a hassle to. I don't know what you're talking about. I have criticisms of both. If I had to choose which one was a congressperson, I would choose Kashama Sawant.
I am, full disclosure, I am looking for it. What else do you have while I'm scanning this?
Ferndale, right there.
Okay, now this is super progressive. Yeah,
it is super progressive. I have Stevens getting 22% there, and El Sayed getting 76% there.
Yeah.
Bullish.
Okay. So Ferndale is like a famous liberal enclave here in southeastern Oakland County, and El Sayed, El Sayed got 57% here. El Sayed got 57% here in 2018. Okay, the share in 2018 though for Whitmer was 36.
That's the right kind of hassle, though. You want someone to motivate everyone to push for working class votes. I don't think that's what she'd do. I don't think that's the kind of hassle I'm talking about.
Energy here, because that's the kind of place you would see it, and how much that is behind El Sayed in this.
One more, we can maybe do Independence Township.
Adam, I don't think I have that one either, so
all right.
I apologize. My numbers were incomplete.
I think we are, Southfield, West Bloomfield, Farm.
If you didn't strike it rich in the streaming mines, you'd be really grateful for her fighting for working class Washington citizens. I'm sorry, wait, is your accusation that being a leftist live streamer has turned me against pro-leftist politician sentiment? What the hell are you talking? Wait, hold on a second. You're the same guy. You've been complaining the whole stream. Wash your dishes. Man, every time when I don't look at the names, it's always like, it's chain. What's going on with chat? I look, it's always the same guy. I get you're anxious about the election.
Counties.
Stop taking it out on me.
And we also made a...
What are the completed counties? What do we got?
Wexford.
Yeah, our friends up in Wexford.
That's another one.
It's close. I'm close. Where is it? It's one of these right up here, isn't it? Okay. Wexford. We started this one. We were at 10%. What do we got?
Oh, look at that. Abdul Al-Sayed just jumped ahead to a 9-point margin above of the pre-election benchmark, according to the New York Times. He was at a 6-point margin up over the benchmark the last time I took a look. So at some point in the past couple of minutes, some drop put him an additional 3 points above. Benchmark details. In rural areas, El-Sayed is up 11 points above the benchmark. In areas that were strong for Trump, that's huge. That's a huge argument for us in the general. El-Sayed was up, is up plus 11. It's always been 9. Not true. It was 6 a bit ago. I looked on stream. You can go back and rewind if you want to be fiddly with it, but it was 6. Now it's 9. So this is good, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's good. And by age, more younger residents. El-Sayed up by... Whoa! They just fucking... Deep State just yoinked that one out. Oh, see, now it's up plus 7. It's over. Shut it down. Shut it down. They're stealing the votes.
72-23.
We had that initial batch. I thought it was 70. Okay, but
yeah, maybe they're wading into some different sourcing territory, and maybe some of the votes are uneven here.
Okay, but we think we got the vote by...
NBC just upped their expected votes by 150K, like statewide, also bullish, huge. The more the expected votes go up, the better it is for us.
Put it in.
Okay, I am just... it's on this destroyed paper, that's why I'm looking through my phone right here. I have a Detroit number I'm trying to get, and so if you bear with me, let me... I want to... is this it? Yes. Okay. Hang on a second. Give me a second. How many? Here's what I'm trying to figure out.
Me too, buddy.
What is the expected vote in Wayne County right now?
The total expected vote is 304.
Was that the original expected, or has it gone up?
304 is the Wayne County expected result.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm trying to just... Oh, for goodness sake. Click the wrong thing. Bear with me, folks. I'm sorry. I had this on a piece of paper that was destroyed.
We love you, Kornacki. Take all the time you need.
Unfortunate accident here. 32, 38. 304. Okay, so that's... Sorry, this is great television, folks. I know, but I just
hey,
need
Bosch,
to,
that one guy's neighbor here, Just looked over the fence, in through the window, and I can see a comically tall pile of dishes framed perfectly in his kitchen window. Thank you. Thank you. I suspected as much. Thank you for confirming with independent reporting, the likes of which we rarely see in today's cursed media environment. Thank you. Just dirty dishes and Kshama Sawant pamphlets stacked up high.
Okay, how many votes? Jesus.
Yeah, me too, buddy.
How many votes total are counted in Detroit right now?
By municipality, this is where it gets a little bit more difficult because I don't know exactly, if our what you see in the board is synced up with the county or synced up with what's seeing in other sources, but maybe 57,000.
Okay, okay. Here's the thing. The city of Detroit on its website has a real-time count.
And what do they have?
They've got 39, 54, 8, 54, 9, 47, 56. About 57, yeah, they have 57,000 votes.
Okay.
They have 57,000 votes in, and they have Stevens overall leading in Detroit 69% to 27%. Okay, they have 69-27 right now. They do it by vote method. Okay.
Washington team ran their own state initiative for Brent Heinrich. They did 5K phone bank dials. Nice!
Absentee.
Nice. He's a happy-looking fella.
Yeah, 57-287 is what they're at.
That's a lot.
So if Stevens is able to win Detroit, right, she's leading it by 40 points right now, and
With
there's
just
a fair amount.
The mail-ins.
Yeah. There is much more pre-processed absentee. She's winning it, but not as much. So she won't win it by 40. She wins this thing, let's say she were to get...
These guys feel weird to watch, like they forget they're on TV. I disagree. I think it makes them much more human than watching these like grinning plastic faces getting fed lines to repeat via a teleprompter. I way prefer this. Way prefer it.
3,000 votes out of Detroit. When all is said and done, how do you? I mean, she is trailing by 15,000 right now. So with what's happening in Detroit, where she is, we see it, she's crushing it in the absentee, the vote by mail. She is leading in the election day vote. So again, that speaks to the Al Sayed does better with election day vote. But we said, Stevens does so well in the polling, and it looks like this is happening in the actual election itself with black voters, in Detroit, 3/4 of the population. So even though Al Sayed's doing better, even though the election day vote is sort of his bread and butter there, he's still losing it right now to her. He's just not losing it by as much as he's losing the absentee vote by. So the idea of a landslide for Stevens in Detroit that could net her something like 30,000, a plurality, of something like 30,000 votes, statewide, she's trailing by 25,000 right now, okay? And so in Wayne County, you got 1/4 of the vote that's in. There's still a ton of election day vote to come. What's counted so far, what are we doing right now? Okay. Was there a call in Michigan 13? Okay, they just want to go to it. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry.
Yeesh. Yeah, it's pretty much all eyes on Detroit. Detroit will swing left. Well, so far the same day votes, the election day votes are swinging for Stevens. And if that trend continues, she is going to win Detroit. What we're really looking to see is if there's any particular character to the existing votes that are from election day in Detroit, that would mean they swing more towards Stevens, but in the future they'd swing more towards Abdul.
Now, and we're going to do a hit, and then we're going to I think this is becoming the question. This is what we're going to go focus on.
I can't understand how someone would vote for her. Name recognition. AIPAC gave her $60 million. She campaigned implying Obama endorsed her, which he never denied, by the way. She literally went around like, oh, black voter? I work with Obama. Like it's literally just it's name recognition.
To play, all of these individual counties that we've been going through. Places where there are places where she falls short of that Biden-Whitmer benchmark. There's some places where she goes a little bit ahead of it. There's some outstanding, we're trying to figure out where they're going to land in Grand Rapids. She's at 33% with 71% in right now. The wiggle room that she has, okay, when we use that Whitmer benchmark is Wayne County. Okay, because look at Stevens is leading in Wayne County by 20. They're coming to me. We'll go through this. The wiggle room. What? Okay, sorry, folks. I'm navigating with the control room and the. Adam, can you try to find out what we expect for the total vote out of Detroit?
Yeah.
Didn't he say 304K? Wasn't that the number before?
We are back. Keeping a close eye on that critical Michigan Senate primary on the Democratic side. You're looking at both campaign headquarters here for Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens as well. There's a lot of action, except we can't see it because it's happening as the votes are being tallied, and we don't know what those results are yet. We are dying to know. We're going to be checking in with Steve Kornacki throughout the night. He is joining us now from the big board. Talk us through it, Steve. Let's start with, where we are statewide in Michigan, I got a flag. Welker is going to be joining us in a second. If you saw an empty seat, she's here. She's walking into the studio. I don't want you to think she left us. I just wanted to flag that. Steve, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, look, statewide in the Democratic primary, we're at half the vote right now. In that margin, again, which is a little bit more just ticked in right there, 3.5 points for El-Sayed over Stevens. I'll tell you what we're trying to figure out right now is how many votes we expect out of the city of Detroit, and what kind of plurality we think that Haley Stevens can get out of that. Because the numbers from Stevens out of Detroit so far for her have been really good. And I'm just looking at it right now. It's a frustrating thing. We can't show you in the board, unfortunately. We can show you the county, but not within the county. Kelly. In Detroit right now, Stevens is getting 69% of the vote, and El-Sayed is getting 27% of the vote, okay? So that translates right now into a plurality of nearly 25,000 votes for Stevens, and there are a lot of votes still to come here, okay? Now, a lot of that, the vote by mail is doing some heavy lifting in that Detroit number I'm giving you right there. Again, that vote by mail is so friendly to Stevens. The election day vote, though, that has been counted so far, she's winning. Not by any kind of margin, that she's getting the vote by mail by, but she is winning it. And so we're trying to get a handle here on what we expect the final vote to be out of Detroit and what kind of plurality that could ultimately be for Stevens, right? Because right now she's trailing 27,000.
Will an Abdul victory ease your anxiety about the 2028 Dem nomination? No, they're unrelated, but I wouldn't say my feeling on the subject is anxious, more doomsaying.
Vote powering
it really comes down to Detroit.
This is the one place where, it's not going to help Stevens like the election, like the early vote is, but she's doing, I think, so well with the black vote that she may be able to do good still with the election day vote there.
Seems like AIPAC got what they wanted here in terms of demographics, an incredibly cynical, like bottom of the barrel campaign, aligned mostly on racial allegiance, a cynical congressional black caucus like voter drive, lying to people about being endorsed by Obama, that stuff, It seems like they succeeded in the way they expected to with regards to which, like the weaponizing id poll to get people out for Stevens. The question is, will it be enough?
County, and we're just kind of getting started there with the vote, 23% that's in Saginaw County here. Again, there's a substantial, not as much as Flint, certainly not as much as Detroit, but there is a meaningful black population there, especially in a Democratic primary.
I think all black populations are meaningful.
By a double-digit margin. Opportunities for Stevens in these places to post pluralities that could really eat into what you're seeing from Al Sayed right there. We're also trying to get a handle on what we've been showing you in a place like Grand Rapids, Kent County, where Al Sayed got huge numbers out of the city of Grand Rapids. That included the vote by mail in Grand Rapids, and where the rest of the county and vote by mail is kind of trickling in. Her number's sitting at 33%, with 71%. That's got to go up for her. But if the variable in this, I think, really is what she can get out of Detroit and what Wayne ends up looking like at the end of this. And I just say that because, pull it back up there. This is what the county looks like, what Wayne County looks like right now, Detroit and everything else that's been counted so far. And you can see the advantage she's getting there. And to put that in some context, right?
Sorry.
We keep talking about this Gretchen Whitmer when she was elected in 2018.
I'm feeling peevish, and when I feel peevish, I notice that my beard is slightly asymmetrical, and it pisses me off.
Right, and you see where Stevens is running with that right now. And again, Wayne is, I keep, go blue in the face saying, it's 1/5 of the vote statewide. So that kind of a difference, when we're using Whitmer as kind of a benchmark here for Stevens, and we're saying she's hitting it in this county, she's close in this county, she's just, maybe Kent, she's not so much, we'll see. But if you're getting anything like this, right, in a county where Whitmer did that makes that as they say at the horse track, that forgives a lot of sins. And so that's, we're trying to get that the Detroit thing. We're working on it. We want to get a handle on that. But I said
the Zionists on my Facebook friends list were feeling very sanctimonious today. God, I don't want to give them an excuse to be smug too. Well, look, if it makes you feel any better, we're all going to be broiling in the climate apocalypse pretty soon anyway. So, don't allow the spite or smugness of others to get in the way of you. Don't allow that to be the driving force behind your politics here. This is a deeply undemocratic primary. You have a progressive candidate, Abdul Al-Sayed, who ran a good campaign, and you have Stevens, a candidate who ran an abysmal campaign, but got given $60 million by neo-Nazis and the backing of the establishment, at least implicitly, because they aligned with those values. The actual will and whim of the common people and their interests have very little to do here. She didn't promise anything. She didn't advocate for anything. It's not a very democratic outcome. Any result that takes place, anything that comes of this night, no matter what, is still an indictment of our system. If Abdul Al-Sayed wins, that's great. Why did the DNC pitch their support behind Haley Stevens? If he wins by a lot, just as much so. If Stevens wins, don't think it's going to happen, but if she did, okay. Aipac's proven they can still buy elections. There you go. We already knew democracy was dying in this country anyway. It kind of affirms our priors there. Now, I personally would very much like it if Abdul Al-Sayed wins, and I think he's going to. But we do have to see how things play out in Detroit.
I've pulled up a graphic, I think we did it a couple minutes ago, but of incumbents who are facing primary challenges. And there's an outstanding one in Michigan in the 13th district. Can you take us there, Steve? This is Shri Tanadar, obviously the incumbent here, up against Donovan McKinney. Again, establishment versus progressive. This is that graphic. Also an age story. I think
How do you stand that beard? I shave at least once a week because it gets prickly and annoying, distracting. Yeah, your beard stays prickly if you shave once a week. My beard is long and soft.
And so what you see is, remember, we got that big batch of vote by mail in Detroit that Stevens did so well in the Senate race. It helped Tanadar, the embattled incumbent here, who in the initial votes that had come in this district was trailing. That vote by mail batch from Detroit helped him. It put him ahead of Donovan McKinney. The challenge for Tanadar here is that
calling Aipac neo-Nazi doesn't really help rhetorically. I don't know, man. Democrats seem to be trending more and more anti-Aipac as time goes on, so maybe they all watch my stream. Nah, seriously, Aipac represents a block of political interests that, for one, literally align with the Nazis on values concerning the Israelis' treatment of Palestinians and their neighbors, but for two, Aipac has literally helped, far-right white supremacists win. We're talking about an unimaginably evil block of electoral support here, You could say just about anything negative about Aipac and find evidence to support it.
17,000 votes.
17,000 votes. How did they break? It looks like, how'd they break?
Stevens 52, El Sayed 44.
52-44 election day. That could be Detroit because that's what she seems to be winning the. Let me just reset this again. I'm just looking, folks, at the.
I think that's right.
Yeah, that the Detroit. Yes, they are now. Detroit is now up to 85,000. Oh wow, they're really Detroit's got a ton here now. 85,000 counted.
Based on estimates we had prior to the election, there may be another 10,000 or so mail ballots we still expect from Detroit.
Yeah.
Hope not.
And that's, I'll have to see where we are with Election Day because I think that last update may have been substantial into cutting into that Election Day vote.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a very substantial one because I'm seeing now, right, 82. 82. Well, the turnout though in the 18 primary in
the city of Detroit has updated their website where they say Election Day is fully reported now.
Really?
Yes.
And so
wait, where is Election Day fully reported?
I'm checking it too. It sets about 85,000 votes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Turnout in 2018 in Detroit in the Democratic primary was 93,000. So we are elsewhere going much bigger than that 2018 primary.
With, again, potentially these 10,000 plus mail votes.
Yeah, that would which would just draw it level.
Yes,
I think. So not a ton maybe left out of Detroit. And do we have municipal level the inner suburbs? Do we have a sense in Wayne? Because there are some areas of Wayne where Stevens could do very well as well. And do we have a sense if that's what's outstanding? Is it Dearborn Heights? What are we?
I think that was what.
Not good for Abdul El-Sayed, but by those margins, it seems like it's going to be increasingly difficult for her overperformance in Detroit to turn into the 25,000 lead she would need to close this gap.
Dig into it's not all in one place, but we'll take a look around.
Okay.
Opposite what?
And maybe another Wayne update just came in as well.
Was it Detroit?
Steve, we're told there's been a bunch of Detroit ballots that have just come in. We've been waiting for some of these. No, was that to me? Did Adam say it wasn't?
No, sorry.
You're picking up on our ongoing. I apologize.
Okay, my bad. Stress.
We did. We just got a bunch more.
Detroit turnout is lower than expected, which is good for El-Sayed. Yeah, hold on. I just had that up. 1 second. Where was that? Yeah, this is actually, man, it's actually like so depressing in like a state of democracy kind of way. Haley Stevens targeted black voters so fucking hard in this election. It was basically all she focused on. And it seems like with all reported, the total voter turnout in Detroit, such a heavily focused city with tens of millions spent on, pamphlets and canvassing and phone banking and TV ads, 18%. Only 18% voter turnout. This is the future the deep state wants for you. This is the future Capitol wants for you. All the money in the world being spent to buy fucking Nazi candidates, but then only like 5 people turn out anyway because everyone's too depressed to show up. It's actually sad. It is. You literally $60 million spent from Aipac on Haley Stevens for 18% voter turnout. That's why I say the fascism that we're heading towards is not one of like mass zeal as people line up to make themselves subservient to the state. The fascism we're headed towards is one of mass apathy. It's closer to Russia. Russia isn't full of zeal. It's full of pathetic, broken people just trying to eke out a living while their openly malicious state just does whatever they want over them. No drive for a better future, no motivation. That's what they want for us. That's what the deep state, international capital wants for us. They want cattle.
the other cities that are in there.
I feel like I'm doing something illegal. I feel this is wow. Seeing Steve's notes, my God, it's amazing.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out which of those, because the political kind of complexion of those varies dramatically. There are some big places in there that could be good for Stevens. We've talked about places like Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, that would be very good for al-Sayed. So that becomes the other question. Wayne at 4.
Is this to say that Stevens' targeted voters were discouraged by your own campaign? It's to say that the overall effect of a incredibly uninspiring candidate blanketing the airwaves is that nobody bothers to show up.
Stevens,
the girlies of an autistic guy. It's true. If you showed if you're at the club and you show the broads your Excel spreadsheets, they love to clamor over you like that. Oh my God, that's so many notes.
In Saginaw as well. Oakland, now we're up to 90%. Again, look, now Stevens has done better and better as that vote has come in. These municipalities have come in late in Oakland. Her margin now up to 5 points over al-Sayed. We said well, she wants to get into the 50s. She has now gotten into the 50s in Oakland County, next door in Macomb County. Look, again, the skew here earlier, I think, was toward a al-Sayed favorable type of vote, municipality potentially. We still have more than half the vote to come in Macomb. You're starting to see Stevens pick that up a bit. Again, she wants to get about where she is in Oakland in Macomb as well. So she might.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Smith won handily in Washington 9. Kshama Sawant never really had a chance because she was running as an independent.
So again, just Wayne itself, if we suddenly got the rest of Wayne County in right now, this 56 would come, we'd be at 70% of the vote in statewide. Yeah. We'd have a clear sense of it. So really coming around to it.
Forgive me, Steve, if you mentioned it and I missed it, but what do we know about Dearborn?
Yeah, so we did. We had earlier in the night. We had a same-day update from Dearborn. It was overwhelmingly. It was exactly what you expect with al-Sayed. That's what I'm trying to find out. Is there more from Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck? Those are the three I'm particularly interested in there. That were honestly. And I apologize. It's just this is the nature.
In a cynical way, is the depressed turnout in Detroit good for us because it means the rest of the incoming votes pro al-Sayed? Not necessarily pro al-Sayed, but yes, your point is correct. The general depression of the vote in Detroit is favorable to al-Sayed.
Come on. No, we're going to check back in with you, Steve. It's great. It's great. And we're getting closer. We're getting closer to clarity.
Second by second, minute by caffeine-fueled minute.
Yes.
And Ryan Nobles and Garrett Haake have been with us through all of it. It's so interesting here.
Okay. Yeah, I know I've thrown a million questions at you, but that might be one here too, is municipalities within Wayne. Do we have anything we can talk about there?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to say because it's really tough to say what I don't have expected vote for every municipality in Wayne, and it's kind of tough to say. I do see in Dearborn specifically, we reported that election day vote earlier.
What was
I
it?
do not see other modes reported for Dearborn, so I would expect other votes there. One of the other places I was looking at was Canton Township.
Yep.
I see early vote and election day. I don't think it's all of it, but we would still be missing.
We're definitely not getting the blowout we wanted, which is unfortunate. Abdul al-Sayed narrowly winning is, a pretty bad outcome in the sense that it's going to make the general even more difficult, but a pretty good outcome in the sense that he managed to win in spite of Stevens literally spending 10 times as much as him. The fact that a young progressive is able to beat out the establishment pick even though she was spending this much more, is still an overwhelming testament to the popularity of what we have to offer, especially considering she wasn't even making pitches for her policy. She was just accusing him of being anti-Semitic, sexist, and lying to black voters, So keep that in mind. That being said, a good way to think of this is that the margin between Haley Stevens and Abdul al-Sayed has barely changed over the past 20% of statewide votes being counted. It's closed from a quarter counted to 56% counted statewide, and he's still holding at about 3 points over. Especially now that the entire city of Detroit has been counted, apparently, allegedly, her ability to get some big leaps up, it's waning. she's running out of big vote drops.
Throwing these at
in
you,
one
like,
location.
You know, right? Like that's 100,000 people, and that would be a big one for Stevens. Plymouth, with lower population, would be a big one.
Do you think there's any veracity to the claim that primaries are harder for progressives than generals? I think it really, really depends. Genuinely, I still think that Bernie Sanders would have won in 2016 had he won the primary. I still think that. But it's a difficult belief to test because for the most part, we don't get really clear, we don't get clear experiments.
The county there, which isn't breaking it out in a significant way.
Yeah, okay. Wow, yeah, so, and I'm just gonna go through some of the big ones to see if we've got more that's coming in. But I think the thing that we're seeing is kind of some stabilization elsewhere. I think we just got a little bit more Kent. We did. Stevens is up to 34. We're doing that thing in
Here's some hopium. McKinney's up. Oh, hey guys, while we weren't looking in Michigan 13, Donovan McKinney jumped way ahead of Sri Thanadar. I don't actually know how to pronounce his last name, with his fuck ass haircut. So that's good.
Marks, Whitmer 18.
Thanadar?
54%.
The heck did they put the H in there then?
52%. I keep showing you the Clinton ones and then telling you why it doesn't really apply. So let's not show you the Clinton ones. We're just going to show you these two. But 54 for Whitmer, got her 52% statewide. 52 for Biden, got him 53% statewide. And look where Stevens lands. 53%. That's a very good number for her. She got that out of there. Completed counties. I'm like interrupting you constantly. I can look for completed counties on here too, and maybe that's what I should do. So let me see here what else we have. Wexford, I'm looking for one here. Let's go next door to Mecosta, right? Newaygo County.
Right now the big jump up for Stevens.
Remember we showed you Big Rapids, Mecosta a minute ago. Okay,
here in Detroit,
Muskegon's not far from here. 95% in. Stevens gets 55% of the vote. Let's go through our benchmarks. Whitmer got 56, 2018. Okay, what did Biden get? 55. Where does Stevens land? 55. She hits her number. Okay, where else can we go? It's of somewhat substantial size. Did I see? I did see. Okay, it's not that substantial, but let's do Hillsdale. It is one of these right down here. I always get confused. Okay, there's Hillsdale. Okay, just about completed in Hillsdale. And Stevens gets 50% right here. Again,
Also, I'd like to add an additional argument, if I may. It's a little bit, what some might call it insensitive, some might call it not woke, but I'm willing to make it anyway. The fact that the big block that's turning out positively for Stevens is black voters, the people who always vote Democrat anyway, is another sign that Abdul Al-Sayed was the stronger candidate in the general. The ability to win over black voters in Detroit is like, not just win over, by the way, it's 18% voter turnout in Detroit. So it's not like she's getting them to show up in droves or anything. She's not motivating big turnout from them. She's just, winning a large percentage of them. That's not super helpful against a Republican. We kind of already expected those votes.
Liar for Whitman. Biden.
Meanwhile, Abdul Al-Sayed is overperforming in Trump-leaning counties. That's cynical as fuck, but fair. It's literally just something you have to factor in. If we're talking electability, if you are primarily winning because you are pulling voters that always vote Democrat anyway, and you're not even doing it with high turnout, that is not good for your chances in the general.
So getting 52% in this county, again, it's a pretty big one here, exurbs of Detroit. Getting 52% here was part of winning a majority with a bit of a pad. Right, so Stevens is under the Biden number, but two things.
I don't like the term low education voters because I feel like, or low information voters, because I feel like it implies that there are voters that aren't low information. Basically, everyone's a retard, genuinely. Like, the more you learn about elections and the more you understand how predictable gerrymandering is because we know how cattle-like the voters are, the more you understand everybody's a low information voter. It's really just about which demographics are targeted the most aggressively. Haley Stevens went all in on the black vote, so that's what we're seeing here. You don't hate voters enough, really, but it's not like It's not like, you know, an Arab voter in Dearborn who voted for Trump in 24 because they thought that he was going to end the war in Gaza, who's now voting for Abdul al-Sayed. It's not like that guy's a high information voter. You know what I mean?
And, you know, yeah, we forget the Whitmer. That was the outliers. 52 was the Biden number here. See if she can get that a little further north. But again, I mean, part of this is
Steve.
Yeah.
I have a note for you.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. This is me and Adam communicating again. Okay.
Are you a high information voter? No, I'm a fucking idiot.
She is, anyways, yes, she is missing it there. And I think, yeah, it's going to, you know, again, with that, if you say 52 was the Biden number, and that gave him a little bit of a pad, you know, 50, so a little bit short of there. Anything else substantial where we really got the full picture? It's just most of these counties, I'm still seeing a lot of outstanding vote. Oakland.
It's going to be a late
Oakland,
night.
Did we get a little bit more out of Oakland? 92% in Oakland. There's Stevens. Yeah, that's where it's a 5-point margin for her right there. Macomb sitting at 44, she's at 42.8%. Let's do this. Let's find out how much is left. I'm going to call this one up. Pardon me, folks. I'm going through the thing right here.
Do we still not have any votes out of Dearborn? Like, is Wayne County really just sitting there doing fucking nothing?
That's one way of looking at this thing.
They banned voting in
There's
Dearborn?
about 170,000 votes left in Wayne County, okay?
Do we know that? Wait, 170,000 votes left in Wayne County with Detroit already being completely counted? Sounds kind of bullish, doesn't it? Dearborn is also in Wayne County. Like, it seems like voter turnout's not that great in Detroit. If what remains in Wayne County, what we're waiting for is like disproportionately Dearborn votes. Wait, Detroit was counted completely? That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
More votes, you know, to come out of there. We're trying to get a handle, as I say, on which townships, which cities we have outstanding vote from. But I would just say, as a rule, if you extrapolated this, you know, Stevens is leading by 13 points, right? If she ended up winning Wayne County by 13 points, with 170 left, right, it'd be 17,000 plus 3%. She would net 22,000 votes. 22,000.
Detroit makes up just less than half the population of Wayne County. Yeah, but their votes apparently are already counted. And it seems like, hold on, what was the vote total we saw? So Detroit makes up about half the population of Wayne County, you say? But if we take a look at the election results from over here, how many are we looking at here? 94,000 ballots cast, but they're saying that there's about 100, what did he say, 150,000 ballots left in Wayne? Doesn't that imply a huge Dearborn overperformance? 170? So if Detroit makes up half the population of Wayne County and it's all been counted, but we're still waiting on 170,000 ballots and only 94,000 ballots were cast in Detroit, I feel like this implies a massive Dearborn overperformance. Not to hit you guys with any crazy hopium shit, but I feel like the math on this is borderline unwinnable for Haley Stevens. Unless, like, Dearborn weirdly underperforms, which is odd because they really seem like they'd be motivated to here. Yeah. That's what I've been telling you. I know, Masaigu! I know you've been telling me. I see the posts. But I'm the streamer! I'm the streamer, Masaigu! It's me! Sorry. It's just,
Not endorsed by anyone is leading.
You know what Masaigu never chips in with? LOL. +2. Never see that. I'm out here dropping comedy bombs 24/7, and I never get a little W from the guy.
So they want to talk about. I got to just catch up on this. Oh my. Oh, I see. Sure. I'm just catching up on this one. Sorry.
On this Michigan 8 race.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been so bogged down in the Senate. I'm looking at it right now, and yeah, Hassan endorsed by Trump right here. Obviously, you could see what a surprise it is. We don't.
Yeah, gotta get a picture to accompany the audio there to make that sentence make sense.
Now, 45%. Let's just kind of go through, where this is coming from. This is a completed county right here where Bay City is. And Hassan gets crushed right there in Midland County. We got half the vote in, and that's running about even right now. It's Saginaw. Smith is way up in Genesee County.
Yeah, these are the unofficial results, so I have no idea if this is the total. But and I would love to see what the turnout is relative to the number of registered voters in Dearborn. But according to these unofficial results, which may or may not be complete, it looks like the split here between Syed and Stevens is 77.5 to 20.5, or Abdul al-Sayed plus 57 essentially for the results in Dearborn. Though this would amount to about a 10,000 vote jump for Abdul al-Sayed. Now, what is the population of Dearborn again? They're waiting. It's about 100,000. It's not that big. So this would be a voter turnout of what? So it says 24%. So it's 24. Yeah, 24,400. So that would be like a 6 percentage point over performance in voter turnout relative to what we saw in Detroit. No, because the population isn't the same as the registered voters. And also, we've been getting some like weird, funky readjustments on. Oh, hold on.
15,000 votes out of Wayne. That might be being generous, but you can see if she did that, that would have cut in half the al-Sayed margin here. But then the question is, where else is she getting it from? Would she get that from? Where would she make that up? I mean, there are still a lot of votes that are left to come here, like we're saying in Saginaw and in Flint. We're getting more out of Flint. If she's out of Flint, out of Genesee. But again, if she's running at this, if she's winning Genesee at this margin and not getting a substantial double-digit margin out of it, that's not going to translate into. That's going to.
No, yeah, she is out of places to get huge vote drops from.
More votes. We were just going through completed counties. There are a couple places where I think she's clearly hit. They're not huge, but they're noteworthy where she's hit, I think, what a benchmark would be for her. There are a number of other places, though, where it looks like she's falling just a little bit short of it and maybe in need of something a little bit bigger than she is currently getting out of Wayne County. Again, this is one of those places. I'm looking at Kent County here where Grand Rapids is. 85% is in right now. She's sitting at 34%. We talked about Washtenaw County. Now we're up to.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, looking at the Vote Hub map over here, genuinely, and I apologize, I live in a real state that's on the coast, not a fake state that's not. But where the fuck is? Oh, there it is. Oh my God, I was actually looking at this on my second monitor for ages. I couldn't find. Yeah, we still don't have the counted votes from Dearborn. Look at this. The closer you get to Dearborn over here, the purple it gets, or the purpler it gets, and the heart of Detroit down here. Also leaning purple, but we're looking at this really marginally. I mean, this is like block by block practically over here. We're still waiting on this. We've got a lot of counted like suburban areas. What about Hamtramck? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know shit about Hamtramck. Hamtramck. Hamtramck is very Muslim and queer. Is it? Okay.
the deficit that she faces statewide right now, that leaves Al Sayed still up by 12,000. And then we're saying, okay, look, a prime opportunity for Stevens on this map coming right here, like in Genesee County, where Flint is. Well, with the numbers she's getting right there, what if she nets an additional 3,000 out of what she's getting right now? Maybe she knocks that down to 9,000. I'm giving you kind of her good places right here. I'm giving you maybe an optimistic number for her out of Wayne. She is still, there's not a ton to come, but she is, she's been closing strong with what we've had.
Hamtramck? That's retarded. I'm sorry. I don't have to pretend to respect. This is still, I'm a coastal elite. I'm not pretending for your sake. Hamtramck? Fuck you.
A little bit more of an update there. Now she's at 34.5. Again, trying to get, I think that's when you're trying to get over 40% if you're her. We got completed, Ottawa County. I can tell you something about this. This is decent size. This is where Holland, Michigan is, and give you some benchmarks.
Michigan is coast, Great Lakes. This is like the dreck Midwesterners subject you to when you talk about your superior coastal states. We have a coast. It's up against a lake. Oh wow. Wow, you've got a lake coast. Wow, that's great. No, good for you.
You got 51. Stevens sitting at 40. We think this might be it in Ottawa County. Okay, so those are the kinds of things she's trying to compensate for here, and the place to compensate for it is Wayne County, with about half the vote in and a lot of Detroit.
Hey, Steve, in Washtenaw, the Ann Arbor, home of Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, Eastern Michigan, go Eagles. Only Eagles I'll cheer for. Sorry, I had to get one in. We're running out of time.
4 minutes left.
Isn't the vote by mail there likely to be students who aren't back on campus yet? I mean, wouldn't that potentially be more?
Oh, students voting by mail. Imagine. They're way too busy fucking jerking off and gold starring Steam games. I just don't think Stevens has any more big vote drops. I don't think she has any places she can pull out these big turns from.
Population, it raises the question. I don't expect to see the kind of disparity there that we've seen elsewhere, but I think I think it's worth noting she's done the best with vote by mail, and that has recently.
I think there are big vote drops in Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. Really? You think are those not all fully counted? Ann Arbor. What county is Ann Arbor in? Fucking help me out here. Is it still in Wayne County? Is that still in Wayne County? Oh, Washtenaw? Okay. Yeah, oh, well, you're right. It's El Sayed plus 30, but it's only 70% in. So if we continue this margins, that's what, probably, so that's like a 35... 65 split? Yeah, 35-65. So if it continues 30%. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't think Stevens can win this. I think it's basically mathematically impossible, except for like some kind of unbelievable performance from the suburbs outside of Detroit. For Stevens. I'd have to imagine she'd be relying on El Sayed's drop underperforming. Yeah, but the fact that Detroit, which is the biggest block for her by far, only had 18% voter turnout suggests a larger, lower turnout percentage for Stevens. Like, it seems unlikely that Stevens would, sneak in a really high overperformance with voter turnout when the main block of Stevens voters in Detroit didn't turn out that much,
From 52%.
Just seems unlikely.
Okay. Outstanding question is here in Genesee County, home of Flint. We say there's a large black population in Genesee County. A lot of that is in Flint. Does Flint come through in a way that beefs this margin up for Stevens? She needs that to happen.
Like, allegedly, they say, there's 170,000 votes left to count in Wayne County. Some number of those are Dearborn. We don't know how many of them. And then you have, as the votes in Wayne have been counted, it's been shifting more and more towards Abdul Al-Sayed. Once Dearborn gets counted, who knows? It's possible this gets near 50-50. No, Flint is definitely going to be mostly Stevens.
To what's, Wayne would be one of those places. She needs to, I think, pull some big numbers outside of Detroit. We spent a lot of time talking about inside Detroit. She needs to pull them outside Detroit. She needs to pull something big out of a place like Flint. I think Saginaw, it's not as big, but it's not insubstantial. We have the wild card. I keep pressing the wrong county. We have the wild card of the late vote by mail in Ann Arbor. You just heard that conversation, I think, with Garrett. I think he's right. I mean, it's in a super liberal college town like.
Damn, there's a lot of people here. Hey, if you enjoy my coverage, make sure to like and subscribe. Really, if you can subscribe to the channel, it'll make me feel really good, please.
In theory, a big chunk of late vote by mail would be really encouraging for Stevens. That might not be the place where you want to see that.
I love you.
Same time, there's still a big chunk of vote to come here. This becomes a problem for Stevens because you could see how well El-Sayed is doing here. It's not a surprise he's doing this well here. We kind of knew this was coming. This is where Lansing, this is where East Lansing is. But again, there's still a lot of vote to come right there. There might be, as we've seen in these other counties, a more kind of...
Yeah, I think, listen, the big story here, in my opinion, any chance at Stephen winning was destroyed when we cleared out the Detroit vote over here. As you can see, absentee vote was massively skewed to Stevens, but the election day vote was only 3 points to Stevens. This was her block of support. Detroit was her fucking fortress. It was her greatest weapon. But not only did not that many people turn out to vote, again, like total voter percentage here was 18%. Like not good, not great, Bob. But the election day vote was nearly 50-50. No, I'm feeling bullish. There is no denying, however, that this has been a grueling primary and we are not positioned well for the general. The general is going to this is like an all hands on deck situation for the general.
So I think there was an expectation that El-Sayed would do very well in Kalamazoo. Just to line this up with our benchmarks, but again, there was certainly the expectation was El-Sayed would do well. Whitmer's number here was 48. Remember, she got 52 statewide. The 47 was the Biden number in 2020. Stevens again.
God bless Comrade McMorrow. Actually, a lot of the votes that have gone towards McMorrow might have ended up going over to Abdul El-Sayed. McMorrow was considered the progressive candidate against Stevens. So I actually don't think that McMorrow is spoiling the vote that much for Stevens here.
Really having trouble in Grand Rapids, in Kent County, the Grand Rapids area. Well, look at this. Okay.
Yeah.
We think that's big. We think we got the vote in Kent County. Remember, they came out swinging. We got a ton early. Took a while. It's midnight. We now think we got it. El-Sayed obviously wins. It gets 62. The benchmarks. Whitmer was 44. Okay. Biden was 46 in 2020. As we say, Hillary got crushed with 37. But right here, something like that is what...
yeah, Stevens is getting crushed here. Praise Schumer for being a total moron. Oh, God. By the way, perfect testament to the fact if Schumer and Gillibrand weren't fucking idiot freak Zionists, they would have won this with McMorrow. But remember, McMorrow, even though McMorrow is not really anti-Zionist, Schumer is so far right on Israel that Gillibrand, with him, said that McMorrow was a DSA candidate, even though she's absolutely not. Essentially, Gillibrand was like, oh, she's a fucking commie. Like, that's how insane our leadership is. McMorrow, with the backing of Schumer, would have easily won this. I think, not accounting for Stevens, if it had just been McMorrow and Abdul El-Sayed, I think it would have been like plus 15, plus 20 for McMorrow. But nope, the Zionists, as always, can only browbeat. They're very bad at making their arguments, and they overestimate their strength.
We never should we venture out to Washington? Let's we've been on 4 hours. I don't know, are folks fired up for the Washington multi-candidate primary? They won't assign any winners tonight.
Yeah, we do. There are some projected moving.
What do you think it means the turnout's so low? We assume turnout would be huge, but it's the opposite. Actually, turnout is doing well outside of Detroit. Which I think is more and more proof of the argument that I've made, that progressives are the candidates that drive votes. Whereas Haley Stevens, with all the money in the world, can't even get like high turnout in her fortress in Detroit. Actually, they've had to upwardly estimate the total number of estimated votes multiple times during this broadcast.
Be some surprising or unexpected numbers in some parts of Wayne County. Because again, there's
See, Abdul Al-Sayed just keeps getting a larger and larger lead. 33,000 now. I'm telling you, he's going to win. You might as well. I told you from the beginning, I did not think that he was going to lose. I thought he was going to win. Admittedly, and I'm willing to acknowledge this, was hoping for a blowout. The polling was not accurate in this respect. I'm thinking and I'm hoping maybe he wins +5. +5 or +6. But we'll see.
Let's see if this gives us something. It does not. I was sometimes, we did this with Detroit. You can go to the city and find it on their website, but that is not the case. That is not, unfortunately, the case there. Let me try one other here. Thank you. This might be interesting. August 24th, primary election. Here we go. August 4th. No, this is what we already have. Oh, okay. This can answer the question. Hang on one second. We do have. Yeah, we do have a lot of vote from. I'm just looking now in Michigan. We do have a lot of vote from Saginaw. We were trying to figure that out.
Give me Dearborn, man. Give me Dearborn. It's still gray.
Day, so absent. No, we've got a lot. We've got a good mix of both. Yep. Okay, and then. Come on. Oh.
Have you tried refreshing the page? I'm pretty sure it auto updates. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this page auto updates.
Here it is.
Kind of suck if it didn't, huh?
Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to get Flint. That's what I'm looking for Flint here. That's what I'm.
You have to. It's like a 10% chance if you break gravel.
Yeah, we don't have. This is what I was. Believe the case was. We do not have Flint. We don't have anything from Flint. So the opportunity.
Deep cut. Oh yeah, real deep, real fucking deep.
Stevens in Genesee. We were showing you Genesee County. Pretty big piece of real estate, and we do have some vote right there, but none of that vote that you're looking at, and she is leading, is outside of Flint. What you're looking at is outside of Flint. We're not looking at anything.
Do you think all the polls and prediction markets saying Abdul was guaranteed hurt some of his turnout? No. I think that people sometimes overestimate how damaging it can be to have high confidence for a candidate. I think there might be some very, very marginal effect there, but the idea that like when you're confident a candidate's going to win, some significant number of people don't show up. I mean, maybe, but I don't think that's what happened here. The fact that like in the last like week or two, he got some really favorable polling, I don't think that depressed voting too much.
Maybe, but she's chasing 33,000. One other question I have here is, this is where it gets a little, when I'm on the air, we say these are the limitations of live. Is there a chance that I could make a phone call to the decision desk? I don't want to do this on the air. I'm not going to do this on the air.
Right. Do you think it happened in 2016? Voters not turning out because they thought that Trump was going to lose for sure? No. What I think happened is that Hillary's team thought they had a shoo-in, so they did. They arrogantly boosted Trump in the Republican primary, which ended up hurting her in the general. And I think that Hillary's team didn't take Trump seriously because they thought she was guaranteed to win, not the voters.
About Flint, about Saginaw, about Washtenaw, and really, well, about Macomb, and really about Wayne. And so what I'm going to try to do here is we got the decision desk. They make the call. Who, when these things, how to characterize these races, how to call them. It's a team of, of data scientists that we have. And I'm just going to, they do their own thing. They're not in this for publicity and everything. So I do this off the air. So they're going to kill my mic, and I'm going to try to talk to them and then report back to you. So, folks, we got a cliffhanger. This is what we watch these for, right? So please don't go anywhere. Maybe Adam, you can tell them if anything is there. Do you got are they on or are they?
I'm calling now.
Okay. Is this mic off? Okay.
Going good. I am so warm in this room. Let me open up the door for a bit. One sec. Hey, love? Can I open the door for a bit? I'm cooking in here. Oh. Wait, is he done for the night? Nah. Just taking a shit. Do you not have AC? Not in here. All right, when are votes done counting? They're probably not going to be done counting for quite a while, like well into next morning. We'll do what we can. In the meantime, I'm going to read some donos because otherwise there's no fucking way these are getting done tonight. Veronica Tash, thanks the $5. Change the stream name to Electoral Intifada. Gonna get my ass in trouble. KV Week, thanks the tier 1 sub. Ficanto and Vostok TV, thank you for the $5 both. Good Faith Goblin, thanks the gifted tier 2 sub. Wash your fucking dishes. Squig, thanks the $15. Haley Stevens gone missing. Last seen being dragged into a portal going to Tel Aviv. They're doing FMAB shit to her right now. Jar Jar Stinks and Turnip Man, thanks the $5 both. I will Turnip Man. Geoslade 49, thank you for the $5. Needs a trip to the cobbler, but I picked up a pair of Alden Cordovan blue hairs off Facebook for $20. What the fuck? Cordovan leather? Fuck you. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm mad. Mogged your ass? Yeah, no kidding. Jesus. Those are like $1,100. Chuck Schumer Titties, thanks the tier 3 sub. Great name. Thank you very much. Our Struggle, thank you for the $5. Nice fucking meme. La Vitristo, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Yeah, happy to see that Missouri was not entirely insane when it came to their ballot measure voting. CPT Flavortown, Matty Tiahu, and Greg the Bot, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Stupid Genius, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Kumquat151, thank you for the 770. Thank you. Been a while. SamFan155, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Here's to tickling the balls the politicians we loathe. Whose balls have been tickled or whose balls are waiting to be tickled? I bet you most politicians would probably enjoy having their balls tickled. Don't give that to them. Poop Eggs 114, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Snowy Cat, thank you for the for the 15 gifted tier 1 subs. I hate having money. I really just can't stand it. Quick Vosh is off stream. Don't tell him I donated again. Irresponsibly use my money. And with the tier 4 sub for yourself, I'm giving this money to Vosh.gg because I'm a communist and I believe in the redistribution of wealth. Okay. As we all know, communism is when you donate to your local politics live streamer. Thank you very, very much. That's extremely kind of you. Someone has money? Not anymore! Yoink! Still penis music. That's great. Belgian Mint Tea, thanks to the tier 2 sub. I appreciated our back and forth earlier, you know. Animal, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Nikki Bugs, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Started playing Disco Elysium. Everyone always splurges about it being the base comic game, but holy shit, no one ever told me how funny it is as well. Yeah, that's why it pisses me off so much. People do such a fucking disservice to good leftist media when they're like, oh, you should watch it / read it / play it because it's based. I don't give a fuck if it's based. Is it good? When you say something is good because it aligns with your politics, all that that's implying there aren't other merits to the art. It's very funny. Lane the Goose, thanks to $5. Decided to make some pasta to enjoy while watching the results come in, get food mogged. Yo, that is looking good. Speaking of, I still have 1,000 spare calories today. I might wander over to the kitchen when Kornacki comes back and see if I can't get something. Maybe I'll finish the rice. Who knows? Nice pasta. Picanto, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Super kind of you. You guys have been so kind. And Far Eastern Myth, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Hey, Vosh, can you check my race in Michigan for the precinct delegate? I'm the only person running for 4 open slots, so I really hope I lost. What? Michigan precinct delegate? I don't know where would I even see results for that? Yeah, I don't even see that. I'm sorry, I have no idea. You might have to link it to me, bucko. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. El Sayed has entered the chat. Hey, Vosh, big fan of the stream. Can you check out the Michigan Democratic Senate primary? I'm doing good right now. Press W, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I often do when playing first-person shooters. Many don't know this about me. Press W to run forward. Post W to get subscriber. I'm sorry. You get me. You get me. Penis music? Oh, yeah. Get a little chub just listening to it. Okay, let's read some super chats. Titus Ward of Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. It looks like we're back.
Okay, I thank you. I hope you stayed with me. I appreciate if you did, and I apologize. But we promised you kind of like behind the scenes, and there we are. So yes, I did talk to the decision desk. I'm not, I'll leave that conversation between me and them.
Psycho. I don't know what to make of that.
But we're just gonna look. Maybe the best thing to do right now is to do kind of a big kind of reset on where we stand and kind of what the immediate future looks like. It is 12:15 a.m. Right? Polls have been closed now for 4 hours 15 minutes. We've got 2/3 of the vote in statewide.
Look at who was at the Wesley Bell election night party. Wow. Jasmine Crockett at the election party of the guy who beat Cori Bush with $20 million of AIPAC spending. Not even in her state. Absolutely fucking shameless. Fucking hate this bitch, dog. Holy shit.
Sitting there at, over 3 points. That's a 3.3 margin over Stevens. We've really seen it hovering in that range, right? For a while now. Maybe it dips just under 3. Maybe it gets up to 4 at some point, but it's really been in that 3 to 4 range for a while now. That raw vote margin for Al Sayed, it has ticked up a little bit here, I would say, in the last 30 minutes to an hour or so. So it's sitting at 34%. And so
if Stevens endorses Abdul, that'll somehow make her less of a sore loser than Crockett. Well, Stevens is a hollow vessel for capital, but Jasmine Crockett is genuinely like a narcissistic piece of shit. Everything she does is just her nonstop. She's insane. She's like a reality TV show star, just like a fucking psychopath. I mean, like Haley Stevens is a psychopath too, but she's like an empty vessel for capital. Just kind of a different deal.
Focus. And so I think, the story we've been telling you tonight is kind of, the through line we've kind of been following here is that, Stevens, needs to hit certain benchmarks in some big places, some significant places, to have a chance to then win it in Wayne County and in Detroit. So what have we, what can we say we've seen? I mean, we've been doing our thing here where we show you one county at a time. The benchmarks, using those benchmarks of 2018 for Biden and for 2018 for Whitmer and 2020 for Biden. She has hit them in some places. I think she's missed them a little bit in more places than she's hit them. She's missed them potentially big in Kent County. We showed you this one. Maybe in Washtenaw County, where right now she would, if that's where it landed, but we still have more vote to come right there.
One of the main outstanding blocks is Marquette, which is a college town. We'll see. We'll see.
Stevens, a bad night in Western Michigan, right? And that's, I think, where we see some of the biggest misses. This is a pretty big miss for her. Right? This in Kalamazoo, we'll see where it lands, could end up being a pretty big miss for her. Okay? We also have seen, and again, this is, I don't want to overhype it, but it's not insignificant. Just under 10% of all the vote comes from northern Michigan, And I mean, these are not all completed counties, but right, you see some Al Sayed. Al Sayed, I think, has done better here than the progressive lane did against Whitmer in 2018. So all those things have a cumulative effect, okay? And are why Al Sayed is sitting here in this position right now, up 3 points and change, 30,000 and change, with about 70% in, and it leaves Stevens with what? As we've been saying, this in Genesee County, might be her biggest, outside of Wayne, is her biggest single source of hope right now. It's where the city of Flint is. You got 40% in that, a little bit more has come in. She's leading it by just under 9 points over Al Sayed. Can she get a big number, like a monster number out of Flint? Not implausible, given, the support I think she clearly has with black voters that we've seen in Detroit. And, Flint, high black population. This is the second highest concentration of black residents of any county in Michigan. But ultimately, this is, this is a small, it's a big county on the map. It's small compared to Wayne. It's going to produce about a fifth, a sixth of the votes statewide that Wayne is going to. So, if Stevens gets a big number out of Flint, if she gets out of Genesee with a double-digit margin, we're talking 4,000 vote plurality extra. 5,000.
Can't wait for Steven crash out clips. Nah. Don't think it's going to happen. She's not sincere enough.
Maybe what would that do? Well, again, like that might take off, I say 30,000 and change for El Sayed statewide. That might take off the and change. Okay? That's the effect of having and that's one of the brightest potential spots for her that's left on the map. Saginaw County, as we said, we're sitting at 71%. Is a good number for Stevens out of there. This is one of the places where I think so far at least she's getting a good number. Adam is sending me another note now that he's reviewed my note. And so we are agreed on that. And so it's come around to this point where you're looking at Wayne County and you're looking at a question that's a little different than the one that we posed at the start of the night. Where we said at the start of the night, can Stevens hit these sort of benchmarks all around the place to get in a place where Detroit can win this for her, right? Okay, Detroit has largely come and gone. There may be, we're trying to find out if there are a few more votes left in Detroit, but most of Detroit is in. Stevens has won it looks like by just under 30 points. Okay, so it's a big margin for her there. But we thought, looking at Wayne...
Why is Illinois going for McMorrow? Because voters in Illinois sympathize with her on the case of voting in a state you don't live in.
Margin statewide. So there is a separate additional question, though, and this is what we've been
talking about.
Come on, that's a cut.
Where's the little W, Masaiku? Where's the little W? You want it to all be one way?
Is there, outside of Detroit, outside of Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, these are the sort of the
not even trying.
The cities
for 30 minutes.
in Wayne that get the most attention. Again, Dearborn being by far the strongest.
This just displeases
Detroit
me.
Being the strongest for Stevens. Are there other big townships there, cities, municipalities where Stevens might perform surprisingly well? Okay, because I say that particularly about Wayne because they're so big. There are still so many votes to come out of Wayne County. Like, if you just look at
okay, unmute Masaiku. He might have useful information.
Let me call that up right now. We still think there are 140,000 votes that are left out of Wayne County.
In Wayne?
Okay? So,
yeah, I guess.
Stevens is leading. Now it's an 8-point margin in the county right now.
Detroit's done. We're still waiting on Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. Seriously, what are we Where's the county border? Can I get the county border here? Whatever, who fucking cares? Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, or whatever the fuck. Like, we're Melvindale? Didn't somebody say Melvindale's a college town, or am I thinking of something else? I still feel like there's room for surprisingly good performance here.
If she could knock 20,000 off, and if she has a big night in Flint, now that 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 in Flint comes in, now you're getting that Al Sayed number maybe under 10,000. We still have vote to come in Macomb, where Stevens has ticked up as the night has come along, right? So if that combination, if there's sort of a big number out of Flint, additional support, additional numbers for out of Macomb, but it's going to be some kind of, it would have to be some kind of surprise, I think, in Wayne. That is the thing. It's some strength that maybe wasn't, expected ahead of time. And the other thing is, as we say, that's going to offset this a little bit from the Al-Sayed standpoint is Ingham County. Okay, the state capital, Lansing, East Lansing, Michigan State University, where we're now over half the vote. He's beating Stevens 2-1 here. Even if this remaining vote is Stevens friendly, I think overall, what's to come is still going to help Al-Sayed.
Give me that
here,
shit.
Right? So he's got more to come there. And why do I keep hitting Jackson County? This is where I want to keep hitting. And Washtenaw County, where you've got that, I keep talking about it, that we think late vote by mail batch from the city of Ann Arbor. That would be the other thing that I think would need to be a surprise here, right? I'm saying
I don't see it. I don't see the
some
info.
kind of surprise. I think the other thing that would have to happen maybe would be that vote by mail in Washtenaw be
the link for the current slate of votes for this election. It's not clickable. I don't see it. I don't know where you're getting that data from.
It seems very, it seems very unlikely when you just think about what Ann Arbor is politically and sort of the ideological break between these two candidates. It's hard to imagine, but that's the kind of thing. Those are the places where the big batches of votes are. There are a lot of other votes out there. A lot of that is kind of scattered. You're just kind of going through. These are small counties, but it's still got a third of the vote here, in Roscommon County, we're at 88%. That's actually a fair amount. We took you through Mecosta. Trying to show you there's a scattering, and I'm giving you ones that actually are pretty complete. But there are still obviously a lot left to be at 71%. But, again.
Dude, he's up to 38K now. Look. 38K difference.
35-40% of what we think is left statewide. That's why I'm saying a surprise, a surprise from Wayne. Wayne, the next biggest piece of it is what's to come in Macomb, where incrementally, Stevens might be able to make some gains there with what's left to come. And then the next biggest piece is Genesee, where, again, Flint, she can make gains there. But then right after that, you got Ingham. And right after that, you got Washtenaw. Those are the biggest,
Dearborn.
Right there. If I just take those 20, 45, 81, 142. Yeah. Now we're getting to like 70% of the remaining vote in the state. And then you do get into a lot of counties where there's 1,000 here, 3,200 there, 3,400 there. So, and we did just get something meaningful. What was it?
We got Marquette County.
We did.
The recent one, yeah.
I get to talk about Marquette. Wow. Marquette, home of Northern Michigan University. It is honestly, if I could take a point of personal privilege, one of my favorite places on the planet. We got Marquette all at once. This is like the capital. Think of this as the capital of the UP. Big for the UP, college town. It's complete. I think it's not a surprise Al-Sayed won here, but we can show you our
One second, let me find a snack.
Anyway, Whitmer was 48 here in 2018. Biden got 50 here in 2020. Clinton 36%. But it's just one of those places where you've seen a lot of this tonight, where this isn't the biggest one, but the ones that you say aren't the biggest ones collectively do add up, and you're seeing it again here. 48, 50, 36, right? And this is a college outdoorsy. It's right on Lake Superior, community. Again, not a surprise. We knew Stevens probably would struggle here, but she would want to be she'd want to be mid 40s. She'd want to be upper 40s. She lands 36. You've heard me say that more than once tonight in a lot of these counties. Okay. Let's take a look. Maybe I can show you some other. Was there anything else big that just came in? I know that was about 12,000 votes, so that might have been what. In fact, that was right because he.
Yeah, that was
2,800, and he went up to that was basically what just happened there. So that's what just happened outside.
Here's a link for official or unofficial final results for Dearborn. Is this Dearborn or also Dearborn Heights? Is that a separate city? Yeah, we took a look at this before. We know, has this been counted yet? It's not counted in the Vote Hub map. Different cities? Okay. It's not counted in the Vote Hub map. Has it been counted in here? It's just surprising he hasn't mentioned it.
Yes. Basically completed and of significant size, Ottawa, right? Western Michigan, I took you through that one. Stevens missed, I think, significantly there. Missed a target, I think, significantly.
Yeah, according to Zachary Danini, they're saying that it has been counted, but it's not on the map. That would be unfortunate. That would mean that we don't have that Dearborn drop we were looking for. I don't know about Dearborn Heights. But why is it not on the map then yet? Is it counted here in the NBC News Kornacki analysis?
She hit that one. I mean,
we'll see how it plays out. Where are the remaining Maine County votes? That's the question, right? That's the important question.
Mark from 2018, she, she did outperform dramatically Whitmer in Detroit. We did just get, I think this was in the last couple minutes, right? I think this might have been part of what we just, this one just came in though, I guess. We did just get I clicked on it accidentally, but Berry County, okay, just to give you the benchmarks, 95%, decent size, not, Whitmer 55 in 18, Biden 52, Stevens 50. I mean, it's on the edge. A lot of these, she misses, she's missed in some. She's hitting a few. And then this is where so many of them land, where it's like, no, it's not 52, it's not 55. But then you could start saying, again, Whitmer didn't need 55 here to win. She probably only needed 50, she needed lower than that. Biden didn't need 50. He probably only needed 50 here if there was a uniform swing. So maybe there's a lot of counties where you find yourself looking at the numbers and saying that about Stevens, like, it's not quite there, but maybe that's actually, that's a good example of it.
The county Dearborn is still on only 0.1% on the NBC website, but Dearborn's not a county, it's a town. It's in Wayne County, and we don't know where exactly those Wayne County numbers are coming from. Still only 50% counted in Wayne County. What are they doing over there, man?
She missed it, right? So we've seen, you can see the pattern for yourself. I don't need to tell you what the pattern is. I'm just showing you with these, with these numbers.
The map's delayed, but if all the votes are counted in Detroit and Dearborn, where the fuck is the missing 170,000 votes in Wayne County?
Was good for El Sayed.
Where?
Because it was just a tick over 8 points was the margin. Now it's 7.9. So, I gave you the sort of, call it the Wayne surprise scenario that
140K
might,
now, 140K.
With Stevens here is she got to be winning substantially what's left in Wayne. Now I think a lot of this is coming in at the municipal level. It may be a more friendly El Sayed community that just came in, but and it's small, but so there we are, 71%, a statewide margin of 36,000, nearly 37,000 for El Sayed. That is 3.5 points, basically 3.4 points over Stevens. And nothing new in Genesee, still sitting there at that 9-point margin, maybe a tick more. Saginaw, we're sitting at 75%, right? Adam, I'm going to take water. What do you have?
Water.
I mean, I was looking a little bit around Wayne County, just trying to figure out, what's still going on in those outstanding municipalities. It did look like Dearborn was done. They posted a report that said final report. There's still a question of those Detroit mail ballots that they still have that bucket on their website as not reported completely. Canton Township, Livonia, I still didn't see mail votes from them. So there's still...
Yeah, I thought we were done with Detroit. I wonder how many more mail-in votes. So Dearborn reported? Okay, we know Dearborn has been reported then? Okay, that's unfortunate. I was hoping for another big drop for him. Not Dearborn Heights, though.
If you're Stevens and you're looking for a big number somewhere, that's useful, because if you're looking for that number, that's, I think, top of the list of where you're going to look.
They said 10K Detroit earlier. Okay, 10K, so it's probably assuming like a plus 40 or even plus 50 split for Stevens then. We're looking at maybe 6,000 votes up for her there. Not enough to make up the difference.
720 for El Sayed.
So El Sayed, 7720 in Dearborn, right? He got, in the 18 primary, he got 64% right there. So, yeah, built 13 points from what he got back then. Do you have Dearborn Heights by any chance?
Dearborn Heights was still missing mail when I last looked on their website, but let me take a look.
Where are the remaining Wayne County votes?
Okay, sorry, I'm just checking my own.
The remaining vote in Wayne is a wild card, though. All the Stevens strongholds have reported. Yeah, but apparently so have the fucking Abdul strongholds. So, like, where the fuck are the remaining votes? There's like 140,000 leprechauns running around Wayne County, right? Ooh, with their ballots up in the air. Where the fuck are they?
Without them, okay, yeah, because it was closer there. He got 64 in Dearborn and 52 in Dearborn Heights, 75 in Hamtramck. This was 2018. Yeah. Canton, Plymouth.
Steve has not counted Dearborn yet. They're waiting for the official final count there. They haven't counted Dearborn. I'm sorry. I'm getting so much conflicting information on this. I don't know when they incorporate it because the NBC website only updates it by county. I don't know when they get the Dearborn drop officially added to the...
And see, you know...
that's what the glasses guy said. Well, reading chat!
Expected vote left. Yep. Yeah, it's Wayne, Genesee, there's Macomb, Ingham. We don't have anything, that's interesting, we don't have anything from Muskegon. What do we make of this in terms of a benchmark? Because we think we're going to get about 25,000 votes out of here, decent size, and yeah, this one, okay. Whitmer got 50.2% here. This was, and Biden got 54 in Muskegon. So, yeah, I mean, again, based on how this is going, I think this would be likely good for Al Sayed. Again, a 25,000 vote. If he were to win it by, like, I don't know, 10 points, he nets 2,500 votes, right? If let's say there's 20,000 votes, let's say there's 22,500, and he wins it by 10, 2250. He nets 2250. You know, that would climb. Now he'd be at north of 39,000. That's what a county like that could do if it, just based on how it went in these past elections and what we're seeing everywhere else. I think that's the expectation for a county like that. Do we have more? Yes, we're inching up in Saginaw. How many votes do we think are left there? Not many, huh?
NYT just said something about Dearborn. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. It doesn't say whether it's been incorporated on NBC's website.
Right? I mean, if she got 1,000 votes, nets 1,000. We took you through Genesee next door. Maybe she could get a couple thousand.
Hey,
more.
Abdul Al Sayed apparently is speaking at 1 a.m., which is in 21 minutes. 21 minutes till Abdul Al Sayed speaks. Can somebody get me that live stream? The Abdul Al Sayed watch party. It says Al Sayed leading by 57 points. Yes, I know. I know he's leading by 57 points. What I want to know is whether the official count in Dearborn has been added to the Wayne County vote total. I know that. I want to know if it's been added because I've gotten contradictory information on that.
So currently in our tracker, we have 14,000 election day votes expected remaining.
these progressive campaigns start to support each other in these ways across the country, could really mobilize into a real force. We're being directed to come this way just a little bit, just trying to get out of the way of folks somewhat. So who are some of those other Abdul al-Sayed's type candidates across the country that...
Great, we'll look at a bit.
And those are currently breaking 63-32 for Stevens.
She's winning them by 30. Yeah. 44, 8, 12, 13,200. So if you use those, okay, this is it. Al-Sayed is leading right now in Macomb County, 54-66. If we just extrapolate, we're doing back of the envelope stuff here. If we just extrapolate from what Adam just said, then from the remaining election day vote, Al-Sayed gets a plurality, an additional plurality from that batch of 4,200. Nice. Stevens, from the much larger batch of vote by mail, gets a plurality of 13,200, right? A difference of 9,000 for Stevens. So then at 54-66, right, that would be 35-34. She would end up winning the county by 3,534 votes, if that were to happen. But the other way, the real way to look at that is from where things are now to the finish line, she would be netting an additional, she would have a net plurality of 9,000 votes. So, if that were to happen, right, 9,000, she'd knock that down to 28. Right, we said Saginaw, she might be able to get it down to 27 if it's 1,000.
Just have
in
fun
Flint,
with
if you said 4,000, she gets it down to 23. Now that has to be countered by, we showed you. We think Muskegon, maybe Al-Sayed wins that by about 2,250. That puts him back up to 25. We still have a lot of vote to come. This is a, I don't know the dagger, but this is a real bad thing if you're Stevens. Ingham has still got a ton left. 25,000 left in Ingham. And I mean, just conservatively, if you said, 20-point margin for Al-Sayed, with 25,000 left, that would be a 5,000 plurality for him. That would put him back up to 3,000, right? Just working through those counties. Working through Macomb, through Saginaw, through Flint,
If you want some perspective, there's already been 150,000 more votes in this primary than in the one Alyssa Slotkin won. No, it's like the turnout's pretty good, relatively speaking.
Pulls a rabbit out of the hat with the late vote by mail there. I think she might need to. Oakland, what's left? We got 20,000 left in Oakland. Stevens has been doing well with that. Maybe she wins what's left by 10 points. That'd be 2,000, right? To knock it down to okay, we just got in. We get 2,800. I mean, you just see she's still in that high 20s, 30,000 range going through all of that. That's not Wayne, but that's a lot of other stuff. What just came in?
It was a combo of counties. The biggest one was Jackson at 3,000 votes. She wins that. She probably nets maybe 200 votes or so. Oh, we just got a Wayne update.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see, 6,000 votes.
Is it in the system here?
Yes, that just went in there.
Okay.
Al-Sayed gets 49% of that.
Yeah.
Stevens gets 47.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's just
basically a 50-50 split for the new Wayne County drop. From where? Who the fuck knows?
But again, Wayne is where she needs to be, pressing the gas here, right? She needs vote updates in Wayne that she's winning by substantial margins because that's where the most votes.
Still too close for comfort? No, I know we're all having fun with the tension, but there's really, in my opinion, basically no path to victory for her here.
These sort of big, substantial.
It's unfortunate we're not getting this blowout because it means the narrative changes. We're going to have to work a lot harder to win the general. And also, man, we are so on the fucking hook if Abdul al-Sayed loses the general. Mind you, I think Stevens would have lost the general too. Why wouldn't she? She's being propped up by 60 million here, and she's still losing. And she's only doing well with demographics, the turnout for Democrats anyway. And she's not inspiring high voter turnout. And the main people giving her money also support Rogers. So I think that if Abdul Al-Sayed was going to lose the general, she would have as well. We'll see.
3-point or so, margin now for a long time. I know we had limited polling in this race. I think there was a poll that showed we just got something huge. No, what do we get?
Yeah, we just got a couple updates.
Yeah.
So we got Macomb with 18,000 votes. We got Kent with 4,000 and Clinton with another 4,000.
Okay. So Kent, there was more in Kent.
And another Wayne, 4,000. Yeah.
Okay. I do want to just kind of clarify for folks, because I know it's confusing. We say Kent is done, and now we say a couple thousand more came in. When we put it at 95% on here, when the decision desk puts it at 95%, it usually means they think it's done, but they want to check. And sometimes when they check, there were more. But now, look where we are. It marginally brought Stevens up, but only to 35%. Again, we talked about her needing like in the 40s. I'm sorry, what else came in there, you said?
And Kent still says it doesn't have all their dots saying fully reported yet, so there could be more.
Okay.
Macomb was the biggest one in that one, 18,000 votes.
Okay, and can I say, by the way, that the fact that we keep getting more and more out of Kent, high turnout in a pro Al-Sayed place.
Bullish.
We got more out of Macomb. Have they categorized the vote that we got? It was clearly good for Stevens.
Yeah, she wins that batch. Let's see. She gets 57% and Al-Sayed gets 39%.
And how much was it?
Just join back in. Is a 14-point difference still realistic? Dream that crazy dream, buddy.
That what? 44,000 vote by mail. We said before this that 44,000 vote by mail were left.
Mm-hmm.
So this got to be vote by mail, obviously. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean it still says happen for vote by mail. Well, no.
Yeah, I mean that would leave 26,000. Right.
Yep.
Right. 20. But now it evens out a little bit. Sorry, I'll go back to statewide, but I think that's useful information on Macomb. That would leave 26,000 vote by mail, give or take, out of Macomb, 14,000 election day. So it's more of a 2-to-1. Sure. And are you able to update how the vote by mail is breaking with that factored in?
In Macomb overall?
Yeah.
63-32 for Stevens.
Stays level. So that the math that we did in Macomb, we get a big update of the vote by mail. The math we did basically still stands in terms of that. Stevens being on pace. Remember, we were showing you how if each county, if we were kind of extrapolating it, we said Stevens being on pace to get that 9,000 net from where we were. That's on pace with what we showed you. I just see it changed again. What did we get?
We got another Wayne County update, another 7,000 votes. Stevens gets, trying to pull it up, 54% to 43%.
Okay, I have 7,000 votes.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's, yeah, so that nets out to 500 and change plurality for her. She needs to. So that brings it down under 35,000. And on just anything, I keep looking at this because there might be a few in here that offer. Yeah, Allegan County, we have a fair amount left in, but it's dead even there right now. We have nothing from, that's tiny. What happened in? Yeah, I think that's a little telling, isn't it?
I don't know, Kornacki. Why don't you? Maybe it is.
Let me make sure. Yeah. What was the number?
I also gave you a message.
Oh, thank you. I felt my phone vibrate. So, all right, maybe we'll publish afterwards our back and forth.
Yes, I would love nothing more.
We'll put that out. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Great.
Okay. It wasn't. It had nothing to do with the results. Actually, that was a behind the scenes. What's the word here? Technical kind of thing. Okay. Did anything come in while we were doing that?
St. Clair, another 400. Oh, we just got another 7,000 out of Wayne again.
Oh, they're coming in fast and furious. What do we got?
She nets a couple hundred votes there. She wins that batch 52 to 45.
So two 7-point victories again. And how many votes? Is it 7,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, so between the last two updates, she netted about, again, just to put in perspective
enough.
To put in perspective what just happened, right? Two, 7,000 vote updates from Wayne County come in. They break for about 7 points for Stevens. What that has the effect of doing is knocking this number down statewide about 1,000 votes. What just came in from those two updates. So 33,460. Now it is inside now 3 points. It's 2.9 points. We do have, we'll keep a running tally of this. We now think there's about 114,000 votes that are left. I'll put these up on the screen for you. Maybe that's the way to do it. 114K, that's a K. We think 114,000 votes are left out of Wayne County. The second biggest source of votes we think that's left is right here, Macomb County, 41,000. Then would be Genesee. We think, roughly here, these are rough numbers. We think about 36,000 votes left to come out of Genesee. Genesee is Flint, okay? Ingham County, right, state capital, in Michigan State, 25,000. We think 25,000 are going to come out of there. We told you about Muskegon, where we got nothing so far. We think 23,000 are going to come out of Muskegon. Oakland, we still have. Again, these are rough. We think maybe about 20,000 that are left in Oakland County. We did get it. Looks like we got another Washtenaw update a few minutes ago. Can you look into that? Because we think now 14.
Nothing compared to California,
left
Thana.
in Washtenaw, but 114, 155, 191, 205, 230. So that's 253,000 votes in the places, the outstanding votes in the places I just showed you. That's the lion's share, of what's left. I say there's scatterings elsewhere. There are a few other places I can show you, but that's the lion's share of it. Do you have Washtenaw?
Yeah, that came in while we were doing Macomb a few minutes ago. That was an El Sayed friendly bunch. It was about 6,000 votes, and he wins it 48 to 47. He won 48, 47. So we think this is probably vote by mail.
Yes. Right. So that's a great illustration. Okay, that's actually a really good illustration.
Stevens is talking if you care. Sure, Abdul's talking in 8 minutes. We'll get her in.
About this race. I am feeling fired up, and you should be too. But I want to talk about the stakes of this race.
This guy stinks.
We've had a long, hard-fought primary, and we'll know soon who our nominee is going to be. And whoever wins is going to go and take on Mike Rogers.
Roblox T-posing broccoli cut Zoomer to her left, who's somehow taller than her? It's like somebody scaled up a 8-year-old in Blender.
So Mike Rogers can keep rubber stamping Donald Trump's ridiculous agenda, higher prices, 1,000 manufacturing jobs lost nationwide, corruption and abuses of power galore. They want to keep the Senate red so Mike Rogers can go to Washington again and sell us out to the highest bidder and make himself even wealthier. They want to keep, They want to keep the Senate red.
Great energy.
So Mike Rogers can ban abortion, gut health care, and roll back workers' rights and voting rights. Friends, we are not going to let that happen. So, Michigan, we are not going to know the results for just a little while.
We're with you.
The Congresswoman from West Michigan, everybody. Hillary Skolton. She's
Great.
mom of 2 great boys here, and their future's on the line. So we got to get some sleep or get some coffee. And then we got to be ready to go We got to wake up and be ready to go. Because if we are going to win this thing, which we are, we are going to have to get ready and show Mike Rogers what a little stick.
Yep, I checked. Hillary Schulten, the congresswoman up there, was one of the 46 House Democrats who voted for the Laken-Riley Act and placed blame entirely on Hamas for the genocide in the Gaza Strip. Thank you, love. Thank you. Yeah, just making sure that, like, true to form, all the people around her are also lunatic Nazi freaks. Oh, great stuff. Abdul Al-Sayed should be speaking soon.
Be picking out in this room right now.
God, that audio's tough.
And Stevens, looking at results coming in here, to me.
We'll check in 5.
Just it's these western Michigan counties. You know, that's I'm really seeing that. And it does. We think maybe about 2,000 to come. You know, about 2,000 to come out of Kent County, too. About 2,000 there.
We just got another Kalamazoo update.
Kalamazoo?
So I'm going to erase this. You got a
They're
sense
just making
of it.
words up over
Kalamazoo, oh, that's a big one. We're basically done, huh? We don't have 11,000 votes left in Kalamazoo anymore.
Well, I mean...
Well,
we
correct.
We've said this before, but
I'm sorry. I get so excited when I just want to see 95, and when I see 94, I'm like, close enough, and Adam is correct. We could have more, but this is a probably close to complete picture of Kalamazoo. I'm just excited because I get to do my favorite game of the benchmarks. Whitmer, 2018, 48%
Kalamazoo.
in Kalamazoo. Biden, 2020, 47%. Did they make this thinner?
Potentially.
It seems thinner. Maybe it's later.
Hillary Schulten said she wouldn't support Abdul if he won the primary, and she also got caught cheating on her husband with a Republican congressman. Wonder if she met him at a Aipac conference. Phenomenal stuff.
Stevens gets out of Wayne. She's not getting the Clinton number out of Wayne. And so, you know, it's another Western Michigan miss for Haley Stevens. That's a story tonight. Yeah.
We just got a Genesee update, 8,000 votes. This is good for Stevens.
Yep.
She wins this 59-37.
22 points, 59-30. Yeah, my guess without knowing is we might be getting Flint now. Because
that sounds about right.
But that moves her to a double-digit advantage. Right? Remember, we said maybe she could net another from where we were a few minutes ago. Maybe she could net another 4,000 or 5,000 votes out of this. So that batch moves her in that direction. But again, just to give you a sense of what she's up against here, you know, that still leaves Al-Sayed. He's north of 30,000. Now that is 2.7, the difference right here, right between the two of them. That is the closest. In terms of raw percentage, I think that I've seen her pretty much all night. So, you know, she's got to just get some big numbers. There are still 114,000 left out of Wayne. You know, she got to produce something big out of there. But Macomb. Yeah, Macomb, we talked about. We think the additional.
Jesus Christ. Hillary Schulten destroyed her own marriage because she couldn't stand people like her husband more than her? Hillary Schulten's husband alleges Dem Rep has mental health issues, paranoid, aggressive, controlling, put a tracking device on his car, and she cheated on him? The AIPAC lobby not sending their best, as always.
Sent to me from Jordan Sheridan. Stevens only winning Oakland County, which is her home county.
Let me know when Abdul is out there.
Muskegon. But again, do me a favor, Adam. This is a good one. Ingham County. I mean, in terms of the Mayo, how much is left? What's it running at? Election, you know, because we should close the loop on that.
Yeah. So Ingham County overall, we have our estimate is 25,000 remaining vote.
right, y'all. Money out of? Money in your? Money cared for? All right, y'all. Look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan. It's a big state. But I will tell you this. I want you just to reflect on what that means. Right now, we are on track to vastly outvote the historical numbers that we should have expected. And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire.
Better audio? Better audio?
Outvote
Yeah.
the historical numbers that we should have expected.
It's got a buzz, but this is better.
And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire. A movement that kicked off 15 months ago, traveling this state up and down, spending time in churches in Detroit and living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, backyards in Grand Rapids, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3, sometimes in rooms of 2,000 or 3,000. And across that movement that we built, there was an inspiration in the idea that we could take our government back. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of government of the corporations, by the special interests, and for the billionaires. And because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the billionaires, the corporations, and the special interests,
he's coming for you.
They weren't going to give up lightly.
I guess he fell
We all
down.
knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money. We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1.
Okay.
And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on a left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what'll happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back. And despite their spending, despite their lies told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back. But I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. And I'm going to ask, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, watch out!
Thank you.
This guy's so menacing looking. It's the angle. It's
And I'm going to ask all of us, as we think about where we go from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike, we are coming for you. I just gotta tell you, I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash.
Little
He
mealy
sent
there.
our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, smells like a duck, how am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got in the business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You got to come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand,
all right, I'm bored of this.
Our most
Kornacki,
recent
my
update
goat.
came from Lapeer with another 3,000 votes.
And how did it break?
She wins 57 to 39.
Oh, that was like the first vote of the night there.
Oh, there you go,
Did we have nothing there? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, she's right. I mean, 57 is right in the middle of the benchmark for her there. You know, it would be Whitmer 62, Biden 57. She's, well, not in the middle. She's at 57.
It looks like the New York Times projection is going to be accurate. It looks like he's going to win by like 2 or 2.5 points in total. Was he eating? I'm eating pretzels, dog.
Not much.
They got to change my batteries again.
Oh, we just got a Macomb update.
Oh, yeah, okay, here we go.
11,000 votes.
Did put her ahead? I can see the color changed.
She wins the batch 63-32.
That's the clip she's been winning the mail at, right?
Yeah.
So 11,000. We started at 44,000 mail. We got an update of 18,000 to take it. So we now think we have about 15,000 mail left here.
2.5 sounds like so little. Look, I know we all wanted a blowout. I really wanted a blowout. But no matter how high our expectations were going into this, remember, she is a moderate candidate, quote unquote, endorsed by the establishment, endorsed by the state's governor, endorsed by the broader party, with 70 million, outspent Abdul 11-1. Like, really think about it. If I told you, hey, listen, okay, here, hypothetical race, okay? Progressive pro-Medicare for all candidate is going up against a centrist Zionist in a purple state. She has 11 times as much money as him, and she has the endorsement of the establishment and the sitting governor. Who do you think would win? He should have been destroyed, and he wasn't. Penis music. All right, guess we're going back to Abdul. I'm still eating pretzels.
He was from the, but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I'd spend summers in Egypt. I crossed 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles that I otherwise never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for.
Okay, the buzz is pissing me off.
Just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine. To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids.
Looks like wins it. Now let's put this in some perspective here. What was the number? What was the benchmark here, right? Our benchmark game. The number for Whitmer here was 50.2, okay, and the number for Biden was 54, and Stevens lands at 51. So she ends up hitting the number here. And this was a place, now Syed got 25% here
Is your attic crashing? Dog, it's 10 p.m. I'm having pretzels. You know, when I started stream today at 5 p.m., I only had 600 calories today. I got up at 7 a.m. Give me a fucking break.
Bit more, but she's going to win this by about 1,500 votes. I was saying I thought El Sayed might win this by about 2,200. It's
we'll get a new Wayne update.
Net swing there of about 4,000. I think a Wayne update's coming in. 26,330, 2.2. Getting interesting. Wayne? You say something coming in?
I think it's coming in, yeah. But we got to wait. Stick on the statewide number.
Stick on the statewide. Oh, yeah.
Or, yeah.
If someone from Wayne's coming in, you want to watch this. We said she needs something big from Wayne. That would be the difference maker. Something from Wayne, en route. Adam knows something. Oh, my.
Huh?
I do think it's gotten very interesting seeing Washtenaw and Ingham maybe be neutral. Is that it?
Yeah.
It was flat.
Yeah.
Well, how much was it?
13,000 votes. 49 to 48.
Yo! That's great news.
Okay. So where you saw an update on their site? I'm just trying to.
Weirdly enough, it popped into House Race 13 before it popped into the statewide race, and that's where I saw it. And there's more vote in that House race. If you want to look at that. Because it was
Donovan McKinney.
So got up to 25,000 votes in that House race.
Yeah, this is the one, right? Boy, Sri Tanadar has kept this close. I think a lot of people thought
this is close. What the fuck?
This would look different than it does right now. We'll put it that way. Donovan McKinney does have the 3,000 vote advantage. Again, the DSA taking on the ex-DSA in this Detroit-Wayne County-based district here. But back to this thing we have been watching all night, and that has now gotten someone else just came in.
Yeah, we got an Oakland update, 7,000 votes. So it puts us at 95% in. We'll check on what's going on in Oakland, but she wins that 63-33.
Okay, so I mean that was I was wondering, we were doing the absentee election day. We said maybe it's election day left. If it was pro Stevens, whatever. This might be it for Stevens in Oakland. This might be it for everybody in Oakland. But Stevens, gets to 52. We said she needs to get into the 50s. Remember, she was there at, I think it was, she led by 2 early. She was under 40, under 50. She ends up at 52, right? And just again, to put this in some perspective here, in the second biggest county in Michigan, where she lands here in terms of these benchmarks.
I go to the Oakland County website, and the one that still says partially reported is Southfield. So that's interesting.
So they're saying more.
What's Southfield?
And again, well, it could be, because when we put this up, that's Decision Desk saying we're reaching the numbers that we've established as the benchmark, as the expected, but now let's see. So that as you've seen, it can be subject to change. We're getting real close. May not be it. But again, 54 was the Whitmer number in Oakland. 56 was the Biden number.
I don't like that he's constantly framing this as what she needs to win. This is just how election coverage works. In neck and neck races, you don't put it. You don't say like, here's what the person who's ahead needs to keep their lead. You say, here's what the person who's behind needs to overcome it. It's not bias on his part. It's just very standard network framing. You treat it like a horse race. Yeah.
Or doesn't look like it's too much, but somewhere.
Jackson. We got 1,000 from Jackson, 3,000 from Jackson and 1,000 from Macomb.
Okay, so we got, we're working our way there in Jackson. It's basically a tie in that county right now. And you said we got more Macomb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how many and what was the break?
It was 1,000 votes. It looks like it was mostly male, and it broke 57-39 for Stevens.
Okay, so that leaves us at 29,000. This becomes a kind of critical question. To update you.
Here's another Wayne County update.
Yeah.
5,000 votes, 61% for Stevens, 35% for El Sayed.
We said she needs big breaks, big numbers from Wayne.
That's a little bad.
A 26-point margin for Stevens, and that update from Wayne, that moves this down. Oh my goodness, moves this down to 22,765, 1.8. I'm just going to flag one other thing while we talk about that, and that is where the remaining vote is in Macomb right here. So just to, again, we think now, with that update Adam just gave you from Wayne, we think there are 95,000 votes left in Wayne County, okay? We think the second biggest outstanding source of votes is 29,000 in Macomb, okay? And I want to pause on Macomb because a while ago, we looked at the remaining vote there. There was obviously a lot more, and it was heavily imbalanced. It was heavily vote by mail left with some election day. Everything that has come in since then has been vote by mail. It's why Stevens has the lead now. The color flipped there in Macomb a while ago. Okay, it's been very pro. But based on the classifications that we get in our system of this vote type, that 29,000 left is split now between vote by mail and election day. Now, does that, and the way the vote by mail and the election day have been running in Macomb, they would cancel each other out. If what remains looks like everything else that's come in Macomb, they cancel each other out. But I want to be careful here because right next door in Oakland, that update we just got a minute ago, a very good update for Stevens was, we had, our system was telling us that's election day vote that's left. And that last big update went 61-35 for Stevens. Okay, so if that vote by mail, we've gotten 3 or 4 successive updates here. It's been as pro Stevens as we've been expecting all night. If the remaining vote by mail here just continues that pattern, but the remaining what's coded as election day vote doesn't, that's a big batch of votes there. 15,000 votes that are coded as election day, that if they broke more towards Stevens, but again, she's now in a position 22,800. Did we just get a little bit more?
Taking a look. Small. We got another 1,000 Saginaw and another 200 Van Buren.
How does Saginaw break?
59% for Stevens, El Sayed 34.
Yeah, so getting close there. That's about what we thought. Genesee, we're at about 60. But yeah, that, boy. Again, this is the kind of guessing game we're left playing the way this is. If that remaining Macomb, I'll call Macomb up, right?
Hold.
If right now we think there's about 15,000 vote by mail left, right, and 14,000 of what our system is coding as election day, okay, right? And we've been seeing in Macomb County that the mail's been running about plus 30 Stevens, and the election day's been running about plus 30 Al Sayed. That would, cancel each other out, and basically what you're seeing in Macomb now is what it would be. But again, that what we just saw in Oakland is getting me thinking here, is there a chance that what's coded here as election day vote, if it behaves like that vote we just got from Oakland at the very end there and is pro-Stevens, right? It was 26 points pro-Stevens, what we just saw. If it ends up looking like this is an if. This is non-decision desk approved, but this is just, if it ends up looking like this, then that remaining mail, okay, at 15,000 would net a new plurality for Stevens of about 4,500, okay? But then that would also be that'd be over 4,000 votes for Stevens there too. That would net her like an additional plurality of about 8,000 votes out of Macomb. That would be more than a third of what she. This is a huge if. This is just, we are left with this kind of speculation.
Has Dearborn been counted? We have to assume Dearborn has been counted, because otherwise he'd be mentioning it more.
I don't need to explain it. Everything you've been seeing tonight, all these blind spots we're operating with. But what we just saw in Oakland, to me, raises a question about what's still to come here in Macomb. And if what's to come in Macomb defies our expectations and our classifications, and that can happen, that's a big batch of votes right there. Where Stevens has made some gains there in Wayne. We said she needed to make, big gains, big strides in Wayne. We just saw her make one a second ago. And the other thing we've been seeing, let's see here.
Have you fed them?
We just got another Kent update.
Yeah.
1,500 votes. El Sayed.
Dearborn is not being reported on the Wayne County site, though.
Okay, so 1,500. I mean, he nets about 160 votes out of that plurality. Do they still have more?
Look at their website.
This is like, it keeps coming. Okay. Yeah. 22,985. That must, that's a lot of that is what Adam just said from.
Has it really not counted? I feel like if Dearborn hadn't been counted by now, Kornacki would have mentioned it. You're not wrong, though. Here on the MichiganTotalVote.com Wayne County turnout, we have these Canton townships that have no ballots cast. You have these Northville Charter Township half counted, but in City of Dearborn, it's all 0 ballots cast, and Dearborn Heights as well. No, this isn't. No, wait. Yeah, I think this is consistent. So according to this, they haven't been counted yet. That website sucks. Well, it's michigan.totalvote.com/Wayne/voter turnout details. Fucking Dearborn Heights, I swear to fucking God.
And we think she's going to win half that big chunk by 30 points. That's why I'm saying this.
How's the Vote Hub doing?
124, 151, 173, 180.
Still not here.
Look, there are 6 counties left in the state of Michigan where there's at least 10,000 votes remaining. There's only 6 counties left. They are Wayne, where there's 95,000, Macomb, that we've been talking about, where there's that 29,000, Genesee, where we think there's 27,000, okay, Ingham, where we think there's 22,000, Washtenaw, where we think there's 14,000, and Oakland, where we think there's 14,000. Now, I told you why I think this is a big wild card. And I think in the context of these numbers, you can see why. Because outside of Wayne, that's the biggest source of votes. The interesting thing that we've seen with Adam about the vote by mail, Ingham and Washtenaw are the two big El Sayed places left with more than 10,000 votes to be counted. Okay, we think that those votes that are to be counted are vote by mail, and the vote by mail in Ingham is running about even right now. So you're looking at that and you're saying, okay, there's 22,000 votes left here. It's El Sayed.
This is fucking
country. Well,
agonizing.
if the vote by mail is even, this is what if, but what if nobody benefits from that, okay? Washtenaw, the vote by mail was running even there in the last update. There's that added complexity of if it's Ann Arbor, this is a bigger if, but what if the vote by mail is a wash there, right? Okay, so now the two big pro-Al Sayed places left with more than 10,000 votes, now they've been neutralized by Stevens, is what I'm saying. This is if. And then you've got, 27,000 left here in Genesee. This is Flint. This is breaking. This is, a place where, again, if you're Stevens, you could probably, you could probably still get about 3,000 vote plurality here. Rough. We've been talking about Wayne, where it's, she needs big updates. She got a good one a minute ago. There's many more to come at 95,000. And then I'm looking at it, and then Oakland with 14,000. We think 14,000 left in Oakland still, or was the system slow updating that?
Yeah, let me take a look. It looks like 14,000 still.
Okay, 14,000, and not quite sure. Can you tell what they're coded as in there? This could be a red herring, as we've seen, but is red herring the right word?
Yeah, election day, 18,000.
Okay, but remember the last time we had coded vote as election day here in Oakland, I said, oh my goodness, this is good. But it ended up breaking 26 points for Stevens. So if this 14,000 breaks for Stevens, okay, if these are neutralized, if she gets a big number out of Genesee County, okay, 3,000, 7.
No, I know Leaf 18. The question is whether it's been counted yet, which it seems like it hasn't. God damn it, man. Depending on the order in which the remaining votes are counted, it is possible that for a time, Stevens is in the lead. It is possible that if some of these more Stevens-leaning mail-in ballots drop, and we get a couple of bad drops in Wayne County, it is possible that for a time she leads. I still think he's favored to win. Sorry, I hiccuped.
22 it comes back down to what I was just saying a minute ago, where like the big variables here are when we get remaining mail in these two places, are they neutral? Okay.
Hey, on the plus side, with margins like this, it's entirely possible that progressive victory ended up being like a not necessarily a deciding factor, but like a very meaningful, middle ground tipper,
About even. If they are even, then you've got two big chunks here left on the map that are El Sayed overall, but he doesn't get any benefit from them, right? And then, like I said, what if this Oakland, like the last update that just came there that was coded as election day, what if that breaks for Stevens? She won the last one by 26 points. What if she wins another one by say 25 points? That would be a 3,500 vote net plurality for her. We said maybe she could get 3,000 more plurality out of Genesee County. We've got that basically 30,000. It's 29. We got this 29,000 sitting here in Macomb County. If you look at it, how it's coded in the system, it's going to cancel each other out. It's going to be half mail, half election day. If it does what we just saw here in Oakland County, Stevens could blow it wide open in Macomb with what's left there, right? Huge swing. And then, like I say, we're sitting on 95,000, right? So El Sayed is 22,440. If these two were to happen, okay, 6,500, you're basically knocking this down to 16,000, right? And then you're left with, boy, Is Macomb neutral? Does nothing happen from it? Or does that remaining vote all
Dearborn on vote
for Stevens, by that like 30-point margin we've been seeing? If it did, if, then this 16,000 would immediately be cut in half to 8,000. And then you would be left, there are other places here that have, vote. I'm giving you the places I say with 10,000 or more. But it is those places account for the overwhelming majority of what's left. And then you have Wayne sitting there.
So is it being added
trying
now?
To still figure out, exactly. They're just coming in one small piece at a time. So big variables here. That Macomb, is Macomb even? If it is, that's very good for El Sayed. Does the remaining Macomb break big for Stevens? Obviously huge for her. The remaining vote by mail in Ingham and Washtenaw. Is it a wash? Is it break even? If it is, that's great news for Stevens.
If the Dearborn results are getting incorporated, they will mention it here.
For him. Oakland, that remaining vote, does it behave like that last batch that we
it might
just
have already
got?
been added. I don't know.
Stevens won
I'm just
by
going to stick
26
to this.
points. Great news for her if it does. If not, advantage El Sayed. And then 95,000 in Wayne. It's coming in from all these different corners in different permutations. Are there big batches that she just had one a minute ago for Stevens? On top of these other things, are there big batches for her there? And also, as I say, Genesee. Am I being generous with Genesee in saying she could net another 3,000 votes out of that? So those are the big questions. As we're sitting here with 83% of the vote in statewide, with El Sayed sitting at 22,120, I'm happy to just sit here and watch it. If you guys are, just watch it. I mean, it's like this has been. You could probably tell the way I've talked about it tonight. We've just, me, Adam,
I know.
We've been trying to just make sense of this on the fly, and there've been swings here where you're like, this is a. Of all the states we have been doing these.
If Dearborn has not already been counted into this analysis, then it will be added, and we will see it. We will see it added.
Like got a House of Mirrors effect watching these vote returns come in. Nothing is as it seems. It's just not straightforward at all. But it's just made for this kind of dizzying night here where you're looking at it and you're saying, no, Stevens is missing her targets. No, she's making her targets. No.
If the difference is 1.8%, that means they already added in Dearborn. Others had the difference at 1.1% before Dearborn. Fuck. So we're not waiting on a Dearborn drop then. Maybe Dearborn Heights?
Hours after polls close. But the good news is, look, we've really kind of. It finally has come around to a place where we've got like six things here, almost maybe six updates we're looking for.
I'm nauseous, bro. My tummy hurts, dog.
22,120. Keep an eye on that number. I'm watching it with you. I won't. At this point, I'm not going to go jumping into any other counties. We'll just react when we get an update. But yeah, again. Although I will say almost anything right now that substantially moves that, well, the one thing that could move that El Sayed number north too, that's the wild card, should have said, our friends in Kent County and Grand Rapids, we've been on like, does that mean something?
I just saw the number change, and so I was
changed. What was it?
I see two counties, Monroe and Roscommon. Monroe gets 2,400 votes, and Roscommon gets 600.
Okay, and it nets out. That's the other thing that's happening. I have given you, as I said, the places with 10,000 or more outstanding votes that can, in one update, really move this needle or tell us something important. At the same time, the rest of this map is filling in these counties that are colored in but are not at 100%. They are slowly filling in like that. That will bounce this number around a little bit in this zone.
My hair is getting white.
What we are looking for here is anything that substantially moves this number in either direction, or an update, if we get Washtenaw, if we get Ingham, and this number doesn't budge, that's just as important and that's just as significant. Something significant. It went down. What was it? Where did we get it?
Genesee.
We got more Genesee. Okay.
God damn it.
So this is Flint. We've been saying, I said, could she net another 3,000 or so out of there? it looks like about 2,000 maybe she got out of there. Stevens, again, she's going to win by almost 20 points. This is not 100%.
That's wrong county.
Oh my God, it's Saginaw. What an idiot I am. Okay, look at this, 78%, even more. The label Saginaw should have told me I was not in Genesee County. Okay, wow, okay. Thank you, Adam. Still a ton to come here. Not a ton, but that's a good amount. That's only about 3/4 in, and Stevens just got another. What was that update? How did it break?
So it was 12,000 votes, 54% for Stevens, 41% for El Sayed.
Yes, that's about a 1,500 vote plurality for her. Again, with more to come. We said the math I was using there, right? They're saying, boy, this could get really dicey here for El Sayed. The math I was using there said the remaining vote out of Genesee, could it get her between 3,000, 3,500 votes? She just lopped off 1,500 right there in that update, still not at 80% in there. So again, that was one of our big ones. That's one of our big six, call them the big six counties with that outstanding vote. Although I think with that, I wonder what they're down to. No, they're still over 10,000. Yeah, still 15,000 left there. 1, 2, 3. There are 6 counties over 10,000 here. We'll give an honorable mention to Calhoun County, which is right down here, where we've got 7,500 votes left. Calhoun County, by the way, right now, Stevens is leading there by 8 points.
River,
so,
not now.
I mean, again, if she were to win, let's say by 10, the remaining vote in Calhoun, it would net 750 for her. It'd lop 750 off that total. But again, we've said, so something. What was it?
I don't see anything big.
Something just came in. I went from it's big because it was in the high 19s, low 20s. But what?
Iron County, 359 votes.
Okay, we're up in the UP.
Okay, I'm sorry, River.
Okay.
We just got a Wayne update.
Okay, whoa. It looks like it was a good one for El Sayed.
Yeah, it was 7,000 votes. He gets 66%.
Yes!
Stevens gets 32%.
Wow. Okay, and again, we're flying a bit blind on where these are coming from. That might be, there are some places there in Wayne that we know to be very El Sayed friendly. That might have been one of them, but that sets Stevens back. Now she's back at a 22,291 deficit, but still, that leaves just, okay, we'll sit on this, scream through the TV if you see that number move.
I'm bouncing on it. I'm doing tricks on it. No, it just went down again.
And as you can see, they're just sort of.
Yeah, we got another Macomb update. 6,000 votes.
It's bouncing on me.
Stevens 63%. El Sayed 32%.
That's the exact clip we've been seeing for like 3-4 straight updates here. This is why this is why I said Macomb is the swing here, because it's coded as half male, half. That was coded as male, I assume, or was it?
Oh fuck.
That was coded as male.
Right. Okay. So it's playing to type right now.
Thank God.
According to what our system is saying, there's now more outstanding election day vote than vote by mail in Macomb County. But I'm just not sure how that election day vote, what's listed as that, is going to perform, because the other way of looking at this is, that leaves you, now we've got 6,000. We got 23,000 votes left there in Macomb. If it all breaks. We've seen 63-32, 63-30. We've seen 30-point wins for Stevens in these updates. And again, with 23,000 left, if she just kept doing that, 23-46, that'd be about 7,000 additional votes. She would, plurality. She would knock that from 20 to 13,000. If it all breaks her way, this is to me in my mind right now, at least, it's a huge variable, because I think Macomb could be it could be a wash from this point forward. It could even be it could even net out to El Sayed's favor. That's a bit what the coding that Adam's given you is saying, but it hasn't been performing that way always. It certainly hasn't next.
I'm losing my fucking mind, dog. I can't believe how close this ended up being. Jesus Christ. That's what I get for being optimistic. I still think he's going to take this, but oh my fucking God, what a fucking moral grindhouse. What an agonizing. We're being put. I feel like my soul is being put in the damn pasta strain. You know the thing you wheel the pasta through? The pasta flattener.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we can't come this far. Okay, that's why, Macomb is just like, it would change the game completely if the remaining vote in Macomb is all like what those last 3-4 updates have been like. Because this number would come crashing down. And again, we think Stevens is going to get more out of Genesee, and we think there's still vote in Oakland that if it's like the last update, she won the last update in Oakland County by 26 points. So if that vote, if the next batch, which could be the final batch, out of Oakland behaves that way, I mean, if that happened in Macomb, that happened in Oakland, and that happened in Genesee, I mean, this number is, 5,000.
Don't say that, man.
With still 89,000 in Wayne, and that mail question, vote by mail question in Washtenaw and in Ingham, and just a scattering coming in elsewhere. So we're just, like you, if you're watching this, we're just waiting for that number to budge and to see if it's from one of these significant sort of, I call them the big counties. They're also sort of the question answering counties right now.
I used to like Kornacki. I don't know why people are being so negative with Kornacki. He's literally doing great. He's doing the best he can. I don't know. It's like treating it like a horse race, it's what happened? No.
5,000 votes. Let's see how it broke.
Yep.
53% for Stevens, 43% for El Sayed.
So it's a decent update for her.
Not great, but not huge for her.
This is about as close as she's gotten so
far.
Not
great, but not
just
huge for her.
a shade under 20,000. That is 1.4% statewide. Okay, 19,791 brings the number in Wayne to 84,000. 84,000 votes remain in Wayne.
My fucking tummy.
They've been, I think what I've been seeing, and again, the pattern can change. I'm just going to circle this because again, this is the all important number right now. Every time that changes, we got to. They've been kind of going back and forth, right? Trading blows in Wayne. So obviously it's a game changer if one of them can string together a series of really good updates there. But I'm so focused on, if I could know one thing right now, it's what is the entirety of that remaining Macomb County vote, those 23,000 votes in Macomb County. What does the entirety of that vote look like? Because you can make an argument that it's going to break even or even be slightly favorable to El Sayed, and you can make an argument that it's going to be like a 7,000 or 8,000 vote plurality for Haley Stevens. And the difference in the context of this between those two possibilities obviously is enormous. And so that's, of the things we're looking at here, that's the thing, if I could wave the magic wand and know right now, it would be that. So while any update is massive now, if we ever got, okay, we got something just went now. Is this
55% of them, and Stevens gets 40%.
He won a vote by mail update, right?
This is coded as mail update.
This is significant. We said, I'll go back to this while we talk about it.
Fuck.
Yeah. Again, we said the thing we were sketching through, right? We raised the big questions about the big six. This is one of them, Ingham. It is overwhelmingly an Al Sayed county.
Wait, not fuck,
we
it's
know
good?
That, but the vote by mail there, the question was,
wait, that's huge.
Stevens,
I'm sorry, I literally fucking dyslexia. I read 21,000 as 12,000.
Taking tens of thousands of votes remaining in a core El Sayed county, and El Sayed walks away with no additional plurality out of it. That's the question we were raising there about Stevens. That's not all of it that just came in, but that big batch that just came in was not even. It was double-digit El Sayed. Okay, so it has boosted that statewide margin.
Oh, 12K, but countywide. Okay, sorry.
2,100 votes. It's boosted the margin here in the share of the vote to a point in 1.6 points.
I was just hardline looking at that
number. If you're
number.
Al-Sayed, it was a very good update for you. Again, we're looking for things here, the answers to our questions, and that one was just answered in the favor of Al-Sayed. That also heightens the stakes for we're asking the same question here in Washtenaw County, where we're waiting on vote by mail, where it's a core Al-Sayed County. Can Stevens fight Al-Sayed to a draw with what's left there? Keep this number from going any farther north like it just did with that update from Ingham County? Or is what we just saw in Ingham County going to happen again in Washtenaw County in that 21,000 climbs to 24,000 to 25,000? That's a huge thing. If Al-Sayed lands that 1-2 punch here, that's massive. So again, we posed those questions as we talked about those 6 going above 10,000. And yeah, 84,000 in Wayne. Oh, we are getting down to starting to see the bottom of the barrel, right? Is that the metaphor we're going for here? Sure. The bottom of the barrel is a bad thing. I like elections.
I mean, Kornacki,
there are only 5
card.
counties left now, though, over 10,000. Ingham falls under 10,000 with that update. 21,846. We'll just kind of wait for the next one.
Yeah, maybe River's a good luck charm.
Regularly. Did we get any? Can I ask you about the thing we were exchanging messages about?
Yes, but you wouldn't
salacious?
like the answer.
Oh, come. Oh my gosh, is there anything?
We'll keep working on it.
Don't. Okay. Oh, I mean, can we just set like a tripod or something like?
A river on your damn face, then. I don't want to get up. I'm tired. He's tired too. We're all tired.
The town square.
I love town square.
Could we do that?
We got another update from Lena Wee.
It's just we've come so far. It's finally getting there. We're talking about, can we keep this going? Sorry, you could probably figure that out. I'm sorry. You said we got a small amount, right?
Yes, another 1,500 votes. Al-Sayed wins 52-43.
Okay, and that's one of those.
I really don't think
it around in that zone. Sorry,
I really, really do not think it's possible for her to win here.
Okay.
You get a
$60 million, $40 per vote cast in the election.
Wayne
Not bad.
County update should be Canton Township.
Oh, that's great. Okay, we just got a small incremental one. I don't, unless it's from a major county. I don't think it's
from Jackson.
Okay, and it kind of broke even.
Yes.
Canton Township is supposed to be
telling us that the next Wayne County
Stevens
update
leaning, right?
is going to come. Come on, show me. How come it's never the one? I got the Wayne municipalities. Have you seen it, Adam? There it is.
You displayed it to the camera a few hours ago.
I was showing it off. Okay, and you said Canton is the next.
Yes.
Okay, so
Canton is probably going to lean Stevens.
This, because I think it's a fairly important one. We're talking here about. Circle it again. Just everybody shout if it moved. Oh, it did move. What happened? Was that Canton?
That was Leelanau.
Oh, okay. That's high income. Yeah, that's right up here.
Good. Okay.
This is what they call wine country in Michigan. I'm not kidding. There's like 18 wineries here. It's
okay.
Looking out right over. It's beautiful. It's a high it's beautiful. It actually helped It helped El Sayed. Those are the high income, high education attainment there in that kind of Grand Traverse Bay area. So that boosted him there too. Was not one of the big six, but that was. Oh, something. Is that Canton Town?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Why do I hit Monroe all the time? Okay, this just came in Wayne County. Our decision desk is telling us that this is Canton Township. Canton Township is in the western, sort of right here in Wayne County. Give us what the breakdown was.
So this was 20,000 new votes. 54% for El Sayed. Okay. 44% for Stevens.
Okay.
That has to be it. That has to be it then.
In Canton Township.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We can.
In the 2018
oh my
primary,
God. We can breathe
49,
easy.
It was 49 for Whitmer. Okay. It was 38 for El Sayed. Okay. And it was 13 for Tanadar. Right. So the progressive share was 51. That's one way of looking at it. And tonight, El Sayed gets 54, right? The Whitmer share was 49, and tonight Stevens gets 44. So that's a not inconsequential update. That's this is one of the bigger townships, one of the bigger sort of jurisdictions in Wayne County right there. And that was very helpful, as you can see, to El Sayed, who's gotten a couple pieces of good news for him in the last few minutes. He got that good news coming out of Ingham County, and he got good news coming out of Canton Township. Again, we're getting a little bit not far from, but relatively speaking, the edges of Wayne County right here. Are they telling us any other specific places on the way?
Not at the moment.
Okay, but wow, what that did, just to give you the sense of this, folks, look, that knocked the remaining vote. We're down to only 64,000 votes left now in Wayne County.
And he's up 24,500.
Still at 23 in Macomb.
We'll get to that after.
Boy, those last updates were very. If you're El Sayed,
no, this primary is not going to a runoff.
If you're El Sayed, you're watching that number come down and down and down, and you just brought it back up 5,000 votes, a net of 5,000 votes with these updates. And again, you're watching. If you're El Sayed, you want to keep this number as stable as you can. Obviously, you want to grow it, but you want to keep it as stable as you can. And you want this number. You can't wait till this. You want to get this number down because that vote is volatility. It's unpredictability. And there's still 64,000 left there in Wayne, and there could be good places there left for Stevens. We just got more. Where's it from? He's at 25.5.
Updates from Kalamazoo, 6,000 votes.
Oh, okay. He's out of our big six, but yeah. Why do I always do Berry County for this? Kalamazoo. Okay. Kalamazoo, like Grand Rapids, it's the gift that keeps giving votes. You keep getting to 95 and more. El Sayed, wow, Stevens got that as close as she'd gotten it all night. El Sayed has responded here. He got a little assist. We are on our big six, but Kalamazoo, Leelanau came through for him too. Kalamazoo, Leelanau, Ingham, big update from Canton Township in Wayne. The ball is in Stevens' court right now. Again, with what is left, 64,000 in Wayne, and then Macomb, 23. I'm more and more. This 23,000 in Macomb County is huge. Huge. I think Stevens now needs it to be. We're saying, is it going to be about even? I could make an argument based on everything we're seeing, why that's the case. Is it going to be Stevens netting 8,000 vote plurality? I think she now increasingly needs it to be the case. But it's that 8,000 vote plurality. I continue to say, if you could tell me one thing right now, it's the makeup of that vote. We got 15,000 left in Genesee. That's where Flint is. We got, again, there's 15,000.
Do you think any Stevens voters are up this late, stressing like us? No, I think Aipac might be.
Here in Oakland, 15, 14, 23, 64,000 right there in Wayne. Who am I forgetting here? Do we have any other? Oakland. Oh, Washtenaw, right, of course. There's 14,000 votes left in Washtenaw, right? So the game has changed a little bit since we last went through this math. Because if in Ingham is still, there's outstanding vote, but we're inside of 10,000. That last one was significant. If what happened in Ingham happened in Washtenaw, then that number goes further north, for El Sayed. If the remaining vote in Macomb is a wash, which is possible, then that number would stay north. And then look at this. Suddenly, you'd take almost 40,000 votes off the map. You'd say, well, Stevens can get a boost out of Genesee County here, but 15,000 votes. It's only going to be a couple thousand, 14,000 Oakland, and Al Sayed again. Just the fact that he was able to put up that number in Canton Township there. Right, there's a breadth of support inside of Wayne County there for him too. Again, it raises, if she can't get it out of Macomb, that Stevens really needs something we haven't been, she needs the remainder of Wayne to be just overwhelmingly for her. But if she does get it out of Macomb, she does get that 30-point margin she's gotten in the last 4 updates out of Macomb, it's absolutely in it. 25,544.
Clinton Township median income around 75K. I don't know what that means for us. Clinton Township is probably going to lean Stevens, but like the fact that a couple of Wayne drops have been really good for Abdul.
For a long night for everybody.
I feel like we have this. It's just, God.
There's just some I'm not the only one that works here. They need the studio, and folks around here have been working. We don't stay up till 2 a.m. doing this every day. So I truly, truly appreciate the everybody in here been taking part in this. Do you guys want to come take a bow? Do you guys want to? Can I get you guys on? Can we show these folks? I'm serious. Do you want? I'd love to.
He's so cute. How can you people not like him?
Happen. Here we go. Take a bow.
It's the best.
All right. We made it to ever think we'd make it to 2 a.m. for one of these?
Never.
Steve, I do have another Wayne update.
Yeah, this is big. This is big.
So we got another 6,000 votes.
Yep.
El Sayed 62. Stevens 35.
Fuck yeah, dude.
We just got another 11,000 Washtenaw votes.
Yep. Oh, this is huge.
El Sayed 59.
Yes.
39.
Whoa.
Okay, that's
folks.
Yeah. Fine. At some point you have to know
questions and we're getting the answers.
When to accept a win.
That vote that just came in Washtenaw, that would have been mail, right?
Yeah, I would.
Man,
I would think
a mail vote
check.
too.
If the answer is yes, that's
yes.
Yeah. Okay. We asked the question in Ingham County. Could Stevens fight Al Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer, no. Washtenaw County, could Stevens fight Al Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer, no. Al Sayed just won that batch by 20 points. Could Stevens consistently roll up those big numbers in Wayne County? There's another big update right there. Al Sayed, he's within 4 points in the countywide count. What that does, I think someone else just came in. Al Sayed's number now is creeping close to 30,000. A few minutes ago, it was down at 19,000. He has gotten nothing but good news in the last 6 or 7 updates we've gotten from Kalamazoo, from Leelanau County.
No, I don't think she can catch up to this.
County, Washtenaw
Thank
County,
God,
and
dog,
Wayne
finally.
County. 2 big updates out of Wayne County that are very strong for Al Sayed. We're at nearly 90% of the vote in statewide here. He's taken what was a very precarious position a few minutes ago, and he has now put himself in a significantly better one with those votes that have come in. That leaves what is left right now. That leaves only 58,000 left out of Wayne County. That's the biggest source of votes that's left statewide. That continues to leave these 23,000 votes out of Macomb that I've said are a bit of a wild card here. That leaves 15,000 right here in Genesee County, and only one other county left right now with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. That is Oakland County, 14,000 right there. And there it is, folks. NBC News Decision Desk is officially projecting that Abdul El Sayed will win the Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Michigan.
Who just said it?
He defeats Congresswoman Haley Stevens. He will be the Democratic candidate this fall in the general election against former Congressman Mike Rogers, who won the Republican nomination unopposed. Rogers, who sought a Senate seat in 2024, narrowly lost, seeking a rematch, seeking a rerun here. He will do it against Abdul El Sayed. I am not going to make this go any longer than it has. Thank you all who have stayed with us.
He's like,
tonight.
I'm getting the fuck
everybody here
Out
at
of
NBC
here.
who has made this possible, behind the scenes everywhere. What an epic night this was. What that flourish that Al Sayed had at the end there. I mean, if you stayed up, you got to witness it all. It looked like Stevens was closing the gap. It looked like she had a path, and Al Sayed just shut it off in those last 6 updates we got. That was an incredible amount of drama in the end there after a long, long night. And if you stayed with us through it all, God bless you. Thank you very much. And that will, oh, we got to do a special report.
Yeah? Yeah, not done?
All right, what do I got to do? We're almost done, folks. What do I got to do? Oh, so, okay, we have one, I have to do this as like a...
never done, never finished.
Thing. So they're going to I'm going to put on the serious newscaster voice here. I'm going to say a version of what I just said, and then we'll say goodnight. And if you leave now, I certainly understand, and you are the best for staying with us all night. 40 seconds till we do this. Holy cow. And we got it in before, too.
God damn, man. Is there any watch party still going? Is anyone speaking, or is everyone asleep? Who's talking? Is anyone talking? They could still withdraw the call. Yeah, and you could get a pulmonary embolism and die at any moment. God, man. Jesus Christ. What a brutal
Report. I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 5 states hit the polls on Tuesday.
Just give me. This is my cool down period. I'm cooling down. Oh fuck. God damn it. All right. Well, it was going to be. That was the theory. Whew. All right. Well. Damn. Yeah, a Disco Elysium stream. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, well, I guess we have to do it like a summary now or something. We have to do math or whatever. Jesus Christ. What a brutal, violent, unexpectedly close, knockout, drag out fucking battle of a primary. Jesus Christ. Light work? All right, well, look, let's review the facts at hand, okay? Let's review the facts at hand. I'm gonna give my thoughts on this, okay? Obviously, I certainly wanted a blowout. We didn't get one. It sucks. However, it is worth remembering the stakes here, where Abdul Al-Sayed was I'm not going to say nobody, but a relative nobody and a strong progressive running up against somebody who got 70 million in AIPAC backing. The endorsement of the governor of Gretchen Whitmer and the implicit endorsement of much of the establishment, along with like a de facto endorsement from Obama, even though Obama never directly endorsed her, she sure fucking acted like he did, which serves kind of a similar outcome, So in spite of the fact that we were hoping for a gigantic blowout and not this like brutal fucking nightmare dealio, in spite of that fact, we should still be happy with this outcome. Here are my thoughts. We are in for a very, very rough general. We are in for a tough general here. This has been a very damaging primary, in large part because Haley Stevens couldn't stop fucking lying about Abdul Al-Sayed, accusing him of being anti-Semitic and sexist and so on. A lot of work is going to need to be done to consolidate. I think that Abdul Al-Sayed has to now run as the most broadly palatable candidate possible. I know it sucks because we want him to do a victory lap or whatever. I actually think he needs to stop campaigning with Hassan Piker. He needs to drop the heavy progressive stuff, and he needs to start running like he is a marginal. I'm not saying he should stop being progressive. I'm saying he now needs to cast like the widest possible net. Not a smear on Hassan or whatever. I'm just saying that like Hassan is good for energizing a demographic. That demographic has been energized. In terms of the youth vote, in terms of low propensity voters, I think that the results from this election speak to the fact that that effort, that mobilization, has been successful. I think that it served a purpose and it has done well. But I think that right now the hope moving forward is just an unbelievably broad net being cast without compromising on the values that that allowed you to make it this far. You know, keep in mind it's a purple state, and we are not guaranteed victories. We're not guaranteed victories. It'd be nice. It would be great, but we're not. I think, man, it's time for vague slopulism. I mean, listen, I'm just saying, and by the way, here's what we should look out for, okay? Stevens is funded by the same people who back the Republican Party. Stevens has said she would endorse Abdul al-Sayed should he win. Whether or not she actually will, I hope she will. I think it'd be pretty dumb of her to make that promise and then not follow through on it if she wants to have like a future career. That'd be pretty bad, you know, in my opinion. I think that what we're looking for now is signs that the broader Democratic establishment can get over itself and can consolidate behind Abdul al-Sayed, even if some people are still ass mad about his victory. I know that like a lot of people are going to be mad about the close margins of this race, but the fact that Haley Stevens couldn't win this primary, even with her endorsements and the unbelievable amount of money she had propping her up, is such a fucking indictment of how she would have performed in the general. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's unbelievably bad. She's not going to get that leg up in the damn general. She's not going to get that same gigantic boost. She's not going to get this overwhelming 11-to-1 monetary advantage. So if she couldn't cut it here, no. This is a good outcome in terms of a Democratic victory. I do believe that. I believe that strongly. We just need to see him consolidate. And to that end, I think that he needs to, I don't want to say run like a moderate, because he's not, and he shouldn't. He shouldn't run like a moderate, but he needs to cast the widest net possible. Like one of the big things I think he really needs to do, he needs to do everything in his power to get the black vote on board. Like immediately quash this this like internal sectarianism that these discussions, like he needs to avoid a situation that Tallarico for the most part has been able to avoid. He needs to avoid this dynamic of like every time he holds a press conference, people are like, well, how are you doing with the black vote or whatever? You know, like what are you doing to show black Michiganders that they're like he needs to do everything that he can to avoid that. I would like to believe, and I mean, I'd like to think sometimes cynical person when it comes to the Democrats' actual like willingness to win the elections they claim to want to win. But like, I really do think that for the most part, the Democratic establishment is going to understand that it would not be like, great for their party's long-term prospects to just openly fucking throw this election. That's my hope. That's my thought. That's my feeling. Oh man, what a crazy election. What a crazy election. Progressive victory absolutely made like a real difference here. Yeah, it's Abdul al-Sayed's time to walk around with the Obama cutout. It is his turn to get the Obama cardboard cutout. That is true. It's absolutely true. It's more than fair that it is his turn. Absolutely. Oh man. New York Times still doesn't call the race. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's not split hairs here. When Stevens endorses him, she should give him the cutout. What a brutal race. God damn. I'm still recovering. Jesus H. Christ. I'm just thinking on it. You know, it'd be better than a cutout. Obama. What? Obama's on endorsing him. You know, Obama for the most part stays out of contentious internal politicking within the Democratic Party because he prefers to maintain his like celebritydom status inside the party. But I think there is a possibility of him perhaps being a little bit more vocal, if for no other reason than because like this sort of big ticket opposition to Republicans is going to more and more be like the narrative of the Democratic Party, even for the moderates, right? Like it is impossible for a Democrat to win right now unless they are willing to indicate that they are like militantly opposed to the Republican Party, right? Anti-Republican Party sentiment in the Democratic Party is so strong that you're not gonna. There's a lot of leeway being given. You can make contentious calls inside the Democratic Party if it serves the broader intent of pressing back against the Republicans, is my point, I suppose. So maybe there will be some involvement there. I really don't know. I don't know anything. I know literally nothing. My brain is empty, especially after an election like this. Man. Where do you think McMorrow voters would have gone? I think McMorrow voters genuinely might be like a 50-50 split. I like McMorrow was endorsed by Elizabeth Warren. Like she was the progressive candidate, like a progressive option outside of Abdul al-Sayed, or at least she was perceived as such. So I don't feel that her split would have been like, I would have leaned heavily either way. You know what I mean? Crazy, right? God, I can't believe how this all played out. I really did hope for a blowout, not just because I want to rub it in the face of the liberals who arrogantly pitch us the most unbelievably uncharismatic candidates in human history, but also because I think it would have served us well going into the general. But who knows? Who knows? Man, oh man, oh man. Sorry, I know I'm repeating myself. It's just, man, what a stressful fucking stream. What a stressful stream. It's so much. It was entertaining. Oh, for sure. No. I mean, it's all great television. Just, you know, bad for your fucking longevity is my point. It's going to toast your brain in the long run. Some El-Sayed campaign celebrations. No, I'm happy for them, but I can't be watching all that right now. Yeah, okay. Election wrap up. Bedtime? No, we are actually going to read donos. Can you believe it? After a stream like this, yeah, we're reading donos. And the reason for that is, well, we won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm really sorry. I know you guys have been getting hit with these a lot lately, and I apologize, but I'm afraid that I'm actually going to see my folks tomorrow. Going on a little bit of a vacation. I know. Good thing I was here for this one, huh? Selfish? I know. You have no idea. You don't know what my vacation plan looks like. You don't know what travel I'm engaging in the near future. You have no idea. I could come back from seeing my parents and immediately go out again. You don't know. Utterly ignorant. Say hi to them. Oh, I'll be sure to let them know you specifically say hi. You monster, you sociopath. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, let's read donos. Eisen Geisen, thanks the tier 1 sub. Harrell, thank you for the tier 3 sub. When my PV card comes in for my signature membership for the difference in my tier 4, that'll come in the next sub message. Become dues paying PVers chat. Oh, 100%. Absolutely. No. Deeply immoral if you're not. You know, everyone should be signed up with PV. Critically important. I would say, you know, your heart is not getting weighed favorably against a feather. If you don't, you know, it's pretty damning to your eternal to your immortal soul. Hello, River. You see River walk by? Was that caught in camera? Was that there? Was that seen? Yes? Okay, well, that's very good to know. No, that's okay, love. All right. Sublime Object, thank you for the super kind $25 donation. The Verizon store I work at in downtown Seattle, I might know the one, is being divested due to rent-seeking hellscape economics. Thank you for keeping me sane. I'm very sorry to hear that, genuinely. I hope that you are, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well in spite of that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand what the market is for those stores anymore. You know what I mean? Like hopping downtown to go to a phone store. Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe there's like actually a really easy, obvious use case for those. I could be wrong. You are to handle the phones in person. Maybe the problem for me is that I've always had an iPhone, so if I want to do something with an iPhone, I would go to an iPhone store. Whereas, like, if I had an Android or something like that, it would be like, I wouldn't, you don't go to an Android store, you know? You would go to a, you would go to like a general phone store? Right? Maybe? My brain is so fucking cooked right now. Not that big of an adjustment. What's not a big adjustment? Going to a phone store? I assume it's much like going inside any store. The Factor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Happy to be your ASMR. Rhaegar, thanks the $5. I took a walk 45 minutes ago thinking Stevens would win. Glad Abdul held on. Didn't believe. You didn't believe. Romulus, thank you for the $5. What a great stream to listen to in the background while grinding it out in the gym. No kidding, yeah. That'll get your energy up. Oof. God damn. Greg the Bot, thanks the $5. Hey Vosh, appreciate the coverage of the climate stuff. Makes me feel more sane about the bleakness of it. Yeah, like I've said many times, and I think it's really, really important to reaffirm this. I think that like disingenuous, unrealistic optimism, especially when it's cynically delivered to like hammer in on a message over and over, I think is bad. Like I think that it in the long term makes people feel worse. You know what I mean? When people really wake up to how bad the climate deal is, like really, really wake up to it, you know, like when people, they're like, oh, damn, like it's actually fucking like over in a lot of ways. Like the planet, in my lifetime, the planet is never going to look again the way that it did. When people wake up to that, I think a lot of people are going to be like, this is going to sound crazy. I think a lot of people are going to be really fucking sad over it. People are going to be upset. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Where do I get new phones otherwise? Well, like I said, you know, I get my phones from the iPhone store. But I understand that that's, you know, that's my experience. That's my perspective. And your truth might be different. And I respect that. I got mine from the internet. I just can't imagine ordering a phone over the internet, but I guess like thinking about it for any length of time at all, it seems like totally fine. Like it wouldn't make a difference at all in any way, shape, or form if you think about it. Okay, the Forest Floor, thank you for the $5. Broken Pete, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. The Ghostmaker, thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you. Far Eastern Myth, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I was just joking about checking my precinct delegate race. That's for an unpaid party position that votes for the leadership. You can't be pitching me jokes like that during a stressful stream. You're gonna put me under. You can't do that. You can't do that. You should be fully aware. You should be fully aware that I'm just going to like just fizz in the brain. You know, I'm barely holding it together. You should know that. You should know. You should know that. Honestly. Sometimes you people are absolutely ridiculous. Oh, man. What am I doing? Roy Martini, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you for the awesome stream. Feels really good to know there are people out there who want better for us all. It's I'm glad you're taking a positive, positive kick from this. That's important to me. I'm glad that's the takeaway. Slightly ticklish. Thank you for the $5. Does the close margin concern you in the national/long-term picture? For the general in Michigan, yes. For like the general state of things in the country, not so much. No. Again, keep in mind, like it's a very progressive candidate up against 70 million in AIPAC spending. What an unbelievable, just like an overwhelming mountain to climb. Really, really, really grueling. And I think for the most part, people would not have guessed this outcome, given the circumstances. So I'm not going to project my anxieties from this race elsewhere. I'm not going to. We're gonna have to see how things pan out. I think a much more interesting kind of like state of I was gonna say State of the Union. I guess State of the Union works. A much more interesting one in the immediate future to look to is what's going to go down in Wisconsin, because prospective Governor Francesca Hong has a lot of uphill climbing to do herself, and I am a little bit worried about that race. Definitely a little bit worried. In the general, I mean, not in the primary. Yeah, she's kind of boring. Well, it's not necessarily her being boring is the issue, but Abdul projected winner? Yes, Abdul Al Sayed is the projected winner. Yes, sir. Dude, my brain is so fucking cooked. Close this. Close that. Classic guy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. Thank you, Vosh, for hanging on with us so late. Very stressful election. Thank you, Street Killer, with the 15 bucks. Whoa, that's a picture of a filled out ballot. Virtue signaling. Thank you for voting the correct way, by the way. I'm going to spoil that one for chat. It was a correct vote, not an incorrect vote. You get me? Chat's picking up what I'm putting down. They understand what I'm on about. They know what I'm talking about. Yeah, passing grade. Well done. Well done. Well done. I guess I should read super chats. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Reading all the super chats. Spider-Man. No. And there's quite a few. Still alive, thank you for the $2. Ara, Lasers Fix All, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. The Blazers fan, thanks the 5 Canadian. And Jolish, thank you for the $5. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you for the incredibly kind $100 dono. I really appreciate that. Corey Bush not getting more love from other national orgs is really upsetting. Julie Gonzalez, level of being overlooked. Yeah, I don't know why that is exactly. Genuinely, I'm not sure. I don't know why Corey Bush didn't command the same kind of attention this time that she did before. I don't really know. I would have to think about it. I mean, there are some obvious biases at play there, like some pretty straightforward ones, not terribly interesting to engage with. And then there are some that are a little more, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I didn't really follow the race that much. That's on me. That's on me. Last name Bush is a tough hill to overcome. You really think that's the reason why? That would be a fucking funny reason why. That would be a really funny reason why. If you could you just spread the numbers, you do the math, and you're like, yeah, it just turns out people are still, yeah, it's just hard to get that down with Dems. People are just not down for that, It's just, oh, okay. All right. I mean, if you say so. I guess that's one explanation. If you think about it. Just ridiculous. To Calmo99 and Dragon Ruler, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Even if Abdul wins, is it fair to say we already don't have a democracy if the system even allows for a candidate to have this level of corpo money? Yeah, I mean, like, my broader point along those lines has been that, like, yeah, even if we get the outcome that we want here, the fact that this is even the dynamic that we're dealing with is really, really, really damning with regard to, like, the democratic legitimacy of our elections. Abdul winning by an overwhelming amount would have been very positive, I think, in the sense that it means that Aipac's influence is waning considerably, that they're not as capable of influencing outcomes. They still are, but I still think the result here is a sign of their weakness. I think it's difficult to run these, like, center arguments, I think, with the live streaming and the political audiences, because people basically just want blowouts in either direction, don't they? You know what I mean? People want to, like, oh no, democracy is 100% dead and AIPAC crushed it, or like AIPAC is done forever. Abdul Al Sayed, glorious Sharia, ultra powerful, da da da. It's like it's difficult to, like, straddle the fence. In reality, the corrosive influences that I've talked about for a long time are still a major problem. None of that has changed. This is a result we should be proud of, and we should work very hard in the general. I think that's not as inspiring of an answer as some people would like. Like, some people would like it if the answer was like, all 100% or zero, you don't have to care at all, or you're, like, super duper invested in this outcome, everything's great, everything's not great. But, just how life is, I suppose. Not always getting those clean narratives. All right. Atlet Astria, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Supadank, thank you likewise. Linkle Productions, thank you for the $2. John Kennedy and Dylan Crossan, thank you for the $5 both. Going to therapy for the first time in 6 years on my birthday. Started to read more and hit in the gym. Well done. Nice. Yeah, no, read more. Go to therapy, I guess. There's a lot of stuff you can do. You should always, you're always a work in progress, right? You're always a work in progress. And you should treat your life as such. So you always got to be pushing forward nasty style is what I'm saying, basically. If you get what I'm saying, if you're understanding, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. You get me. You understand me. Nasty style. You get me. Not a doubt about it. You get me. Sorry, I'm so fucking tired. Kelly Rose, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Today I worked in full sun campaigning for Abdul today at the polls in Oakland County, Michigan for 9 hours. In Oakland County, Jesus, you were in the damn trenches over there, huh? Oakland County, Hitlerite County over there. They were fighting hard for AIPAC over there, You were every door you knocked, an IDF soldier popped out and tried to murk you. Thanks for fighting in the tough side. Clearly it made a difference. Rohan Mendrida, Sayadora Productions, Dylan Crossan, and Cabian Reader, thank you for the $2 all. Robot Maker and Andrew Alt, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Met Abdul in May when he came to my hometown. Pretty much had the entire town electric. Haley had no juice here. No surprise he won my county. Yeah, it's awfully unfortunate how big of a difference overwhelming name recognition makes. You know what I mean? Like, you can buy quite a bit of support. You can buy quite a bit of support. As much as we would like it to be the case that that's not possible. A lot of people in chat were very incredulous. They were extremely incredulous about how anyone could vote for Haley Stevens. But unfortunately, in a lot of cases, it really does just come down to who you recognize when you go to the polling booth. It sucks. It sucks that it's like that, It really sucks. But that is absolutely how it works. I would say the majority of the time. Just very basic name recognition. Median voter stuff. It's median voter stuff. DBZ King 119, thank you for the very kind $10. If we could get to 75% reporting with this margin, I'd be good calling it. Once Dearborn starts getting counted, that's it. Yeah, to this point, I still do not know when Dearborn was added to the total. I still don't know, which is very frustrating for me because I feel like I was holding onto a false hope for quite a while there that Dearborn would show up and make a, you know, considerable difference. But unfortunately, that did not happen. I mean, maybe it happened at some point, you know, relatively invisible to me, but that did not play in. Why even bother to go vote in a primary if you're just going to wind up voting for the first name that looks familiar? Dude, listen, okay, I can... There's some stuff I can do to help bridge the gap between your understanding and the mind of the median voter, but you have to understand that they're alien to me as well. Okay? They're alien to me as well. You can try your best, but people more intelligent than I have dedicated a considerable amount of their life to trying to understand these people and their dynamics. And you know, unfortunately, theories are pending. We still don't really understand it. It's a mystery, okay? It's a great big mystery. Don't get mad at me. I'm trying my best over here. Whenever, yeah. Boomer Waffen. PHR and Catstronaut CPP, thank you for the $2 both. Blaze, Jonathan Scott, and Dividend Lion, thank you likewise. Enter for None, thank you for the 50 pesos. So Haley gives BB back his money? Nah, it doesn't work that way. Vampire and Channel Mine, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Oh, pronounced V Vampire. Oh, aren't you special? Pronounced V Vampire. Pronounced V Vampire. Why I oughta. Pronounced V Vampire because you got 2 V's in a row. I swear to God. Oh, you. Oh, I oughta. Oh. You goddamn people. I swear to God. What do you think the odds are Stevens' campaign endorses? Well, she said she would, and I don't really understand the point of her saying that she would if she's not going to. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a lie that benefits her. Does that make sense? It's not a it doesn't like win her over anybody really to say that. So hopefully the establishment comes to its senses and we don't have to, you know, we don't have to worry about this down the line. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? Either way, we'll find out probably within 24 hours. I mean, it's the race has been called. So it's not it's not as though you know, we're going to be waiting for a long while to find out who the winner is. Doobie, thanks to $10. Dude looks so disappointed in Kalamazoo when he said that. I just think that a place named something as whimsical as Kalamazoo should be overwhelmingly progressive. Am I wrong in feeling that way? Does anyone else agree with me? Does everyone agree that Kalamazoo? I mean, this is like it's whimsical. It's full of joy. You can't get Aipac tied up in a place like that. I think that's awful. That's just awful. Drew Richardson, thank you for the $20. Rachel Bittercoffer sabotaged us. Now, I'm going to be real with you. I do not know what you're referring to. I don't know what you're referring to. I'm sorry. If I was better at my job, I would know what you're referring to. Would it be responsible of me right now to look up this name? Yeah, probably. So I guess I will. I mean, I'm already up here late. Why not? Rachel Bittercoffer, political scientist. What are we? American political scientist, election forecaster. Oh, is this a forecaster who predicted a much better outcome? Is this a forecaster that predicted a much better outcome? That would be my guess. Must be. Kalamazoo. You picking up what I'm putting down? Kalamazoo? Yes, sir. Yeah, you get me. Kalamazoo. Damn, I'm tired. Con1Q2W, thank you for the $5. Greater Beyond, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Co-C, thank you for the $2. Are we winning? We won. Server Surfer, thank you for the $5. Alex Gallagher, likewise. Still alive, thank you for the $2. William Swindler, thank you for the incredibly kind 20 Canadian. Let's go, DSA undefeated. Well, Abdul Al-Sayed is not actually a DSA candidate, believe it or not. Even though everyone acts as though he is anyway, and the people who support him are typically the people who support the DSA, so it might not be like that meaningful of a distinction. Who the DSA does or doesn't vet is important. I take back what I just said. DSA vetting is important. Not letting you people. He's a capitalist, though? Okay, can I be real with you? They all are. Because people, whether or not you're a capitalist as a politician, has very little to do with your opinions and has a lot to do. Trying not to be, like, being a capitalist, it's like it's spawning in the middle of the ocean and then evolving legs. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, you can advocate for whatever you want. You're in the middle of the ocean. Your ass is swimming. It's like one day you might aspire to and even prepare for walking around on land, but you are in the middle of the Pacific. So whether or not it just doesn't come into play, you know? Maybe it informs some general long-term decision making. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Does the DSA ever endorse liberals? Well, depending on your perspective, that's all they've ever endorsed. I don't know what you mean. I mean, the DSA endorsed Mamdani, right? And Mamdani, you know, Mamdani is not like engaging in hardline abolition of all market economy, you know, market forces in the city of New York. It's because whether Mamdani himself whether he is or is not a socialist is immaterial in the broader context of him needing to manage a capitalist city. What are you going to do, right? Again, I'm not saying it's not important to prepare for the future. I'm just saying that I just think it's a little bit, I don't know, kind of a waste of time. Kind of a waste of time to get into like the crazy weeds on this, you know? God, I'm filibustering like crazy. Robert Field, thanks the $5. Te Bilb, thank you for the £5. Cyan Mike Travels, thank you for the $5. Aipac kicking themselves for not spending another $20 million. Yeah, no kidding. Could have really pushed it over the edge had they just been willing to spend another $50 trillion. But sadly, you know, they were spendthrift, you know, not just a mere 60 million on an election. It's like they didn't even want to win. Ridiculous. Let me see. Con1Q2W, the $5. You're arguing against yourself. Being progressive increases turnout. That's how you win in the general. Being a shitlip's how you lose. I need you to be charitable. Con1Q2W, I know you've been watching me for a while. I know that you're not like, how do I put this? I know that you're not like just dropping in for a one-time visit. You've been watching me long enough to know, or at least I think you should know, I'm not advocating for Abdul Al-Sayed to be a shitlip, okay? I think that's a little bit of an uncharitable you know, read on what I'm saying here. I think a much more charitable read on what I'm saying is that given the circumstances, he's going to need to work really, really hard to unite the Democratic Party, and I think that means that and that's not fair, because the reason they're so split in large part is because of Haley Stevens' dishonesty. But he's going to have to work really, really, really hard on this. And unfortunately, that means he's going to have to govern to a broader majority. You know, he's going to have to pitch a wide net. It's worth remembering, like, Mamdani, even though Mamdani is quite left-leaning. Mamdani doesn't, how do I put this? Mamdani doesn't run as a hardline ideological leftist. Even though he is left-leaning, if you take a look at what he advocates for, if you take a look at his advocacy, if you take a look at his rhetoric and what he focuses on, it's generally like Big Tent, let's make government work for you stuff. You know what I mean? And that's great. That's great. That plays to that plays to a wide crowd. I mean, it's so effectively in his case that, you know, a decent number of independents and Republicans support him despite him being, you know, he's very likable. He's very, very likable. It's like talk policies, not positions, kind of. Yeah, you definitely don't want to frame it like, oh, I'm here with this hard left position or whatever. I don't think that Abdul al-Sayed has to mix up his rhetoric that much. I think it's more like how he presents himself. Maybe that's a little bit contradictory. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Don't bother me. No, I'm kidding. You can bother me. You're allowed to. Your chat. That's kind of your job. You know what I mean? Running as a hardline leftist makes no sense. It's worth remembering that, like, the Republican Party is incredibly talented at sneaking in far-right politics while sounding, how do I put this? Like, okay, they didn't sneak in far-right politics. The Republican Party is obviously far-right and has been for a while, but the Republican Party is really good at sounding like they're always hammering on the same issues without mentioning the fact that they have been shifting farther right. To put it another way, Republican politicians don't go out there and say, it's time to make America further right. You know what I mean? They do the same old guns, bacon, and flag bullshit that they've always done, or at least that they've done for decades, while reframing their increasingly far-right positions as contextually all the product of the same underlying ideology. Does that make sense? I'm just saying you don't want to be the candidate that goes out there and is like, I'm the most leftistest candidate ever. I'm the most leftistest candidate ever. I'm so leftistist, you know? You don't want to do that. It does make sense. That's great. I'm very happy to hear that it makes some amount of sense. Truly excellent. Because I'm tired. Joe K, thanks the $20 champagne popping. That's true. Thank you very much. I'm popping it right now in my head. It's about the most I can do because I'm not drinking this late. No siree, Bob. No sir. Nope. They still use Reagan and Bush era conservative aesthetics. It's weird, and it's very internally inconsistent too, because, like, genuinely Reagan would find the modern Republican Party disgusting purely for aesthetics reasons. Not, mind you, because he would be like, oh, they're too far right, but because Reagan is doing this, like, respectability politics. You know, it was the 80s. It was a different era. He would be disgusted by the way Trump behaves, but they still pretend to hold on to his legacy. I think that no, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's a difficult tightrope to walk. Disabled Caps Lock Pro Obvious, thanks the $5 both. EO, thank you for the $5. No Homo Bro Job, what a name, thank you for the $100. Hey Ian, watch you daily. Just got married. I hope you find true love. You know, I feel like I might have. Can you hear River? Right there. Playing with a little fish. There's the fish. There's the river. Yeah, you see her. Congratulations, No Homo Bro Job, on your marriage. That's huge. You know, that's fantastic. And for the very kind dono. The Breaker of Walls, thank you for the $5. Aipac wasted 64 million. Lol, you last the longest out of the lefty streamers. Vosh, congrats. Congrats. Yeah. Don't you like and subscribe if you think Aipac should have given me $64 million? Anyone else feel like that would have been a better use of their money? In my opinion, I think that would have been a considerable improvement. But, you know, what do I know? I'm not an expert. Mark D, thanks the $10. Vosh, if you hiked the Appalachian Trail with Mark Sanford in late October, what would your elevation be and what brand of sweater would you wear? let's just say 8,672 feet elevation. What brand sweater would I wear? I would give me a solid vintage J. Crew, you know, not the modern stuff, just a solid, tight, over the button-up shirt J. Crew sweater. Thank you. Thank you. J.D. Myrtleman, thank you for the 10 Canadian. Super PACs that donate and lose in a primary should be forced to match the same money for the winner in the general. It'd be a wacky world if that was the case. JW, thank you for the €6. Hey, Vushman, just tuned in for the last 2 hours. EU, what a roller coaster. I think I got a few gray hairs over this. Power to the proletariat. Yeah, me too, bucko. I'm all white now. As if I wasn't already white enough. Owen, thanks for the $2. Robert Field, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Red Gorilla, thank you for the £10. Really appreciate that. Napalm Assassin, Napalm Ass Asian? Thank you for the $10. Hey, Vosh, thanks for the coverage. Been watching a lot of centrist content lately, and I just get this sadness. Like, what are you even fighting for? It does give you a kind of sadness, doesn't it? There's this weird, like, how do you put this? Emptiness. There's this weird, oh, Mallory McMorrow has endorsed Abdul Al-Sayed. She did so immediately. That's good. That's good. Immediately she did it. There's this weird, like, hollowness to it. Like, nobody has a project for the future. No one even believes in the future. It's very contemporary. I swear to God, like, it did not used to work this way. Ethan H., thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. First 2 donos were a struggle to be positive Kamala vote day 1, and one from the day of Renee Good's death, where my cousin was within a block of it happening. Glad to make my third after a cheek clencher of a race. Yeah, no kidding. You know, I went to Minneapolis recently. I went to Renee Good's memorial. So I guess for a short time I might have been within 1 block of your cousin, assuming that they live there. I don't really know. It's not my business. Happy to see that you've donated on a more positive, you know, event this time. Teshua Rikers, thanks to the €2. Who do you think will be the next speaker? I don't know. I'm not. I can't do predictions right now. I can't. I was hoping for an Abdul blowout. I'm in no position. Benjamin, thanks the $10. Just finished hosting the PV watch party. Haven't gotten a chance to watch stream. How are you feeling about the results tonight? Well, I guess I've been rambling for a while about it. We should be happy about this outcome, but we have to understand that we're in for a very, 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 very uphill climb for the general. A very, very rough uphill climb. And we're on the hook if he loses. Again, I think Stevens would lose, but rhetorically, you know, we are not in a position, we do not have the spare social capital required for, you know, Abdul Al-Sayed to win out in a, you know, a cheek clencher of a primary and then bomb the general. He's got to win. He's got to win. Just wanted to hear you say Kalamazoo, hometown. Great hometown name, Rico. The Dude, thanks the $10. Thanks for keeping me sane during this crazy event. Habibi, where'd you get your shirt from? This one's from Ciota, Japanese brand, obviously. It's nice, right? It's super, super, super light. Like, it's incredibly thin. I don't really think that can come across over stream, but it's just like a very light work shirt. Waffle Lawful, thank you for the $20. How come you don't do IRL stuff anymore? It's not my purview. You know, I think that, like, and this has long been like a stick to beat people with, I think, but the intra-competitive race for live streamers to do every kind of content other live streamers do, I just don't. I know what I like doing. I think I'm okay at it too, you know? Watching Karnacki stream. No, I like doing what I do. IRL stuff, it's like, you know, varies. It varies. Good night, love. I'll be there with you soon. I'll be there with you soon. No Homo Bro Job. Thank you for the additional $100 dono. That is super, 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 super kind of you. My name is Benjamin. Hope to see you and Kyle in the future. You mean me and Kyle talk? Not necessarily opposed to it. I like Kyle. I like Kyle a lot. Thank you. Don't have much to add to the moment. I feel we overestimated the popularity of left populism. Remember Mamdani barely won more than 50%? Hold your horses, bucko. Mamdani ran against a vote-splitting 100% name recognition former governor who ran as a Democrat before and then afterwards ran as an independent. He didn't even have the consolidated support of the Democrats. When progressives win, they have to win against both parties. And then he drove enormous turnout. Don Longballs, thanks the $5. Foxy Boy, thank you for the $5. Thank you, been watching. Binge watching. I understand a lot of things better now. Got me brave, even to look up Jehovah's Witness. Raised off better now. Which is raised off better now. You were raised Jehovah's Witness? I hope you're doing better now. Demented Tiger, thanks the $10. Hey Vosh, I lived in Kalamazoo for about 2 years. Some fun trivia. It has the most billionaires in Michigan. In Kalamazoo? If I was a billionaire, I wouldn't live in Kalamazoo. Too whimsical. Much too whimsical for a billionaire. Your real fake dad, thank you for the $5. GeoSlade49, thank you for the $5. Baby the day I got him versus today. Been about a year now. Ooh. Fat man. Nah. Autism stare. Ooh. Tiny. And evil. Tiny and evil. Love him. I think we're just about cleared. How's Katie Wilson doing in Seattle? Thank you, Benny the Jet, for the $10. Katie Wilson's done a good job on managing the city's infrastructure. She did a great job handling the World Cup and all the logistics surrounding it. There's a lot of stuff she's done well. However, unfortunately, she's proven to be very, very weak on managing the police. The Seattle Police Department is brutish, and she has not really done what she promised she would do about reining them in. Though there was recently a scandal that it seems apparently has led to the departure of the police commissioner because the Seattle police chief didn't even really live in Seattle. Like he was only here 4 days out of the week and spent the rest of his time in Chicago. It's in line with some of my more cynical expectations, which is that Katie Wilson did not enter into the mayorship with a huge public mandate, so she doesn't have overwhelming public support for some of her more unpopular projects. She is very good at managing the city, and the city has done good there with regards to its actual city skylines-esque management, but she lacks both the courage and mandate necessary to take on the police, because that's tough. That is tough. Any who's in the Trump-Iran debacle? That's a story for another time, my friend. That's a story for another time. We'll have to get to that later. All right. Oh, Kalinsky. That's true. Kyle Kalinsky. I'm aware of the guy. Congratulations on your marriage, by the way. Gonna make a video on the Spain migrant situation? Already have. All right, folks. I'm off. I love you all very much. Take care. I'll see. Whoa! Mark T6625. Tommy the cat was coaching cat in the 70s. I'm thinking about how with your cat, nationalized natural resource. This is a lot of information. Yeah, I'm on my way out here. Nationalized natural resources? Sure. I say yes. Why not? Could be fun. Take care. I gotta go. Bye.